Hello and welcome back to another episode of NWC 2022. It is definitely not the first season, it is definitely not the last season we're gonna have. And today we are gonna be seeing the first match of the quarterfinals. This match is gonna be China versus Germany. It's not gonna be a greetings from Germany. Rather, it is a greetings from France, as I am Pâturage, and the other side of the globe is going to be represented by Potassium. How are you?
Doing really well. Hyped to see these matches actually right now. We're in the quarterfinals, probably going to start to see some teams, struggle on some of these maps. They're getting harder and harder every week, of course.
Yeah, it's certainly getting spicy in terms of difficulty, and I expect players may start being in trouble, so to speak, on the maps. We've seen teams get incredible results last week, but can they hold the same results on this map pool, this terrifying map pool?
Yeah, absolutely. And another interesting thing as well is when the map pools start getting harder and harder, you get those individual performances, the carry performances start being able to come out. Players that are capable of getting extremely high scores can pretty much carry the team eventually. Maybe we're not quite there just yet because of how strong every single team is right now, but some of the score distributions, they're going to get a little bit spicier. There's going to be more misses involved. But picks and bans coming out very, very quickly here. Germany banning Fiona. It's going to be the speed map being banned out. And China setting the trend here with a quick SV2 ban again.
Yeah, I think that is quite predictable. Germany isn't the best at physicality scaling. And Fiona is definitely pushing that envelope a lot. And China is not to be slept on, especially in terms of physicality. And they're going with Ram, the speed jump stream map.
Yeah, and just quickly before we get into it right now, important to note this is a loser's bracket match as well. So the loser of this match is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And simultaneously as well, we've got 3 other matches going on in the background, so we'll try to keep you updated on those. I think those would be Brazil versus Thailand. What are the other ones?
Okay, there are 4 matches going on at the same time right now. It is absolute madness. There's Indonesia versus Hong Kong, France versus Netherlands, China versus Germany, and Brazil versus Thailand. It is absolutely insane.
That is a crazy set of matches. Yeah, there's so many player transfer messages in the Discord channel I'm in right now that I'm just trying to scroll up to find where the matches actually were listed. Yeah, huge amount of players right now playing in the MWC. We'll try to keep you updated on some of those matches. I think they'll be quite close. But of course, here, China versus Germany is going to be the one that is going to be the focus on stream right now. We're getting the players into the lobby right now. China has picked Ram. It's going to be the speed jump stream map. Very, very short pick. This is a TV size right here. So any misses are going to mean a massive amount.
Yeah, shoutouts to SUFR Live for streaming Malaysia versus France. If you want to watch that match instead, head over there. But it's going to be commentated in French, so just going to have to bear with the language for a little bit.
Okay, and in here, into the map, right away, Rebellion, Reimu, and Mia's for China. Xiewin, JK Zhu, and Maxim Miao for Germany. So, very, very familiar names for both of these teams. Been playing quite a lot of the maps so far this tournament.
Yeah, fun fact, Xiewin might actually be playing from France, actually. So, it's quite an interesting turn of events.
And actually, this lead is not very significant. China and Germany basically tied, but a small accuracy drop from Xiaowen right now, down to 99.6. It's going to give China a little bit of an advantage, but Rebellion's not that far ahead.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in terms of lead right now. It's just Xiaowen really making the difference in the other way, but China is not safe yet. Anything could just happen in the second half. This song is just passing by very fast.
Mistakes are amplified given how short this map is. Right now, Juxu and Reimu doing fantastically. 99.93 for both of them, cancelling each other out. It's this difference. Mia's versus Maxim Meow winning out that battle. Rebellion winning out against Xewin as well. It's giving China a slight advantage.
Alright, last quarter, last part of the song. And,
all 6 of these players. Well, they're all full comboing this comfortably right now. But wait,
no.
Is that a disconnect?
I don't really know what happened to Maxim Meow, but it would have been a loss for Germany regardless.
Yeah, with China, there was no accuracy drops from China, no combo breaks. 5 200s total, and you look at these ratios from Juxu and Reimu, 997 for both of them. But yeah, China's team score, if you calculate it up with these players, I think it was a guaranteed win for China, even if Maxim Meow got a 1 million somehow.
Yeah, that's...
yeah, unfortunate disconnect.
Yeah, it seems that Maxim does not even know what happened on their end, so it might be some internet issues or something.
Yeah, it could be. They do happen from time to time, but it was... I don't know whether to call that unlucky or lucky. Kind of a bit of both in a way.
They are pretty eventful. And it seems that nervousness is a rather common theme. It's a rather common theme in tournament settings, but we do see them uttered very, very explicitly in the chat.
Yeah, China's first pick working out for them in the end, although a little bit close, I would say somewhat. It is now Germany's time to pick, and I wonder what they're going to go for. There is the SV pick up that they could decide to go for, given that China banned Marinol.
Yeah, it's worth noting that China is both scary. Well, China has shown why they are scary in the Rise department. Now, as far as LN goes, in Hybrid, they are also scary, so SV is one of the unknowns of this match, for sure.
Yeah, especially when we're getting into some of the harder SV maps to be able to play. Always brings in that much more uncertainty, right? Like, even though we've seen some SV scores from both teams in the past, SV scaling is something that, you know, you can have a whole multiple-hour discussion on, and you never really know how players are going to perform on it. But it's going to be the LNs either way for Germany that they're going to try to attack against Team China.
Yeah, I think that's a fair strategy. You do not have much other choice than to go with anything that you can think of to get a point against China. I feel like getting some information about how each respective team is actually scaling on the long nodes is a good strategy to go for. And wow, that's a lot of MP links. I've never seen that many MP links in one message.
Yeah, they're really stacked up there. Make sure you go check those out while we're playing these ones. Right now, I believe the only other map that's been played has been Brazil versus Thailand, with Brazil winning an early break point on Desperado Waltz, which we're about to see right now.
Well, Demi-Fiend with the 164 regular V1SS on Desperado Waltz. We're gonna see if any of the players here can rival that, but
yeah, I mean, it's hard to really contest a 997k on a quarterfinals LN density pick. Definitely a lot of these players are very, very strong. But Demi-Fiend is one of those, you know, kind of best LN player in the world contenders.
Okay, France is leading 1-0 against the Netherlands, also on Desperado Waltz.
Okay, we've got 3 matches playing Desperado Waltz then, early on, seeming like a popular pick so far at least.
Yeah, it seems that Brazil vs. Island is also playing Ram, so not much song variety in the field.
Yeah, so we'll see how it ends up working out for Germany here. We're seeing the same three players for Germany, but China subbing in Mafufu, one of their LN players on the team.
Yeah, it's quite rare for teams like Germany to go the exact same lineup for Rice and long notes.
Yeah, definitely. And so far, at least, it's looking okay for Germany right now. A little bit of an advantage out of the gate just in this accuracy department. Reimu dropping down a little bit to 99.6 now. Oh, a few more 200s there from Reimu.
Oh, wow. This sounds like a pretty good choice from Germany.
Oh, just as you say that, flickering over to China a bit, a couple of 200s from Germany's side, from Max and Meow in particular, it looks like. But the map is still yet to show its harder sections.
Yeah, I think the later health is going to matter a lot. It's going to decide which one of those teams is going to take the lead, and it's going to take the points, really.
Especially with accuracies this close or across the board, it's very, very tiny advantages for Mias and Mafufu over the German team. That's really giving the Chinese team the smallest of leads right now.
Yeah, gotta keep the focus. No! Max and Meow did not keep the focus and broke the combo, and it's gonna be very detrimental to the German team on their own pick.
Yeah, big impact to have a miss like that when 5 of the other players are still holding FCs. Max and Meow finds another miss as well. China's going to be running away with a bit of a lead now. We're already towards the end of the map.
Yeah, China is still strong in terms of combos, so that is their lead intact for now.
Yeah, all they need to do right now is keep these combos up. The accuracy is not going to matter too much with these combo leads that they have, and it's towards the end of the map. There's not that much time. Germany's going to want China to miss pretty soon.
Yeah, we're reaching towards the last notes of the map, and there's not going to be many chances for Germany to catch up, even with this miss from Mias.
Yeah, rough trill at the end from Mias. That was a few 50s involved there that I saw as well. But it was just too late in the map at the end of the day. Look at all these scores are so similar. The 980k range for every single player, except for Maxim, who unfortunately dropped a couple of those unfortunate misses in the second half of the map.
Wow. It's quite interesting. It doesn't really give any information on which team is really more comfortable on the other long note or hybrid picks. I feel like Germany is okay with this breakpoint going away to China.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these scores, really, if Maxim didn't find those misses, it's very reasonable to assume with that accuracy, Maxim would have gotten around 980k, a little bit better. I think that would have been basically tied the score difference without those misses from Maxim. But always hard to be able to tell at the end of the day. It is China winning 2-0 up so far.
Brazil is up 2-0 against Thailand. Brazil also won on RAM with a 997, 997, and 996 triple score.
Man, that's just flexing. Not even just 996, that's almost a three-way 997.
Yeah, almost three-way V1SS, and some of those ratios are nasty. From Oros and Lotus, there were 58 and 59 300s, respectively, and they have 1 200 each. Anyways, back to this match, we're gonna go to Ego, one of the technical picks of this map pool.
Yeah, China sticking at it with these Rice maps. This one also very fast, 271 BPM, and has a lot of that jump streamy type patterns, but obviously much more technical than RAM was.
France is up 2-0 against the Netherlands, winning on Justify My Love just now. And Hong Kong is up 1-0 against Indonesia on Peta Peta, the long note coordination pick.
Finally a different long note map being played in one of these matches. Yeah, solid win for Hong Kong there. But here we are into the third map of this match here. Once again, no switches for Germany, but we're seeing how do you pronounce that? XZ for China being subbed in. So more players being subbed in for China, swapping around their players. And so far, early on in the map, no major difficulties in accuracy. Siewin dropping down to 99.4. It's going to give China a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I think Germany is still close enough to the Chinese accuracy that if China were to miss, Germany would have a fair chance at taking a point back.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see this bar is very, very small in the favor of China. The accuracy is being kept close. Juxu right now, 99.87. Basically matching Reimu as well. So that's keeping the accuracy is still very high overall for Germany.
Yeah, Germany is actually gaining accuracy throughout the map, which is very, very good to see. Especially since China is staying kind of stagnant in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, definitely. Maxim now, even with XZ, it's just Siewin and Mia's having that 0.1% accuracy difference, and that's really it between these two teams. That's a very, very small accuracy difference. A couple 200s, and Mia's, I think, dropped a little bit there.
Oh yeah, it's still looking very challengeable by the German team.
The end of the map now, still 6 full combos. 200 rushes on these bursts could definitely swing the lead, but right now China is looking very consistent. And it's going to end with 6 full combos across the board, only 5,000, less than 5,000 points difference between the two teams. Juxu's ratio, 97.
Wow. That's a really clean lobby performance. 6-way full combos and very close accuracies, all things considered. Like, China cannot rest one little bit. If China were to miss even once, the score would be a little bit different right now.
Yeah, like, look at these ratios between the two teams. It's slightly in China's favor, but not by much at all. Like, very contestable from Germany. But unfortunately, just not managing to win the points at the end of the day. Coming very close in accuracy though. And now Germany get their own pick. They're going to need to put one on the board soon. They're going for Daisy Cutter, another LN map.
I think that's a wise decision because considering how close Desperate Waltz went without the misses involved, I think Daisy Cutter is a very sensible choice.
Just an update as well, Brazil versus Thailand. Thailand losing another break point by 1,000 points on Summer, one of the hybrid, very, very close map there.
Oh my god, that's such a close call, oh my god. France versus Netherlands is also playing Daisy Cutter. Hong Kong versus Indonesia is not playing Daisy Cutter, but rather NP Addiction.
NP Addiction coming out there. The Jump Stream Stamina map. We might see that one on this stream fairly soon if China keep going at the rice pool as we've been seeing.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of stamina, they might be mindful of Germany because given how close Ego went, I feel like something easier in terms of physicality, in terms of speed for Germany is going to be risky for China. So maybe China wants to maybe have a look at some of the harder hybrid picks because some of those hybrids are downright nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. Hybrids have definitely gotten a pretty large step up, I feel like. As well as the LNs, really. Daisy Cutter. Definitely a very difficult map with 1.1 especially. And we'll see how all 6 of these players perform here. We've been seeing quite a lot of full combos for both teams so far in all of these maps.
it's also worth noting that we are seeing the same 3 players on the German side as really throughout the entire match.
It definitely does seem to be their core at this point. Maybe the map's getting this hard, there are 3 core players for the German team. So far, it looks like Germany has a very slight advantage. None of the accuracies are really that low, though, for either team.
Oh, it is very brittle, though. The lead is very volatile. It goes left and right, left and right. And there's no definite consensus currently as far as lead goes.
Oh, but here we're getting into a little bit of a slower section. It looks like Germany has a little bit of a lead, but that lead in quotation marks. Siewen dropping a few 200s now, but Germany still holds a little bit of a lead because Raymond Mia's also with quite low accuracies relative to some of the other players. I mean,
oh, no.
they're all at about 99.6 right now, all 6.
Oh no, Germany cannot let up. Like, the 2 bottom players might have the advantage in terms of accuracy, but China is actually catching up really fast. Mapflipper is actually catching up actually lost some accuracy, was actually ahead of Jigsaw for a little bit, but not too long. But hey, is that a break from Max and Miao, actually?
Yeah, there was a break earlier from Max and Miao dropping down. Miaz finds a trade, and now this lead is going to go very small. It's going to flick to Germany's side, actually, at the very last second. And wow, I think they managed to hold it. Oh, less than 1,000 points. 790 points in favor of Germany. That miss at the end from Miaz, really unfortunate timing. I think if that miss was like a second later, then there wouldn't have been enough time for Germany to come back. But they managed to clutch it out in the end. MVP here being Juksu, 99.68, not dropping accuracy at all in that second half.
Oh, that's a beautiful run from Jigsaw right here.
That's exactly what Germany needs. They're on the board now. They're in this match. They're only 1 breakpoint behind. So even though it is 3-1, it's really only 1 breakpoint that Germany needs to win, and they'll come right back in this match.
And considering how Ego went, it's perfectly reasonable for Germany to expect a breakpoint on something like NP Addiction, or even Justify My Love. Like, Justify My Love, this is the first Court Jack map of the entire tournament, and I don't think there's any information.
Yeah, it's risky. Justify My Love, as you said, it's a new map, new type of map we haven't seen so far. A little bit blind from China. I'm not sure if they're going to want to be able to pick it. Break-in rules, very, very easy to break combo on. So that's also a risky map in and of itself. But it's going to be the hybrids now that China are saying they don't really want to fight on the rice anymore. Let's try out a little bit of a different genre of map here.
Yeah, they're going with Azure Vixen, arguably one of the most physical hybrids of the pool.
Yeah, absolutely. All 3 hybrids to some extent are quite physical as well. So a little bit of unknown territory so far in this match, but we have seen Germany keep up with China in both the Rice and the LN so far, so maybe China, they're trying to find more of an avenue maybe they would have a little bit more of an advantage on. And we're seeing once again another unique swap from China, I think, Sunny coming in.
Yeah, I feel like the Chinese team is very, very versatile on different types of picks, whereas Germany is really the 3 same players from the beginning.
Yeah, so yeah, China's had the same 2 players on the bottom, but they've had Rebellion at the top for the first map, then Mafufu, then XZ, and now Sunny. So they've rotated through 4 different players on that top slot. But for the first time, it looks like Miaz is going to be taking a bit of a break. Rebellion coming back in. So yeah, China having that deep roster, they're going to be able to rotate out players a lot more, it seems like. And as the match gets longer and longer, this may play into China's advantage a little bit, being able to give some of their players a rest.
Yeah, speaking of, I think the Netherlands is also in the same situation as Germany. The Netherlands have kept their three players, like the three same players for the entirety of the match. It is right now 4-0 between France and Netherlands in favor of France.
5-0 right now in favor of Brazil against Thailand. Brazil showing a very, very clean performance right now on match point.
What is the sloppy performance on Daisy Cutter? 993, 992, 992, 994, 991.
Oh my god.
The worst scores from How to Play LN.
Man.
The worst scores from How to
That's
Play LN.
crazy. That's crazy. The winners bracket right now is a very, very difficult place to play in for all teams. But
yeah,
here we are.
I get a feeling that as hard as those maps are to the common people and to the losers bracket especially, like the winners bracket is just like breezing through it.
Here we go. We're seeing Azure Vixen here, hybrids for the first time, and as with all these maps, it's starting out very close. All 6 players looking like they can play this fairly well. Xiaowen dropping down to 99.1 though. A little bit of an accuracy drop on some of those bursts.
So far it looks very challengeable for Germany right now. One miss from the Chinese side and it could spell doom. And this map is very, very chokeable. I expect many misses.
Oh, and just as you say that, Xiaowen finds the first miss for Team Germany. Didn't drop down the accuracy that much though.
Yeah, it seems like it's a bit closer. It's a bit of a closer battle in terms of accuracy than the other rice picks, like other rice picks, because the long note element. The long note elements might matter more than one thinks.
Yeah, and all Rebellion. That's a really, really messy miss. Several misses and a lot of accuracy drop down to 99.09. Now lower than Xiaowen.
Oh,
and now with Juxu tying Reimu, Maxim Meow is higher than Sunny's accuracy and Xiaowen higher than Rebellion. Germany, they have the accuracy lead.
Oh, this is their chance to take it back, actually. And this is one of the breakpoints they need.
Yeah, this is a massive opportunity right now for Germany to be able to come back in this match, but there's still about half of the map left and so many choke points.
Oh man, going into this last quarter, it is absolutely crucial that everyone keeps on their toes.
This ACK lead is actually increasing for Germany right now. Sunny and Reimu dropping some accuracy. Juxu now the highest in the lobby, cleanly, and Rebellion.
Oh my god!
Multiple misses for Rebellion. Now Germany can afford misses of their own.
Oh my
Another
god!
one coming in. This is going to be it. Germany have a very, very strong lead now.
This long note section is actually doing work against China right now. I think that strategy-wise, they might have to be careful on the remaining hybrid picks, because this is dangerous. If I were China, I would not really go for something like Summer.
Yeah, this did not pay off for China, this pick, and Germany, they win the breakpoint that they were looking for. They are back into this match 100%. They get the next pick, and if they manage to win it, they'll be able to tie up the match completely.
Oh yeah, if Germany goes with something they're more comfortable with, maybe it's going to be the remaining long note pick, Peta Peta, or one of the hybrids, maybe Summer actually.
Yeah, you know, like if they're feeling spicy, if they think that they can beat China again on a hybrid, there's still 2 left.
And then there's still the SV. If Germany's feeling confident on the SVs, I know they have a nasty roster. If they're feeling confident on the SV, they might go for it.
They've got it.
Oh yes, let's go!
SV time, first SV map we're going to be seeing this round on stream. Line Zeta, the one that we're going to be expecting to see in most matches.
I am so hyped to see this. I'm so hyped to see this. This is a complete unknown. I have no idea of how these teams are going to perform.
This one is quite a reading challenge as well. I would say it's not too difficult to combo through, but accuracy is hard.
Yeah, like it might be at OD6, but it was at it is at OD6 because otherwise it would be an actual nightmare to go for accuracy on it.
Oh, absolutely. It's already hard. It does not feel like OD6 at all. These rhythms are not very straightforward.
Not at all, not at all.
Oh no. Oh no, Brazil just played Justify My Love. 999999998.7. Oh my god.
Oh my, what are those ratios?
You can't do this in quarterfinals. Oh wow. Yeah, everyone go have a look at the MP link for that match, Brazil versus Thailand, that last map. That's illegal.
Yeah, I feel like 999999 is basically Germany's reaction if they see this
hang on.
MP link.
Hang on. The highest 300 count on Germany not Germany but Brazil's team on that map was 38. That was the highest 300 count. That doesn't even, like, I can't even comprehend that. But there we are, Brazil, everyone, managing to win against Thailand in a clean sweep.
Clean sweep, but like Thailand is not even a bad team. They're one of the strongest long node teams, for example. I'm just speechless.
Yeah, Thailand is crazy strong. Yeah, right now we are going to see, here we go, the SV map starting between China and Germany. Germany's pick here, so they're going to be feeling at least a little bit confident on their own performances. But there's not much information to go off of for both teams.
Yeah, speaking of which, France and the Netherlands have played this map as well. Full lobby, full combo, and a win by 2,000 points from France.
Right now, it's looking like Germany has a little bit of a lead. Sunny dropped in quite a bit. Oh, that was a rough 200 on that chord from Sunny, dropping below 99%.
Yeah,
Germany's
right
going to
now,
hold this accuracy lead.
Germany feeling very confident on this pick with Punish and Maxim Miao actually carrying those teams. Maxim Miao with the accuracy drop, it's going to be very visible as we are not far in the node count.
Yeah, Punish and Maxim Miao getting a few 200s. Medium Keck dropping now down to 99.2, with Sunny recovering accuracy a little bit. XZ and Maxim tied. Mafufu and Punish tied as well. Medium Keck is just a little bit above Sunny, and that's the difference between the two teams. 200s from Germany, that's going to give it over to China.
Oh my god, this pick is actually really tough to watch because the combo doesn't even matter that much. It's all in the accuracy.
Medium Keck gets a few 200s on that stream just before, dropping below 99%. Now China misses. Sunny.
Whoa!
That is a really unfortunate miss there. This is a very low note count map. Misses are massive, especially when the accuracy lead is this close. Germany at this point, if they hold on to the combo, they should be able to win this point pretty cleanly. Accuracy is a little bit actually in China's favor, but not by enough to counteract that miss.
Yeah, I mean, if Germany drops a lot of accuracy, we might see the lead go towards China, but wow.
It's still possible. Oh, this is too close, actually. Oh, this lead is close.
This is very scary to watch, even with the combo.
Oh my god, China's gonna take it back a little bit. The 200s from Germany coming out in the LN section, and it's tied. Who knows?
What?
Oh my god,
it's going on?
But it looks like Germany hold on to it just less than 1,000 point difference again.
No way!
900 points exactly in favor of Germany, even with the miss from Sunny. The accuracy from China. XZ almost carrying that the entire way.
Oh my god, we had absolutely no way of figuring out where this was gonna go. The miss from Sunny was actually really a turn of events that really went to the advantage of Germany. It was a little bit lucky from Germany that it went the way it did.
Yeah, and now this is exactly what Germany wanted. 3-3, it's tied up. Now China, they've lost. They've lost a few maps in a row now. This is getting dangerous for them. Momentum definitely in Germany's side, even though, you know, a couple of those Germany wins were by less than 1,000 points. It's going to impact the morale quite a lot for both of these teams.
Wait, Hong Kong is actually leading 3-1 against Indonesia.
4-1 now, actually.
4-1, okay.
After picking up a win on Line Zeta. So actually, that's the lowest seeded team in Hong Kong, showing some actually extremely good consistency in team scores.
Yeah, that's what can happen in the losers bracket. Some teams just go full reversal and go full underdog and just scale differently.
Oh wait, no, it is 3-1. You're right. The Discord post was wrong, I guess. That's how it goes sometimes.
That's how it do be sometimes. But here we go. We're gonna go for NP Addiction. In my opinion, this is quite risky from China. But at the same time, the other picks, like, you don't want to pick long nose. You don't want to necessarily pick hybrids. And among the Rise picks, I would have gone for the technical picks. But okay, NP Addiction might not be as bad as I think.
Yeah, this one, it's more straightforward, closer to RAM in terms of structure. Not too technical, but yeah, we saw some pretty close accuracies from both of these teams, but China did end up taking RAM. So if they manage to pull off a similar kind of accuracy lead on some slower jump streams here, then this could definitely be a positive pick for China.
We're just gonna have to see. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I think accuracy is gonna matter a lot, but combo breaks might make or break a team.
Looks like Maxim Meow's being subbed out right now for Punish, who's staying in after Line Zeta.
That's an interesting switch. Because Maxim, you would expect Maxim to be one of the leads in terms of, I guess, stamina, consistency, and accuracy as a whole for Germany.
Yeah, definitely an extremely strong accuracy player, but we'll see how it ends up playing out now. This is fairly long map, over 3 minutes long, and a lot of it is going to be non-stop jump stream. So far, both teams basically tied up. No large advantages either way, but we still haven't got into the mainstreams just yet.
Yeah, we're gonna see the actual trend once the actual jump stream go.
Here we go. China starting to eke out a little bit of an advantage. Punish and Xiaiwen both dropping accuracy, a few 200s here and there. While China, their whole team staying consistent within this 99.8 zone.
Wow, absolutely no signs of weakness from China right now.
Yeah, Punish dropping a little bit more accuracy down to 99. Now China have a very, very solid accuracy lead. And yeah, they are feeling comfortable on this one. This is a much needed advantage that they haven't seen in a while.
Oh,
and Punish finding a miss there. It's going to be a bigger advantage for Team China now. All three of them actually improving their accuracies. Remu 99.9. Lowest accuracy being 99.82 on Team China. That's hard to contend with from Germany.
Yeah, there's a huge lead for China right now, and gonna be very hard for Germany to manage to catch back up to this kind of accuracy. This is an incredible performance from the Chinese team. But yeah, NP addiction is actually quite tricky in its polyrhythmic focus in terms of jumps.
Yeah, absolutely. And very long stream sections now coming in. Any kind of stamina that might be building up for these players is definitely going to start showing now. But China, Mia's actually finding quite a few 200s there. But ultimately still going to be a very, very large accuracy lead for China.
Yeah, Mia's with the really high scroll speed, and when you compare it to Punish, it's actually a little bit jarring.
Yeah, pretty big differences in scroll speed there. At the end of the day, this is very clean win for China, the first one in a while. Five full combos overall here, it looks like.
Oh, Punish with the ending.
That wasn't a curse. That wasn't one of the full combos, thankfully.
Oh, Jixu and Reimu with both really clean scores, and also shout out to Sunny. Wow, V1SS on this. It's really a great showing of consistency, but unfortunately China is going to be having more consistency than Germany. But I guess that's how it goes. It is China's pick, so...
Very solid win for China there. China's own pick, they finally won one after 3 in a row for Germany. But now, Germany haven't lost it just yet. Of course, they're still very much in it. But they are going to have to win their next pick now. 1 LN map left, Peter. And 2 hybrids if they want to go to those.
Oh, wow. The Netherlands are actually catching up to France at 2 points in a row on the hybrids.
Yeah, actually, a lot of these matches that are happening right now are starting to get close. Hong Kong and Indonesia currently 3-2 in favor of Hong Kong. Indonesia has been catching up after a few points in a row at the start for Hong Kong.
Is this the sign of comebacks? Is this the sign of comebacks? Is Germany gonna also do a comeback? Well, arguably, China and Germany are in a status quo right now. They're in correct equilibrium, and they're gonna go with Summer. I feel that that's a reasonable choice. I'm not sure if in the combo department it's gonna be entirely safe, but we can only hope.
Yeah, they did win. It was their best win just before on one of those hybrid maps. So Germany hoping that hybrid is, one of those avenues that they can start getting a little bit more points against China on. This one in particular, a lot of mini jacks, a lot of LNs. So combo game is going to matter quite a lot here.
Germany back to their usual roster: Maximiao, Jixu, and Shaiwen.
Yeah, Max and Meow actually, after sitting that one out, is going to be probably a little bit recovered, a little bit less worn out than before. So maybe also that map was a good opportunity to give one of German players a rest, because they have, as we said before, they have been playing everything.
Yeah, arguably it's been the case for some Chinese players as well. I think Reimu played most, if not all, of the maps.
I think Reimu's played every single map, yeah. So the stamina aspect may start to come in for players like Reimu. Juksu has been in for every map, as well as Xiaowin. But here we go, another one of these hybrids. We'll see if this ends up favoring Germany. Right now, Xiaowin dropping accuracy just a little bit, down to 99.0. That's going to give China a little bit of an advantage, but not too much.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see if the accuracy is actually stabilizing on Xiaowin's side, but it's not going to be so straightforward.
Oh, Mia's finding a break on one of those mini jacks, it looks like. But the accuracy is still in favor of China. That was a very clean break, no big accuracy drop. Germany, it looks like they're going to be able to take the lead nonetheless off of that.
Yeah, this is only the beginning of the map as well, so it's pretty much a precursor for the actual map.
Germany's going to start having to build up their accuracies a little bit if they want to be able to keep this lead, because we can already see Mia's is back up to above 400 combo, and the lead is tiny. It's going to start shrinking unless the accuracies start getting closer.
Here we go in the drop, and Raymond immediately drops.
1 full combo against 3 right now. Max and Meow actually trades that right away, but it's a very, very clean drop. Reimu's came with quite a significant accuracy drop. Skywin now finding a miss. And now China's going to start taking the lead.
Yeah, it actually starts trading right now, and this pick seems very volatile for both of the teams.
Oh, Mia's finding a miss. That could be enough for Germany to be able to take it back. It's really close, but they need to hold on to these combos. There's a little bit left of the map. And it looks like Germany's going to start taking the lead here. Mia's reaching 400 combo now, but it looks like Germany just managed to win 1,000 points again. 1,043. How do they keep getting away with it?
Oh my god, that was very unnerving to see, because yes, Mia's was building combo back to the 400 mark, so I was expecting the lead to go towards Germany a little bit. But if Germany lost even more accuracy than they did, it would have been towards China still. It is very scary to watch.
Oh man, look at these scores. Look at how close they are. Everyone right now. Jixu is the one that's putting in so much work. 988k, clearly above everyone else in the lobby right now, and it's keeping them in 4-4 now. Both teams, they have 1 pick left.
Yeah,
they're guaranteed to both have 1 pick.
Yeah, I feel like the dynamics between each team is quite different, with Jixu being an absolutely consistency pillar of Germany, and China being more homogeneous actually.
Oh, and here we go, Justify My Love. China's taking a risk here. It's going to be the Cord Jack map.
Oh, I don't know how that's going to go, because Punish is actually going to be coming in instead of Saiwin.
Yeah, this Jack, Cord Jack is one of those kind of skill sets where, especially at BPMs like this, 140 BPM at this density, it's either you're comfortable on it and you can play it, or you cannot. And if you can't play it, you're going to have a rough time.
Wow. If you are tuning in right now to this 4-4 match, this is not a classic 4-4. There has been some back and forth between the teams, but it's not like the usual back and forth. It's very ambiguous. It's a very interesting match so far.
In the meantime, it does look like France has managed to close out their match against the Netherlands 6-2. But in the meantime, Indonesia versus Hong Kong is tied up 3-3, so still 2 dead even matches happening currently.
Oh god. If we're having 2 tiebreakers at the same time, that's gonna be a little bit of a...
Oh, that's the dream. At the very least, though, it looks like Indonesia versus Hong Kong are 2 maps behind this match, so... there's always the possibility we can have a tiebreaker on stream and then immediately switch over to another tiebreaker.
Wow. Tiebreakers back-to-back in commentary. Imagine.
The ideal situation there.
Yeah, just
we'll have to see it. Have to see both of these teams here win their own picks if we want to see a tiebreaker, or win each other's picks. We'll see a few swaps coming in here.
Yeah, just the usual in the background, like behind the scenes match fixing, Just kidding, there's no match fixing. Anyways, let's get that information.
my god, Germany off to a little bit of an accuracy advantage. But Punish dropping an accuracy, so is Rebellion actually. Dropping quite a lot, both of them. Rebellion finds an early miss. That's going to give Germany a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I don't know if Rebellion is totally comfortable with those, with some of those triple anchors.
Look at Juxu and Max and Meow right now. 99.96, 99.94. Raymers and Sunny are both holding 99.9s as well. It's very close between these two teams with that one miss. Right now, it's what's deciding it. Germany has a little bit of an accuracy advantage as well. Here we go into some denser patterns here. All 6 players holding on.
Wow, we have two machines per country right now. Like two players above 99.9 on China's side.
Maxi Meow drops accuracy down to 99.83. Still with the full combo, but it's going to mean that Germany's accuracy lead is a little bit smaller now. They still have that miss going for them though.
Yeah, Punish has a big role in Germany's team. They might be the third player, but the third player is as important as the first one.
Punish's role right now to beat out Rebellion, and so far, accuracy's a tie between the two players, but Raymond finds a miss right at the start of the last section right now, and Germany.
No!
Maxim is going to trade it. It's traded out, but Maxim misses again, and that's a big accuracy drop down to 99.63. That was one of the highest accuracies on Germany. Raymond's still on 99.85. This is an accuracy lead for China, and they're going to start running away with the point lead. Maxim Meow misses again.
Oh no, stamina issues. This is starting to be very, very strenuous.
Yeah, the density at the very end really does pick up in this map. And China just managing to steal their own point back at the very end.
Oh no, Maxim going from 99.7 to 99.39. Oh,
look at that 300 count by Juxu as well.
I think
clean
what
scores
happens,
as well from Sunny and Rainbow, but wow.
Yeah, those are really clean ratios from China. Juxu with 60, that's just laser precision. Yeah, in any case, I think that Maxim might have stressed a little bit when they saw the first miss going on.
Yeah, that was very, very close to being a break point for Germany, and that would have been catastrophic for China. But right now, Germany are the ones that are on the edge. They need to win their own pick, but luckily they do get to pick the next map. And it's definitely not going to be breaking rules. Could be Meteor, could be Peta Peta.
Yeah, one of the two, but I feel like I feel like they're gonna go with long notes, as I think they've won all of their long note picks.
They've won one of them. They didn't win Desperado Waltz.
Oh, that's fair. It was very close though.
Yeah, they've won both of the hybrids though, and they've decided to go. I mean, even though we're saying they've won some of these maps, it's been by 1,000 points for 3 of them.
Oh
see if Germany can pull it off once again here. The third hybrid pick being picked. The last pick of the regular picks, that is. If Germany win this, we get tiebreaker. If China win this, they manage to end the match early.
What is even going on in Hong Kong versus Indonesia? Indonesia just won Justify My Love with a 998 run. Well, 2 998 runs from Rei and Adisa. Really respectable ratios as well.
Yeah, actually Indonesia winning 4 points in a row in that match, 4-3 now, so that's starting to get really, really close. Indonesia starting to run away with the match a little bit.
Oh, that's super interesting that Indonesia is actually managing to make the comeback. Actually, is their train gonna stop? Is there no stop, no restraints train gonna stop? But
Here we
anyways,
go.
let's go back to this match. This might be the last pick before the tiebreaker, potential tiebreaker, guys.
And remember as well, Germany's life in this tournament is on the line right now. Trying to manage to win this map. Germany is out of the tournament. Extremely important point for both teams. Solid starts from both teams right now. Shywin dropping in accuracy a little bit, but so does Sunny. Both evening out each other there.
Oh,
Mia's finding an early miss there. It's slightly after the 400 combo mark though, so that's going to have the full effect of a miss in the middle of the map.
That's
Germany
still the
get
beginning of the
slightest
map.
lead.
It's the beginning of the map, though. Anything could still happen because this is a very, very physical type of hybrids and very stamina draining. You have to wonder if, for example, Max and Miao can hold it until the end.
We're a third of the way in now, still 5 full combos on the board and a tiny lead for Germany right now. Accuracy lead is actually in China's favor due to Sunny winning out over Xiaowin in the accuracy department. Mia's, despite the miss, has one of the highest accuracies in the entire lobby.
Oh, this is very, very nerve-wracking to watch. Jixu actually pulling ahead along with Maximiao. Both have the same type of accuracy. Maximiao is going to be dropping a tiny bit of accuracy. Quite dangerous to go against China here. The lead is getting smaller and smaller. Oh,
Reimu!
no!
Big miss from Reimu on the LNs there. That's going to be 2 full combos gone for China. Only Sunny left with the full combo. Accuracy lead now very, very close. Xiaowin is caught up now with Reimu.
Oh, man.
Germany actually has maybe a little bit of an accuracy lead potentially, but Jixu misses! That's the biggest score for Germany right now, and that's going to be huge. China now have they might be able to take back the score lead, but it's so hard to be able to say.
Is that the first miss of the match for Jixu? Jixu has
I think it actually is.
Oh my god! It might cost them the match, actually! Look at the lead, it's going back to China!
Oh my god, China have the tiniest point lead right now, but can they hold on? It's the very last few seconds of the map. They just need to hold on to the combos now, and they managed to win!
Oh,
2,000 points of difference. 2,003 in favor of China despite the misses.
It all came down to a trade. It all came down to a trade. Germany could have gone to tiebreaker, and I do not know how the tiebreaker could have gone.
That was extremely close. Germany could not have made that any closer, but China, they managed to just barely get themselves out of this match. They're going to win 6-4. And unfortunately for Germany, this means that they are eliminated from MWC this year, but what an insane showing.
Wow, like, I remember Germany last year. Germany last year had very little to go against their bracket, but here they're actually putting up 6-4 against China. 4 points against China. China is a really strong team and one that is gonna go onwards in the losers bracket and potentially they have another match in the weekend, and that match is gonna be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, losers bracket from this week onwards, they are going to be playing potentially multiple matches, 2 matches per week. So we're going to see more of China later on tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Russia or Peru? Oh my god. Like,
exciting matches all around.
Russia and Peru against China, that's gonna be some close matchups as well. Oh my god. And we cannot even take a rest. The next match is soon. Like, there's still one match going on. That's Indonesia versus Hong Kong right now. But there's another match that we need to broadcast as well. Vietnam versus Argentina. In exactly like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
Oh my god! And in the background, it's been a full hour now. Indonesia versus Hong Kong still going. Indonesia 5-3.
Jeez. I believe you have a commentator switch up also for this match. I'm not absolutely sure if we want to do the switch, but we can. I will be staying in, but we might welcome our new commentator.
Yeah, any second now. And welcome here. We are going to be switching out. Me going to be leaving now, but we have a very good commentator here in Toph Daddy.
Hello, hello. This has been a really interesting block so far. China versus Germany went a little further than I expected it to, so already a pretty exciting start, as well as Indonesia versus Hong Kong in the background going pretty far as well. But like you guys said, we do have Vietnam versus Argentina here.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be continuing to monitor the situation between Indonesia versus Hong Kong, because if this goes to the tiebreaker, this is absolutely major.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, I could definitely expect, Hong Kong has been performing extremely well. I think a lot of their lost points have been a result of chokes on their own side, potentially. I mean, Indonesia very strong in their own right, having some very strong scores outside of that. But, coming back from a 0-3 position to bring it to match point in your own favor, 5-3, is definitely not going to be looking good for Hong Kong in that scenario. But here we've got a new match with Vietnam-Argentina, another losers bracket match, I believe.
Let me take a look, actually, and I think it is the case, yes.
So another high-stakes matchup coming here. Loser will be knocked out of the tournament, and we see that Vietnam actually ended up losing that role, giving the first ban off to Vietnam, and then second ban and first pick off to Argentina. And I'm not totally sure what to expect out of bans and picks from either side. I need to look back on their previous matches to figure out what they were comfortable with, but Vietnam immediately going for the SV2 ban, which already we shouldn't be seeing that as too much of a surprise. I think it's been banned in all of the matches so far.
What is more surprising to see on the SV2 ban is that it's coming from Vietnam. Vietnam is very scary SV lineup to speak of. But maybe they're hiding information for their next match.
Definitely are a scary SV team, and yeah, like you said, might be saving it for that next match, since if they do manage to get through this match against Argentina, they will be moving on in the losers bracket to play yet another match this weekend. The first weekend in which we're having conditional matches based on who wins in the losers bracket, but we're still waiting for that first ban to come out of Argentina and their pick, while Desperado Waltz has finished off in the Indonesia versus Hong Kong match, and Hong Kong manages to take it by 392 points.
This is ridiculous.
What is going on, man?
Absolutely ridiculous.
I don't understand this really anymore. 392 points is a little too close. There were I think probably 6 or 7 maps between 1,000 points. Wait, just in the matches we've seen.
Look at the combo from Albert. I think they either missed at the beginning or at the end, so it was basically a loss right at the end.
Yeah, wow, that's really close, and that's really unfortunate for Indonesia, but they still are on match point with that, and I believe that was Hong Kong's pick, so they'll get their own pick to try and avoid the tiebreaker there.
Yeah, in any case, the winner of Vietnam versus Argentina are going to be facing France. France, who have won against the Netherlands just now.
Indeed, and we're starting to get picks out of the way here for this match. First pick coming out of Argentina is going to be Ego, so it looks like they're going to be starting off with the Rice section of this map pool. And I could expect Vietnam to potentially go for those long notes hybrids, given the LN1 ban coming out of Argentina there.
Yeah, I feel like Argentina as a whole is more comfortable than Rice, but what you have to know about Vietnam is that Vietnam is also very comfortable on Rice, so might be a little bit of a tough situation, tough strategy to go for.
Definitely, but this has been a relatively, somewhat popular pick. I mean, we saw the equivalent from round of 32 picked quite a lot as well, being Black Lawn Finale from there. This one just a lot faster, but a little bit shorter overall at that 1 minute and 42 seconds mark. So it's definitely like an in and out kind of map. You don't want to be making mistakes on maps this short either, because of it'll have more of an effect on your score than accuracy will, in comparison to if it was a long map like, say, NP Addiction is in this map pool.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting to compare both of the teams' well-being on this pool. Reminder that going from round of 16 to quarterfinals, there's quite a bit of difficulty increase, and this difficulty increase might be deadly, especially to some of the teams in the losers bracket. In any case, both teams are still getting ready to perform on this quite short pick.
Just waiting for the final player in Vietnam. Looks like Sevelia is able to get swapped in for Vietnam here, and we should have our 6 players to get into map number 1 for Vietnam versus Argentina out of a possible 11.
Yeah, speaking of which, Indonesia versus Hong Kong is playing Meteor and Trucks, potentially I guess that is the last regular pick before a potential tiebreaker in their match.
Yeah, it's either going to tiebreaker. Indonesia's going to be winning this. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But for now, we have the map starting of Ego, and we'll see if this first pick from Argentina pays off.
First pick of the match, we are going to be seeing how each team is faring.
Indeed, we're getting the first couple of broken jump stream bursts coming in here, and a pretty small accuracy lead for Vietnam here. Looks like Stoneworm and C90 are falling a little bit behind. All 3 Vietnam players above the 99.8. Edachim's keeping up with them, but like I said, Stoneworm, C90 dropping a little bit lower below the 99.7s right now. But that is not that big of an accuracy lead for Vietnam. Still within range that a couple mistakes could definitely start swinging this over to Argentina's favor.
Yeah, Vietnam right now was looking like a united performance, but T1 Gaming is going to be ditching the first miss, and that's going to be very fatal to the lead right now, going to Argentina.
Indeed, and that was a pretty nasty drop, dropping from the mid 99.8s down below the 99.7s. But like I said, even singular misses can cause pretty major score losses. We're seeing about a 10,000 point difference just off of that one miss, though the accuracies on Vietnam are starting to drop just a little bit overall, and it looks like I still think Vietnam has the accuracy lead over Argentina here.
However, Argentina is making their accuracy back, but one combo break is going to be 2
combo break. Oh, but Tridon trades it back again. And Argentina's going to be able to hold on to that lead with the 2 full combos to 2 here outside of that burst.
Oh my god, what a back and forth. What a back and forth between the 2. Wow, what a united looking lobby, actually. The performances are actually looking very comparable between Vietnam and Argentina, so I feel like the rest of the Rise picks might be very, very spicy looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most, or assuming, I mean, Argentina picked it first, I would assume it's their most comfortable pick. And that was already pretty close. We'll have to see how the performances end up on, say, the long notes and hybrids, see if those are just as close, because this could be a very interesting match if that's the case.
Unfortunately, we're not gonna see a tiebreaker between Indonesia and Hong Kong. Indonesia closing it in 6-4 against Hong Kong. Great job, Hong Kong. That was actually really good to see, not even on stream, but from behind the scenes in the MP link alone.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous match. They're unfortunate that Hong Kong was not able to get it to the tiebreaker there, and with that, I do believe that is going to be Hong Kong knocked out of the tournament alongside Netherlands from those previous matches. So unfortunate to see them go, but Indonesia will be moving on in that losers bracket to... I don't have the bracket up. I need to open it.
I do have some matches in front of me. So they're going to be facing either Australia or Chile.
Yeah, Australia or Chile. That's going to be really interesting. That match, I think, is going to be really interesting to see as well. And that one should be happening sometime... Okay, it's going to be happening in like 12 hours from now or something.
Yeah, they're not gonna know their opponents until very late in the game, but they're at least gonna have some information in the form of MP links and performances. Speaking of performances, we are going into Desperate Waltz, and Vietnam opting for the long note strategy. And seeing their lineup, I feel that's reasonable.
Yeah, definitely reasonable, and especially looking at that ban coming up from Argentina, Peta Peta, not surprising to see them just digging right into that long note pool.
Nice roll from Greedham, by the way.
Indeed, and it looks like there aren't going to be any switch outs for either team here. MP Star Command coming in very, very quickly. Both teams getting ready to get down to business. Vietnam looking to take a point right back from Argentina after losing that first pick and bring it to an even match 1-1 on Desperado Waltz here.
Yes, this long note pick is going to be more density focused, and it's going to be a bit more physical than their counterparts.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more on that physical side of long notes, more akin to an inverse pick than a more release or a coordination-oriented LN chart. We're already starting to see a pretty significant lead in favor of Vietnam here. All three Argentinian players at that 99.4 or lower here, whereas Watt with a 99.9 and Sevelia and Tridon just below the 99.8 range. Gonna have a pretty big accuracy lead here. I think already we're only a quarter of the way through the map, and I think we might even be within distance that Vietnam could drop combo once and still maintain a lead just based off their accuracy.
Yeah, Stoneworm is actually getting back some accuracy for Argentina, but it's not going to be enough. C90 and Greedham are actually gaining back some accuracy, kind of following the path of Stoneworm. Going into the later half of the map. The later half of the map is more challenging than the first one, and this is where we might see some reversals.
Yeah, absolutely. These long notes start getting a little bit denser, but those gaps are not the easiest to handle. They're a little bit bigger than might be comfortable for some players. But all of Argentina is trying to build their accuracy back up, but it's not going to be enough right now with all three Vietnamese players holding on to higher accuracies than their Argentinian counterparts. That lead pretty big here. Looks like about 30,000 points of difference, potentially within range of one or multiple misses now. Vietnam just having a lot of room to work with on this map. No one getting tripped up by that trill either, and it looks like Vietnam should be able to take this comfortably as we get into the final patterns of this map.
Yeah, I don't think there is enough runway for Argentina to make it back, even with several misses from the Vietnamese team. We're going to see how these last shots are going to go for both of the teams.
Final Trill, Stoneworm being the only player to drop there. 5 full combos outside of that as well. But that is going to be a 33,000 point victory for Vietnam. Very safe pick for them. Very well done for them. But it's going to go back to Argentina's pick, where I could expect to see some more Rice. I think Ram is not a bad guess for what's going to be coming out from Argentina, just based on them having one on Ego, which has that similar structure, just instead of broken being like constant faster jump stream.
Actually interesting to see the Argentinian team score. They have very, very similar 200 counts, 23, 23, and 22, also kind of a similar ratio. So it's basically kind of like having 3 of the same player on the field.
I like this pick. We're seeing Line Zeta come out, so Argentina already digging into that SV pool, going with Ego as their first Rice pick, but jumping out of it just a little bit to go for the counterpart to what Vietnam had banned. But you also did mention that Vietnam has had some pretty strong SV scores throughout this tournament, so it's going to be a little bit of a risky pick coming out of Argentina very early on in this match.
Yeah, the SV picks are always the most interesting to see in terms of, I guess, point contention. Because on paper, Vietnam might be good on SVs, but you never know what Argentina can work behind the scenes in training.
We're seeing a lot of swap outs. We see Frostleaf come in. We also see BL5 Mi Waifu, if that's how you pronounce that. And Leon Cat coming in for Argentina here. We don't see anyone else swapping out right now, so this might be our 6 players going in for our SV pick of this match.
Yeah, I think those are the actual lineups. But yeah, the previous showdown on Line Zeta was very... In terms of back and forth, you gotta have a look at the accuracy, especially because this is a very volatile pick in terms of accuracy. You lose, you blink your eye once, you lose maybe 0.5 accuracy.
Yeah, you also have to be really careful about certain parts of this map, especially towards the end where those rhythms get a little bit less predictable. It stays pretty swingy for the first, 2/3 of it, and the ending kind of just pushes some bursts in that can really mess with you, especially if you're not well practiced on this. And the long notes especially can be pretty hard because, you have a lot of those quad LNs with some inverse, and a lot of times they'll transition just with a quad. And if you mess up the timing of that, that's potentially 8 200s all at once. And that is going to hurt some players' scores if they're not hitting those rhythms accurately. But we'll have to see how the players approach these sections. Like I said, the first 2/3 a little bit easier to stay consistent on with that constant swing rhythm. But looks like coming out of that intro, Vietnam with a slight accuracy lead.
Yeah. What's also very satisfying to see on stream is how all of those players, well, a couple of those players are actually good snapping. It shows that they have this in training already, so it's going to be very interesting to watch. But for now, Vietnam is going to have the big accuracy lead, actually, at the T1, and Lot leading their way, and Frostleaf actually getting almost as good as in accuracy as Stoneworm, their best asset in Argentina's side.
Yeah, the big difference maker right now being Leon Cat at that 99.4, but Frostleaf actually does find a little bit of an accuracy drop, still ahead of Leon Cat, and will maintain an accuracy lead for Vietnam up to this point. But this is the start of those awkward rhythms that can really start to mess with your accuracy. We're getting into that final third of this map right about now.
Yeah, we see a tiny bit, well, 2 consecutive accuracy drops from Frostleaf, for example, which is going to give a bit of the lead back to Argentina, but not quite enough yet to give the entire lead back to Argentina.
Yeah, but these long notes are starting to come in. Frostleaf drops a little bit of accuracy, but BL5 and Leon Cap both trade a little bit of accuracy dropping. Look at Tridone and not Lock go. Along with Stoneworm on the Argentinian side, not to be forgotten here. 3 players above 99.6, but it is those 2 really high accuracies, just a 1 for Argentina here. And Vietnam looking very strong to be able to take this, despite 6 full combos around the board so far.
Yeah, it might be It might be a bit of an easy SV to full combo, but in terms of accuracy, that's what the teams need.
Wow,
to actually
3
get
players with 10 200s. Look at Frostleaf, BL5, and Leoncat. All 3 of them such similar accuracies.
Wow, there's only really the 100s that set them apart.
Actually,
Frostleaf
I didn't even notice that. They have like the exact same score. That's so interesting to look at.
Yeah, they're like 500 points apart. If that was a 1v1 match, everyone would pretty much go insane.
But that is going to be a breakpoint for Vietnam there, and it's going to go back to their own pick where they can really start to push their momentum forward. And they have another long note pick available in Daisy Cutter, so I would not be surprised to see Vietnam immediately go for a pick like that, especially after such a dominant win on Desperado Waltz.
Yeah, I feel like that's their best pick, but they might want to keep that best pick for later and maybe dabble on some of the hybrids. But no, they're going immediately for it. But yeah, Daisy Cutter very wildcard in its approach, very technical as well. Very chokeable.
Very chokeable. There's a lot of awkward parts in this map. I think, especially once you get out of the break in the middle, there's a section that goes that has a couple of awkward rhythms and singular columns being held down for extended periods of time, just with notes in the middle of them, and that can, for me, that part's really easy to mess up and really easy to mind block as well.
Yeah, that's entirely true. And maybe some of the players might opt for 1 mirror or 2. As we are waiting for the Argentinian long note roster. As for Vietnam, I don't know if Frostleaf is gonna switch. Frostleaf is gonna switch in favor of Australia.
Then we see Greedum coming in for Argentina. Might expect to see C90 in, as they were in on the Desperado Waltz pick prior, but we are still waiting for that 3rd slot to be filled for Argentina.
Yes, indeed. We are seeing in the chat that they are waiting for C90 to join, and C90 is effectively in. We are almost ready to go.
Yeah, we got all 6 players, just gotta make sure everyone ready is up, and we'll be good to go for this map. Vietnam looking to solidify their lead, bring it 3-1. Argentina in a pretty precarious situation early on in this match, already down a break point. This could be an opportunity for them, though, if they're able to be consistent on Daisy Cutter to hopefully take that point back.
Yeah, in any case, if Argentina does not manage to get the break point on this, then the hope relies entirely on the remaining hybrids and Rise picks of this map pool.
Getting through the intro, which is not too bad in terms of overall difficulty, especially on the release portion or the wild card aspects that we're starting to get into now. Have a little bit of an accuracy drop from Sevelia on Vietnam, but Greedom and C90 are both dropping below that point. But Sevelia does find a combo break in this early section, and despite the accuracy lead for Vietnam, it looks like Argentina is going to be able to take a small lead, but looks like a little bit too many accuracy drops from Argentina. And looks like Vietnam, despite that miss, will be able to maintain their lead.
Yeah, well, that combo break is surely making things a little bit closer than expected. So Vietnam should be careful going forward. And we are getting into the quote-unquote problematic section for some people soon.
Yeah, this part's definitely really hard to keep yourself straight on. The rhythm's changing a lot. 3-column inverse requiring a lot of coordination, and this is the single column hold down that I was talking about, especially on those outer columns. We're not seeing anyone drop combo here. Despite 3 full combos to 2, Vietnam is maintaining that lead solely off of the accuracy that is coming out of Tridome Gaming, and a lot here. Griam does find a combo break right at the end, though, and it's going to solidify the lead that Vietnam has and bring it to a 3-1 score mark.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for the combo of Argentina. They could have had a 3-way full combo showing, but it was so close. And wow, this score from Lot is actually really, really good in terms of international performance. Not to give too much of a, not to shadow too much Taekwon Gaming's performance, because getting any score above 990k on basic at a 1.1, let me stress the 1.1 here, is really hard.
Indeed, we have Argentina coming in for a pick. They went with SV last time. That ended up backfiring a little bit, but they did win a point on Ego. I said this last time, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Ram coming out as Argentina's next pick. I could also see NP Addiction, given the that's a little bit less physical, just a little bit more stamina intense, and if Argentina can hold the stamina, it might be easier to keep that accuracy up on a map like NP Addiction.
I feel like Argentina, if they're a little bit confident in terms of physicality, might go for Fiona.
That could be true too, but I'm not sure they want to go for pure physicality against a team like Vietnam, who has players that were performing extraordinarily well, you know, especially looking back at last year on the finals pool, almost making it into top 4, just getting knocked out on the tiebreaker there. But we are still waiting for that pick from Argentina. It's going to be interesting to see what they go with, and Ram is going to be the pick. So going into the speedier jump stream pick as their second dive into the rice pool.
Yeah, and Ram being almost TV size, almost very close to 1 minute and 30 seconds long, any single miss will hurt a lot in terms of lead and score. So I feel like Argentina wants to play strictly for combo here.
Yeah, absolutely. We see other teams coming back in for Argentina. Vietnam having a swap out for themselves. Sevelia leaving the lobby, waiting for that replacement to come in for the third player here. I'm not sure who to expect, honestly. I think was Sevelia playing in on Ego? I feel like they were.
I think they were, yeah. Sevelia is one of the main Vietnamese carries as a whole.
Yeah, so it's surprising to see them leave on a pick like Ram, which seems like right up Sevelia's alley. Interested to see who comes in that third slot for Vietnam.
Maybe someone like Manifestio, who has been one of their backups.
And you called it. It looks like Tridon is asking where Manifestio is right now. Trying to get that invite or just getting them moved into the lobby so that they can take over for this very fast jump stream pick. And hopefully Vietnam hopefully looking to take another breakpoint, but Argentina looking to just keep themselves in this match right now.
Yeah, in any case, Sevelia actually switching out Sevelia might make this point more interesting than it seems on paper.
Still Tridon leaving the slot. Still waiting for that third player.
Figuring out.
I think something weird's going on from the perspective of our ref. There's Magnifestio. Okay, we have our 6 players now.
We have all our little farm here. Little player farm.
Looks like that was a miscommunication problem on the side of Vietnam. Magnifestio thinking Sevelia would be in on this.
But what? How is their organization?
No one knows what's going on anymore, but it looks like the Vietnam team will be sticking with this squad for Ram in this scenario, Magnifestio being in for Sevelia. And other teams coming in for the side of Argentina as the main swap outs. As I said, Vietnam looking to snag another breakpoint. Argentina looking to maintain any kind of, or not maintain anything, but like trying to keep themselves within this match.
Anyways, good luck to all of the players involved in this lobby, as we are going to be going in soon. Hopefully.
And here we go. Map number 5 out of a possible 11. Very fast jump stream burst right out of the gate. No one having any major issues here. Lowest accuracy coming out of it is going to be C90 on the 99.77, but that's still very strong. Vietnam just holding a slightly better accuracy through this section, but not by a whole lot.
Oh, Tidwon actually dropping some accuracy, dropping down to 99.7, and that's going to be balancing things out a little bit.
But C90 does find a combo break there, and it's going to help Vietnam maintain the lead after that accuracy drop from Tridon. Not to mention Edichin's also dropping just a little bit of accuracy. Stoneworm doing Stoneworm things, keeping up with the accuracy of the Vietnamese side. But now with the combo break and the accuracy disadvantage from Argentina, there's going to need to be some help coming from Vietnam in order for Argentina to come back in this match.
Tidwon actually catching up in accuracy to 99.86. That's actually pretty interesting to see. God coming from 99.7. And missing even once in this pick actually spells doom for your team if the other team is not missing in return.
And here we go into the last quarter. A very short map, only a minute and a half. So we're already coming into the final bits of jump stream, and Vietnam not looking like they're giving any signs of stopping. Magnifestio looking like the MVP for Vietnam, despite being confused about whether they were playing or not.
Tridon,
no! What was that?
Did you forget about the last notes of the map?
Wow, unfortunate to break the triple full combo for Vietnam, but they will maintain that victory there and bring it 4-1 in their favor. Back onto their own pick, looking to push this into match point.
Yeah, it's looking good right now, and wow, I did not expect this performance from Magnifestio. I would expect such a performance from someone like Sevelia, but Magnifestio, a great surprise for Vietnam right now.
Yeah, it looks like you were actually right about Tridon just completely forgetting that the last note of that map existed.
Well, I mean, the song does not exactly sound like it's over, though. How would you confuse that?
I mean, there's a pretty big gap between the notes. I've done that before. Plenty of times.
I mean, I've done that in a tournament before, but it was another song, I guess.
Hybrid 1 comes out as the pick from Vietnam, digging into the hybrid pool now that they're out of long note picks. I'm kind of surprised to see Matiern come out as the first hybrid from Vietnam, especially given how rice heavy this is.
Yeah, I would have expected Summer before Matier, but I feel like Vietnam does also feel like they would have to go through Matier to I guess, in this match. Or maybe they're more comfortable on mid tier as a whole.
Potentially. I mean, Azure Vixen and Summer are both quite difficult to keep consistent combo on. So I guess it's not that surprising to see them wanting to go for something a little bit more on the straightforward side, but still staying within the hybrid pool that they're definitely going to be wanting to pick out of.
Well, let's see how it pans out. But you gotta watch how you're performing as well, because I feel like in mid tier, in particular, combo is gonna matter a fair amount. It's not an extremely long pick either, so gotta be careful.
Yeah, not extremely long. Still is in that 2.5 minute mark, so it's a lot longer than some of the maps that we have been seeing played in this match. So it'll give them a little bit more time and a little bit more forgiveness for having combo breaks. But Vietnam has been very strong about the accuracy and combo side of things, which, you know, just goes to show their ability to perform at this level. But Argentina's not been doing bad on the consistency side of things. They've just been getting knocked a little bit behind in terms of accuracy overall from Vietnam and finding the occasional miss. So we could definitely see something interesting develop coming out of Matern.
Getting synced up.
And here we go. Opening patterns, we're seeing quite a few accuracy drops all across the board. Lot and Tridon seem to be the only ones not too heavily affected by that opening long note section, but everyone's starting to build their accuracy back up now now as we hit that 400 combo mark and get into a little bit more of a calm section now that everyone's got their maximum combo bonus.
Yeah, for now, Vietnam is going to have the lead in terms of accuracy, but it's not an enormous lead. Freedom is a little bit behind, but they can still catch up in terms of accuracy still. However, Vietnam is actually gaining in accuracy. That's going to make it a lot harder for Argentina to get back up.
It definitely will, but C90 is doing a very good job of keeping that accuracy very high. Just behind Lot right now, it's just Stoneworm and Greenham being a little bit behind Tridon and Savelia here. That's giving Vietnam the lead, but no combo. I've been doing this all day. I've been doing it while I wasn't commentating. I don't know what's going on with me today.
Oh wow. Just cursing from behind the scenes and on the scene. C90 is also going to be prey to this curse. And greet him again.
And that is a huge lead coming out of Vietnam here as we get into the final third of this map.
Yeah, there's not gonna be more occasions for Argentina to catch back up as they give up their last full combo of the lobby. This is gonna be a very difficult point to bargain for Argentina as the lead is looking absolutely huge for Vietnam.
Yeah, it turns out this ended up being a pretty strong pick for Vietnam as they hold on to the triple full combos versus 0 against Argentina as we hit this final little long no burst here. And there should really be no problems from Vietnam being able to bring this match to match point as we see another break coming out from Greedom. And just an absolutely ridiculous set of 3 scores coming out of Vietnam on the turn here.
Yeah, it's actually looking like mid-tier might be one of the toughest challenges for the Argentinian team. Look at those scores compared to the rest of the scores before this pick. It is definitely sort of reaching the limit for the Argentinian team.
Yeah, but it is going to be the pick of Argentina. They're going to have an opportunity to go with whatever they want to hopefully keep themselves in this match. It's do or die here for Argentina on their tournament lives. If Vietnam wins a single map from here on out, Argentina will be knocked out of the tournament. and Vietnam will be moving on. So they're going to have to do everything they can to start getting some momentum back in this match.
Yeah, I feel like it's possible for Argentina to take it on one of the remaining rice picks, but I don't really know if they should go more of the straightforward route or maybe with the remaining technical pick.
I honestly, yeah, I think at this point you have to kind of go for a Hail Mary almost, being stuck in a wall. I would go for Fiona or breaking rules if I was in Argentina's case, because you want to do as much as you can to stop Vietnam from being able to use their consistency against you.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say breaking rules are even justify my love to an extent. Like, if you're betting on justify my love, you're betting on chokes from the other side, which is entirely possible.
Not necessarily betting on chokes from the other side, but potentially betting on a player from the other team not being as strong on the more jack-based map. But Fiona comes out a little bit of the risky, as we were saying, a little bit more on the risky side of things, but this is exactly what Argentina needs to do. Yeah,
definitely dip your toes in the dirty mud. That's what you need to do to survive, and Argentina is very close to give up that survival, as we are in the losers bracket, remember.
Looks like our ref wasn't quite sure what Fiona was in the map pool, but we got it there in time anyways.
It's quite an interesting song choice for such a speedy map that you're going to see. This map's rough. This map is rough. This map does not let out.
Yeah, the intro is also quite difficult. It has some pretty technical elements, some mini jacks to start off the map, but that isn't really the difficult part of this map. Once you get into the second half, you start introducing those 315 BPM single streams with some pretty tough patterning as well. Not quite as tough as the previous round's speed map, but it still gets up there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the Vietnamese team is going to receive this pick. I feel like this lineup, Sibelia, Lot, and Tidwan, is fairly confident on this type of difficulty, but they can still prove us wrong today. You never know.
Never know what's going to happen. We're not seeing any swap outs from either. Well, actually, we saw. No, Sevelia wasn't on the previous pick. What am I saying? We're not seeing any swap outs from either team. And looks like we should just be waiting for the teams to get ready. And there's the start command. We should be getting ready to get into the potential final pick of this match, unless Argentina has something to say about it.
Remember, we have seen Indonesia coming from a 3-0 to a 6-4, so everything is still possible.
Everything is still possible. We still have those reverse sweep potentials.
That's a false start from Stoneworm right here, just a miss right at the beginning.
Indeed we do, and first opening stream, not treating anyone too badly, but Stoneworm finding a good spot for that miss. C90 holding on to a really strong accuracy, highest in the lobby currently, but that miss from Stoneworm definitely going to help Vietnam hold on to a lead in this intro, and that's another miss, and that one's going to be a little bit more detrimental to the score, given it was after the 400 combo mark.
We're gonna have to hope for some events happening on the Vietnamese team if we want to see the momentum change.
Long stream coming out. We're getting into the more difficult patterning coming out with those mini jacks in the streams, or camel jacks, I suppose. But then it gets a little more straightforward. Line Edachines trading misses, but that's still going to go in the favor of Vietnam here. We saw that red bar jump a little bit, and it looked like Locke's miss was a lot cleaner than Edachines, who dropped now below the 98%.
No pun intended. And Stoneworm's going to catch a combo break again. And I feel like the combo is in favor of Vietnam still. The lead is still huge.
Yeah, again, this map is pretty short. It starts getting really difficult with the streams in the second half. And we see another trade between Edachines and Lot. Yet again, a little bit cleaner for Lot in that scenario. And this lead just is expanding. And it looks like Vietnam will be able to defend, or not defend their own pick, but take the final break point in this match to take the victory here against Argentina 6-1.
Yeah, that was a risky pick from Argentina, but they had to go for it. They had to pit their own physicality against the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of got to take those risks when you're backed into a corner, but you know, despite that, it just did not work out for them, and unfortunately with that, Argentina will be knocked out of the tournament in that 24th place slot, getting knocked out in losers quarterfinals, whereas Vietnam will be moving on in the tournament to face, we said this before, France. That is right. They will be going on to face France in the second round of quarterfinals, and that match will be happening sometime tomorrow, I believe. Yes, Vietnam, France will be happening tomorrow at 12 UTC. So we have almost a full day between this match and the next one that we will see Vietnam in. But we do have quite a few matches in this block, I believe. We have another few coming in after this. I'm not sure if we're going to be closing the stream since we have another one coming up in about 15 minutes, which will be Canada versus Italy.
That's an interesting one as well, I feel like. It might be an interesting one depending on how the Italian team is receiving the map pool. But
I'm really excited to see how that match ends up going. That is another losers bracket match as well, so lots of stakes, which will be happening at the same time as Singapore, Spain, another losers bracket match. So we've got lots of stakes coming up in that next match, which is coming up in 13 minutes. But since we have a little bit of a break, go get some food, get a little bit, get a walkout, get your legs moving a little bit before you come back and watch an exciting match of Canada versus Italy. We'll be back in about 13 minutes to start that. See you guys then.
Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Mania 4K World Cup 2022, and we're back with some more matches to coming up right here. We got Canada versus Italy, and also we're happening on in the background as well. We got Singapore versus Spain. I'm your commentator host today from Mifa, and we'll be joining with Orca. How are you doing?
Hello everyone, I'm doing pretty well. A little sleepy, but we're going to get through it for this Canada versus Italy match. Give these players the hype and respect that they definitely deserve.
Absolutely. I feel like I should mention as well, I think this is probably the same placement for Italy from last year, which is quarterfinals. And I think from last year, I think they did pretty much the same thing that I was expecting to. And also Canada for going as well in quarterfinals.
Yeah, Canada making a run. I think, this is about... Quarterfinals really is that spot where, you have to really perform, far and beyond your seed if you're, kind of in that 16-ish area, whatever, to be able to make it past. But I know Canada, at least in 40M, if there's any parallel with that, making a very good run. So maybe we'll see a little bit of the same story happening for Canada here, being able to make a run finally past quarterfinals.
Absolutely, and we saw the bans here, which coming from Italy, no surprise at all, banning Marino, which I think so far has been banned all of time. Not necessarily, but I think
it's been banned every match that I've caught. I didn't actually catch the Brazil match. I don't know if it was banned in that match, but it's been basically perma-banned here. But then also, I'm pretty sure Line has been picked in every match that I've seen. So very interesting dichotomy there.
Yeah, so we've seen Canada banning Daisy Cutter, which is kind of interesting to me. I think I've seen Canada banning some of the LN picks, from last rounds. So I'm not surprised at all to see that being banned. Although we've seen Ram coming in.
Yeah, Ram here, more of our jump stream pick, a lot shorter. I think Canada they typically do rely a little bit more on their Rice ability. I mean, especially if you're coming up against Italy, it's a little iffy whether you want to, go towards LN. Italy definitely has a lot of proficiency in that bottom half of the pool. But I mean, players like Piggy, Dale, I think maybe stability coming out here, very capable in Rice. Man, I forgot about that.
I should mention that Canada has basically the whole stronghold on Rice picks in general, so it's no surprise to me that seeing Piggy, Dale, or GD Mem for most of the Rice picks. I think there's also Lopez as well, also plays with Rice, but this is basically what the strongest that Canada can bring.
Yeah, all these players, I mean, being up there physically, I think accuracy-wise, they might fall behind a little bit in terms of being compared to some of the other really big accuracy powerhouses. But physically, they can definitely hang for a while into quarterfinals and past that for Rice. We'll just have to see if they're able to keep that accuracy up to snuff against Italy's squad here with Kiraz, Julian Mania, and Krybob finishing out their roster.
I'm not sure if Italy is kind of messing around with the roster right now, because it says on the chat that GUI is I'm not sure if GUI is messing around, because he said he doesn't clear the map, so I don't know.
Oh wait, I forgot. I think they're just gonna go. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to see if this is their official squad. We'll see if they perform. Yeah, so like we were saying,
much of an issue.
Yeah. Like we were saying, Ram here being one of the shortest maps, not only in this pool, but in the tournament so far. So right out the gate, Krybob and Kiraz actually taking a drop there, while Canada's squad staying very even in that 99.8 range. So Canada taking a very early lead here. So now
that's already
all
gigantic lead.
Gone. Yeah, from Italy.
And already not having a good time, and it seems like they kind of stay true to what it is, but the lead is really ginormous right now, given the start of the song.
Yeah, especially some of those trails, if you're not fully warmed up, 244 BPM can really sneak up on you. It seems like that's exactly what it did to these Italian players. Missing all of their SCs now. Absolutely, mountainous lead here from Canada. Going to be very hard to climb that from Italy as we get into the second half of this map, get a little bit of a break.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Italy right now, given the highest ACK is hitting 99.4, while everyone in Canada is like just above like 99.8.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, all these Canadian players physically be able to handle this very well. Unlikelihood for them to be dropping FCs, especially on this pick. I think that fits really well. Oh, yeah, commentators first. Yeah, Dale dropping the first FC for Canada. Piggy really almost holding into that 99.9, but dropping, I think, a 200 or 2 there at the end. Yeah,
wow,
Mem
that's a
holding
104k.
2-digit perfect from Piggy, though. That's an insane score. Wow, just dropping those 200s at the end.
I should also mention that even though the 25 200s, 8 200, that score isn't bad at all. This chart is actually hard in its speed.
Yeah, and it doesn't give you a lot of time to really ease into it either. You know, it throws you right into it, and then before you know it, it's over.
Yeah, it's TV size chart, right? That's basically it.
Yeah. Call it the mini pick. Not the mini jack pick, though.
Right.
Yeah. Italian players, though, I think they played really well as a team together there. Something I always like to point out is, you know, how well they back each other up. But the scores being very similar for those players, so them being able to rely on each other for those picks, you know, having very similar ratio and whatever, so we'll see if they're able to maybe steal something under the nose of Canada. Doubt they'll try to pick Rice, though. Yeah, going for Hybrid 1 here, actually.
Or Meteor.
Missile Punch.
Or Meteor, I guess, if you want to call it that
Terran
way.
Troops. I don't even know what language that's supposed to imitate.
Me neither, man. Me neither.
If there's something we can always rely on in Mania in general, it's for these songs to have completely unpronounceable names.
Yeah, transliteration and basically most of the sample text things. You know?
Yeah. There's a new sample text chart called Fatal Entanglement. However, for the angle part of it, they just used like an angle like Unicode.
Yeah, right.
It gets crazier and crazier every new song. But anyways, hopping right into this first hybrid pick here from Italy. Same lineups actually for both squads. That's kind of surprising.
Oh yeah, actually, but not already with the very rocky start for Italy. Not even above 98 right now. Just a bit.
Yeah, coming straight into it. I mean, first no lag and maybe just nerves being a factor as well. It seems like they're starting to stabilize a little bit more, but that stabilization, that equilibrium is a bit below Canada's equilibrium. So they have a lot of uphill movement that they need to do here to take that lead.
Yeah, with this 30,000 points this early on is definitely, let's say, you can not really just play too much and just play like SVs or something, just to make sure you can actually get some defenses.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even their top players, Italy, still being below Canada's. Actually, I mean, I was not expecting Canada to have this strong of a performance on hybrids here, but I guess that makes sense if they're able to physically handle, especially this hybrid, if you're able to physically handle it.
Yeah,
then it kind of makes
think
sense.
Meteor is like the most physically oriented hybrid.
Yeah.
Like, to be fair, I think this shouldn't matter too much for Canada to be able to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, 2 of Italy players actually dropping FCs there, and there goes the third one. Italy losing all of their FCs. Similar story to that Rice pick last, but actually Piggy in a turn of events here dropping as well. Maybe giving Italy one glimmer of hope in the dark cavern that is this hybrid pick.
Yeah, I think at this point the difference seems a little bit too much in the physical gap right here. It does seem to take toll on the score difference.
Yeah, there would have to be a catastrophic level accident from Canada's team to be able to return this lead to Italy. Unlikely to happen as we go into this last little section here, last LN section.
seems like Piggy's missing again here, but it doesn't really too matter much. As he got to a lot of misses already in Italy.
Yeah, and I mean, something to note too, like we were saying, Canada being really rice-oriented, a lot of very physically capable, I mean, Piggy and Mim being super, super physically capable players. In the rice aspect, but you can see there, it was mostly LN stuff that kind of tripped him up a bit. I think Mim holding on very well on the reverse of that. But yeah, if we see some of the more like LN-based hybrids and the LN picks themselves, we can see Canada maybe falter a little bit. So I'm excited to see if Italy tries to maybe play that angle coming up as they lose that break point.
Yeah, whilst we're actually waiting for the next pick to come, actually we got an update for the other match that we're actually going on here with Singapore versus Spain, and Singapore is up by 2 now, winning on RAM with actually 32,000 point difference, which is not a whole lot, but given X-Men with 998 on RAM.
Wow.
Man.
Gosh. X-Men is absolutely insane player. If you have him in your fantasy team, I think you've been getting a ton of points. I believe he was top 3. I don't know if he's still top 3 in point earners for fantasy anymore, but definitely up there.
So we've seen Justify My Love here. Alright, the Core Jack pick here seems kind of an obvious move for Canada to me because of how really straining the patterns are.
Yeah, picking, letting everyone know in chat, -8 millisecond offset. Piggy talking in map pool feedback, I believe, as well, about offset. I don't know if teams usually... I haven't been seeing anything about people leaving spreadsheets of, like, recommended offsets. That was a thing that's happened in other tournaments, but I think in MWC they kind of just keep it to their team. But I know Piggy is a player that definitely, like, keeps track of the offsets.
Yeah, I think it was like pretty much a little bit of offset sensitive things, and they would probably just keep it to their teams. I think at some point they're like keeping track of what the offset you should do but at some point most people would just do it differently.
Yeah, aborting, I think a player DC'd. I don't know if they were still trying to swap out or if he just accidentally left or DC'd for Italy.
Okay, he's back.
Getting Kiraz back in. Okay. So again, same squad actually. He pressed escape by accident. Well, actually you have to press it twice. So I guess he pressed it twice by accident.
Alright. I mean, hopefully Kiraz doesn't do that in the middle of the match.
I think, yeah, if you're a top row player, I've actually come into this. I had to rebind my scoreboard button because it's on tab. It was on tab. By default, I'm a top row player, so I can sometimes hit that. It's kind of distracting. I don't know about hitting escape by accident unless you're like playing with your function keys or something. But
yeah, maybe you shouldn't actually just put your tab key close to the escape key. That's a
that's my bad, I suppose. But hopping into this, hopefully not bad of the players. Seeing this core deck pick, definitely expecting very low perfect counts. Here, it's what is expected from project picks, especially looking at some of the Canadian players to score very, very high. Bob already missing so early on. Luckily, there's a decent amount of combo left to be gained, so missing super early on isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, some bits of desync.
Dale
with also trades up, even though Dale actually trades up with even more combo to gain for. So I think the lead is actually kind of trickling back to Italy at some point.
Yeah, as that combo gets up, Italy's still being able to game. But I mean, Canada, Mem and Piggy, they're having such overwhelmingly good accuracy that it's still coming back in their favor as Dale gets back to that 400 combo range.
Yeah, Canada's just really coming back in with more accuracy than Italy right now. But even then, the miss with the Cryball right there, it's just basically just dent the lead.
Yeah, Piggy holding a 99.96 there for Canada. And Mem not too far behind. Dale missing again to trade that, but GUI on Mania, trading that out once again to keep that lead on Canada's side. That's absolutely insane error bar from Piggy there. So mesmerizing to watch.
Yeah, 15k difference right now. I think GD Mem is not that far behind either. It's just basically what carries Canada right now.
Yeah, and Dale actually, I mean, working his accuracy back up after those two misses, back up into that 99.5, Crybob, and all of Italy players still losing that combo. No more FCs. Getting down into the 99 for Union Mania and missing again. Wow, yeah, that red line is just getting so big now. Yep, seems undoable for here, really Italy. Seems like Canada's going to take this pick white.
Oh no, Piggy!
Yeah, but Canada taking that their own pick there. Honestly, to be expected. Absolutely insane. Look at those ratios. 79-98.
No 200s. No 200s at all.
That miss was pretty clean. Just on that one.
Yeah. So those were 3 100s and 5 misses being dropped across Canada, but yeah, you can see that's a pretty normal core jack score, right? You just basically get 100s and misses.
I mean, if anyone, or I guess for the viewers here, definitely go back and look at Brazil's score on this map if you want to see just how low core jack picks can get. Brazil pulling out, all of their players had below 40 perfect count. I think it was like 33, 35, and 38, with only Lothus having 1 200 there. So it was almost triple 999 in lobby. So that's really like, that's how far core jack picks can go at this level of competition.
Not even the sub 100 total. Shaking my head.
Yeah, I know. Imagine that triple 999ing in lobby.
Yeah, well, I think it was saying Desperado, not not the song title or what it means, but I think Desperado Waltz should be the next pick.
Yeah, we're kind of leading up to this. I was talking about how I was definitely expecting Ellen to come out from Italy here. Team Desperado, that's more of a denser LN pick, so we'll kind of have to see if Canada's able to keep up here, because we saw a little bit of faltering from specifically Piggy actually on that hybrid that was picked earlier when the LNs got a little bit too dense. So definitely looking at Canada to perform here. Kind of, they have to answer back to Italy.
Although we have seen the other match as well. Singapore is up by 3 to Spain, with Daisy Cutter being the pick, but Spain lost it, and even there with 994 on X-Men, which is actually amazing on their own right.
Yeah, that's surprising. Actually, a player swap coming out from Canada here. First time in this match that we're seeing a change of roster. Stability coming in for GD Mem. Can't quite. I wasn't keeping up with what they were talking about in chat. Seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen stability being played in most Olympics for Canada, so I think this is no surprise to me.
Yeah, I think both teams are actually missing players here. That might be why we're not seeing many roster changes, specifically from Italy. I think this match is fairly early for them, or is it super late? I can't tell.
Oh, we're seeing SVP instead of a Piggy this time.
Yeah, I'd say that makes sense. As the Ellens start to get more and more dense, it makes sense to swap out your Rice player for your more hybrid / Ellen oriented. So I'd say SVP is kind of an all-rounder in general. Alright, seems like we're going to be hopping into this match.
I'm actually curious on level 2.
Yeah, I mean, if Italy's not able to swap out players if they're missing a lot, then that stamina can really come back to bite them. Especially if Canada keeps picking Rice. That's just another, nail in the coffin for them, I think, on top of kind of being a little bit behind on Rice. Alright, and there we go. We get the MP start 5 command. So we will be hopping into this first LN pick here from Italy. The LN density pick, Desperado Waltz. Hopping right into it here shortly.
Yeah, this should be a test to how the other Olympic is gonna go with for Italy, because if Italy wins it, then the other Olympic shouldn't be too much of an issue to be picked.
Oh yeah. If Italy can take this point, then I think there is a little bit of hope for them here to maybe get that other LN pick and then play a little bit more of the hybrid angle. But I mean, it's not looking good already. Crybob dropping the first combo fairly early on. So combo does break up fairly quickly in LN because, I mean, you get one for the head and one for the tail.
It doesn't look like Crybob is like gaining in accuracy. He's just having a lot of trouble and mostly gaining 300s left and right.
Yeah, you can look at that error bar. Seems actually hitting and releasing maybe a little late, I believe.
It's
Maybe
pretty much all
stabilize a
over
little
the
bit
place.
here. Yeah.
All over the place, yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to just look at those error bars and you can kind of tell what players are struggling a little bit. You can see the Canadian players still holding in that blue area a decent amount. Yui and Crybob dropping again from Italy. This lead's looking just as overwhelming for Canada as it was looking on those rice picks.
Yeah, it's just like stability with actually kind of calm. Ooh.
Two players from
Actually,
Canada dropping.
Yeah, but even stability actually kind of like missed like 4 or 5 times, but then the lead is actually just too huge for Canada right now. I don't think I've seen this lead this big, even with that column lock.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Dirty Miss is going to do a little bit for Italy, but really not that much. Crybob, they're missing again, having to work back up to that 400 as we come into this last quarter. I mean, seems like about 70,000 points ahead, 80,000 points ahead for Canada. That's really just not something you come back from here, especially on LN coming to this last section. Not a lot of notes left.
And we're just coming to a close of the chart here. I don't think I actually seen this much of a struggle here for Italy. But whoa, actually, SVP a little bit missed it before the Lacrima Trails, but doesn't seem to be taking any struggle.
Yeah, Kira's holding the only FC, I believe, in the lobby.
Yeah.
But it is not going to do much for the Italian team, though he does take a clean MVP.
Yeah, that is actually MVP by about 1,500, which is very impressive.
Something nice to take away from it. I mean, coming down 4-0 for Canada here. I mean, 2 break points being taken away from you on Ellen, and also, I mean, losing on Hybrid, being kind of dominated in Rice. There's really not a lot of hope left. And I hate to say that as a commentator, but I mean, taking points on every single category in the pool other than SB. I mean, that last SB pick that wasn't banned still kind of looming there, maybe for Italy. Other than that, it's looking quite dire.
Oh my god, I've seen the other match right now. Singapore Spain 4-0, Justify Milo with 999.7k.
X-Men, you can't do that. That's not
10.
allowed.
That's 10 300s. I don't know what happened right there.
10?
That is
I have
10.
to pull this up.
You can't make this up, really.
Whoa. Imagine almost single-digit perfecting a Rice pick in quarterfinals of NWC. The maps are harder this year than they were last year. Everything's been scaling up a bit. So, like, getting 10 perfect, my mind is honestly blown. That's unbelievable.
I also like to mention that is with OD9. So all things considered, the timing is actually harder than what it seems to do. But 10, that is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, that's unreal. That's insane. I can't believe that. I was talking about X-Men, getting a lot of points for that fantasy squad, being able to MVP on basically everything that he's been playing on. But that is a new level. That is just otherworldly. Extraterrestrial, as we might say.
Yeah, it's another league of their own,
Yep. But back to this match. As I was sort of hinting at, for Italy, this SV pick, actually. The only SV pick that is open for these teams. This is as wildcard as wildcards get here. I have no clue how much teams have practiced either of these. So we'll just have to see and let their scores talk. Seems Crybot falling far behind here.
Seems like Piggy had like about fairly good intro.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Pig, I mean 99.9. That is a very good intro. Crybot though missing, dropping below S rank.
Below S threshold here.
Yeah, it seems like actually two of the players on Italy maybe didn't practice this as much as they likely should have. Kira is also dropping a fair amount of accuracy, but that could be chalked up to a little bit of nerves because they're still holding combo. Crybot the only one not with an FC right now.
Yeah, so far this is looking very comfortable already in Canada. Given that I think it's only fair that this is their pick, but man, 99.7 across, this is actually very, very high.
Yeah, and I said this coming in when we were doing intro to this match. Canada is definitely a team that learns the SV. They practice, it's the same thing in 4DM. I think Canada's always been good about practicing the pools as much as they can without, risking mind block. And so we're really seeing that here with SV. Kira is dropping another FC for Italy. They're only bringing the lead even heavier into Canada's favor by over 100 and I think 50,000. Yeah, wow. About 180,000 point lead.
Yeah. Yeah, even with like Dale dropping the combo from Canada, but I mean the lead is just 220,000 points. I think you really can't do it much about it.
Yeah, Canada here just showing that they are dominant not only on Rice, but they can also put up really great scores on SB, good scores on Ellen, good scores on Hybrid, showing that they are a very proficiently well-rounded team. Hitting this so clean here. Wow, Piggy and actually Stability catching up and surpassing Piggy's accuracy here.
Yeah, just a bit with those Ellens coming out right there, but yeah, that is a really, really good score.
Yeah, great team score from Canada. Only missing out on about a little over 50,000 points.
But actually, with Piggy taking like basically 100 less ratio with Stability, Stability gets very clean black flag.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the most you can hope for on SV is to get as close to that V1 SS as you can. But as the SV gets harder, that becomes less and less possible. Obviously, on a Rice, and specifically, I mean, Ellen and Hybrid, seeing V1 SSs at this stage in the game is fairly rare. A V1 SS on any map in this pool is going to be MVP or quite close to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Though we have another update for the other match as well there. With Spain actually losing on Fiona, but that's the Singapore's pick, with X-Men again taking the MVP once again with 996k, which is absolutely amazing given it's a stream pick to begin with.
Yeah, I think X-Men's actually MVP'd on every single pick in that match so far. And right now, Singapore is holding 5-0 over Spain in their match point.
Yeah, for those people out there who is wondering like with Fantasy League works and they're picking X-Men, they're basically getting full points for that. So
yeah,
really impressive.
Yeah, if X-Men finishes it out with another MVP, then that's just like maximum amount of points that you can get.
But yeah, we got to see Ego being picked here, and I believe this is also, I think this is Italy's pick, I think, for Ego?
Yes, yeah. This is Italy's pick because Canada picked SB. So Italy going for more of a Rice wild card. Being more burst heavy. I don't know, I think Italy might just be going for like the maps that are kind of more chokeable. This map is definitely very chokeable. I think they're trying to just play to, maybe they think they have that mental fortitude to stick it out, maybe banking on Canada to take a couple misses there. Huey on Mania actually in chat saying, I'm going to play this cross-handed. Maybe that'll help with the mind block. Instead of, putting mirror on, you just play it cross-handed. It's like,
I don't know. I mean,
mirror, kind
to me, cross-handed is a chaos. I just can't even comprehend how do you play that.
Yeah, I mean, playing cross-handed, like, if you change the binds, maybe, but if it's the same binds, then I would not be able to do that. That would mess with me way too much. Wow, Piggy, is that a? No, I think that was a legit miss early on.
Yeah, very early intro miss, but I mean the accuracy by itself is just doesn't really change all that much, even with that miss.
Yeah, I honestly might not have even caught that miss if I didn't hear the effect sound. GD Mim actually taking another miss. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, relying maybe on the Canadian players to miss a little bit more than them, which is the case, but I mean, even with those misses, Canada is still holding the lead here, just by pure accuracy.
Yeah, it's just a shy with 2 misses, but even then, that's basically the intro of it, though. So not that much in the way of point loss here.
Yeah, Mim actually taking
wow!
another loss. That's very unexpected from Mim here.
Lee's swinging, but the accuracy doesn't seem to change much.
Yeah, and as soon as Mim gets back up to that 400, I mean, they're holding really great accuracy, so that lead will just go even more in their favor. Italy just, like, 100% needs to hold this combo here. That's all they can hope for. And just pray that Canada keeps missing.
I'm so confused. How the lead...
Kirazzo dropping the first FC for Italy. Wow, as we come into this last section. I think that's going to do it for them, unless Canada can drop their combos a little bit more. Though you can't really affect what the other team does. You can just hope and pray.
Yeah, the lead is actually just growing with Kira's missing.
Yeah.
It actually keeps growing even with missing, so this is
so
honestly
strong from Canada there. Yeah, to keep gaining lead after you're missing, that's incredible. Piggy there, 164 perfect. Really great score to end it off. Canada taking this match 6-0 against Italy. And this is, reminder, this is a lower bracket match. So Italy, this is the final match that they will play in MWC 2022. A send-off here. Great showings from both teams. Cannot give enough props to all of these players.
Yeah, can I point out that GY playing cross-handed actually gets the FC, so...
if they were actually playing cross-handed. I don't know if they were lying to us or not. But, yeah. If they were playing cross-handed, I think that deserves MVP. Yeah, but after this match, I think Canada taking the win here. I believe the next match coming up is going to be Peru versus Russia. And so I think we'll either see that at the top of the hour, we might head straight into it, not sure. We'll see the call here. But as for this match, Canada versus Italy here, I believe we will be signing off, and so we'll see you guys in the next match. See you guys.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Osu Mania 4Key World Cup 2022. I am Orca here with my favorite sea animal, Mifa. How are you doing, Mifa?
Hey, we're back, and I'm doing really fine today. And since this is probably the one of the few matches that we're actually gonna commentate with this particular match until we get a bit of a break for the next matches as well. So I think this is probably like the most interesting match I've seen, to be honest.
Yeah, about a 11-hour gap, I believe. I guess 10 from the end of this match to the start of the next one. So this is the last Mania content you guys are gonna get for a while here. So you better enjoy it, okay? But what do we got here? We got Peru versus the Russian Federation. Russia, I believe, last round taking it to tiebreaker, and Peru taking kind of a short win. It wasn't necessarily too close, but it wasn't a blowout either, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think at some point I commentated Russia versus Finland was like in the last round with Potassium. I see. There was a couple of picks that I think they are quite giving you information about for Russia. I think it seems. I think given their current roster, I think they're pretty much mixed bags of most of the picks. I think for this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got Peru as well, which is absolutely versatile in Rise, but at the same time, you really don't know any much about it. So I think this is gonna be a chicken game who is gonna pick the most interesting stuff in this pool.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were saying, Peru definitely being a more Rice specialty team. But I don't think I can really chalk it up to like any team having the clear, definite, overwhelming advantage. I think it really will come down to who picks better. I think if you are playing your picks around your team very well, then that gives you enough of an advantage to be able to take the win from a team that might be higher seeded than you, or might be the favorite going into it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's worth mentioning that given Russia went to tiebreaker against Finland, this actually does get you a bit of info how they would play hybrids in general. Even though I think hybrids in general is a bit of a step up from like last round, but I feel like a tiebreaker by itself is an indication of what the level for this round's difficulty would be.
Yeah, everything being taken a step up. It's really hard, especially with qualifier results, right? Because the qualifier map pool is its own thing. And so in tournaments, even if a map is kind of in the same category technically, it might have a little bit of a different focus and stuff. So it's hard to really nail down, this team is this seed in Rice, therefore they will beat the team that is seated below them. It really just is how you play that pool this week. It's, are you able to handle what it is throwing at you? And the first ban here is actually going to be Lion Zeta. This is an interesting change up from the previous matches where teams have been banning Marinol.
I think probably the first ban, for Lion Zeta, to be honest with you.
It's been being picked, so yeah, it's a little bit surprising. We'll see if Russia takes out that other SV pick, or if they maybe want to get rid of a Rice.
Please don't ban Marinol.
Praying that we get to see it pick this pool, and there goes the Korjak pick.
Oh boy. Okay, so they're actually potentially going to be seeing Marinol for the first time in this match, if it does get picked.
Yep. Alright, so banning Rice right into picking Rice. I think that Korjak ban definitely makes sense in my opinion. Peru probably having the advantage on that pure ratio, and then going into more of a wild card bursty pick here. Definitely two different sides of the same coin as in terms of Rice picks. So we'll see how Russia fares on this.
I think in terms of picking, I think Russia has the brightest decisions to pick for most of the tournament, because I feel like Russia had several points being broken down of other teams that actually winning the picks. So I feel like this particular pick, in my opinion, isn't the best, I guess, if you want to call it that way, because I feel like there's a couple, I would say, Meteor, or probably some of along the lines of Fiona. I think it would probably gonna go down to.
Yeah, I think some teams miss out on the idea that you're not picking necessarily what your team is good at, but more what you think you are better at than the other team, right? So having like a really good score on the core jack pick, for example, even though it's banned, I'll just use that as an example. Having really good scores on that is kind of to be expected. So just because you're really comfortable on that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to be able to take it as a point against your opponent. We might be seeing that like here on Ego. Maybe the Russian team has really good scores, but I don't know. I really see Peru as maybe having a little bit of an advantage here. As we hop into it, waiting for all the players to catch up. For Peru here, we have Lolito, Henry, and Dendro as their squad for a wild card, and then we have Larek, Nepko, and Leko for Russia.
Although it sort of helps you out if with the Justify My Love being banned, so I think like the accuracy is gonna be like a bit of a question mark for some. And then you see Henry like it drops like at the very intro, so I feel like it's gonna help Russia a fair bit, but it's like I guess some of the hardest content in this chart to be dealt with.
Yeah, and I mean Russia taking that early lead because of the drop, but look at the accuracies. I guess not anymore now. Lolito drops, 2 FCs gone for Peru, but Dendro still holding the highest accuracy in the lobby. These Peruvian players definitely need to catch up a little bit after these drops as they get close to this 400 combo. The lead will stabilize a little bit. Lyco dropping the trade.
Finally, yeah.
Yeah, you can see that blue line starting to get a little bit smaller bit by bit.
All the accuracies are just above 99.6 at this point. It's just that 2 misses from Peru, but it actually did trade it off with Lyco. But even then, given the difference on Dendro with the other players, I think it's safe to say this is not a safe lead at all.
Yeah, I think the lead's definitely going to start coming back in Peru's favor as long as they can keep combo. That's really the name of the game here, is keeping combo to the end. And so I think Russia will be able to hold this as long as they hold that combo. This section is so dense here. Players doing so well to hold.
I think it doesn't matter to them at this point. I think the lead is actually kind of cut down for a fair bit, but there's like a couple of bits of the 1/5. Oh, Dendro finally taking the drop right there. Just gonna seal it for Russia.
Yeah, right at the end.
Wow, 13K.
Decent amount of points lost, but still having great scores. Yeah, I mean, 132, perfect. Insane.
V1SS for Nepko right there. What it appears to be that Dendro actually taking a dirty miss right there. It doesn't seem to drop any 200s, but it's just that 150 with an extra right there.
Yeah, and I mean, like with the scoring, you can see with Nepko with the V1SS and then Dendro having that dirty miss, but yet having almost 100 less perfects, but yet having, 6,000 point difference. You can see how much those misses really impact you. Even if it was at the very, very end, not a lot of stuff left to be a detriment to that combo scoring. So those misses, they will really bite you on these shorter maps here.
Yeah, this could have been different if it wasn't those the miss on the early for Peru right there
from the 2 Peruvian players, for sure. I think that's a really good showing for Russia. Maybe getting a little bit of pep in their step here on Rice, more confidence in their Rice picks, at least on those bursty wildcard picks. So as well, maybe breaking rules being another wildcard pick that they might be able to hold in their back pocket after seeing that. But we'll have to see what Peru answers with here after losing this Rice pick.
Problem? I think it could be Ram, but I feel like if you're gonna do adventures or not, I feel like you can just go with MP Addiction just to see how you can gauge the stamina for most of the players right there.
Yeah, NP Addiction maybe being that feeder into Ram, with Ram being a lot more of that denser jump stream. I think Fiona definitely could be a back pick. I mean, those top 3 Rice for Peru maybe being a little bit more favorited. But Fiona really not being picked as much this tournament, it's a little scary for some teams. Trying to get the pick out of Peru here, make sure
gonna go with Ram.
Gonna go with Ram, that jump stream. Fast pick here. Yeah, coming in at 244 BPM.
Yeah, this is gonna be very interesting, given this is just pure straight jump stream. There's some I feel like the harder contest is how you just handle most of the layering itself. It's just very trilly, and it's very choke bait. You can see from like Canada versus Italy went down earlier, and some of the other matches previously.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter. You don't get a lot of break time. There's like a couple, or there's like one short break. But other than that, it is basically just straight 244 BPM, like dance stream, jump stream. It's brutal. It's very, very chokeable, coming in at only a little over 1.5 minutes.
I think we're probably seeing the same roster for previous map, which is Ego. I feel like you can just basically go with this, and you can go either way, basically, given how Ego went.
Yeah. Yeah, it is like you said, it is a bit of a question mark. I'd say for accuracy. I mean, Peru had the pure accuracy lead. I mean, if we're just looking at perfect counts, maybe not the best
by a slim margin.
But they did have a little bit of that lead. It's all about, if you're gonna miss, keep it clean. But obviously, optimally, just don't miss.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. You just don't miss.
Just don't miss. Nepco,
oh wow, there you go.
To our advice, missing, not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hit the notes. But Peru had a great accuracy.
Yeah, seems like a pretty dirty drop right there. It seems like 99.2 even with that intro.
Yeah, falling behind a lot, but building that up, still getting up there. Lyric dropping as well, but on the flip side, that being a little bit more clean, being able to hold his accuracy. But I mean, 2 drops from Russia here is not gonna be great coming into the halfway point of this map.
The overall accuracy for Peru is averaging about like 99.7 plus, and Lyco with this right there. I think no more full combos, I think, on the side of Russia.
Yeah, Russia losing all their full combos, and we can definitely see a little bit of the physicality difference here versus Ego being more that burst, but then this map being more sustained. That stamina game, Russia maybe not being able to hold on to 244 BPM for extended periods of time, whereas Peru being able to handle that quite handedly. I would say still a little bit of the map left, but it looks like Peru is definitely going to be able to take this by a decent margin. Like another drop for the road.
Yeah, at this point it's very clear for Peru right now, and I think it would be safe to assume that I think they would probably go for the addiction after this pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Because, I mean, Russia having a little bit of confidence after that Ego pick maybe to go Rice.
Triple B1SS.
Wow! Oh my goodness. 2 995s from Peru. That's an insane team score.
I should also mention that this score is coming up from the lower seed, so that B1SS on this is something else.
Yep. Yeah, I mean... This is probably an example of why Russia banned the Court Jack pick, is ratios like that, even if it is a different skill set. You can see a bit of that, accuracy difference on Rice. In live color.
Yeah. Ooh. At this point, I feel like you can't really go wrong with picking like outside of the Rice pick. I don't think addiction or breaking rules is a good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, Peru had a very good showing there, pretty overwhelming on that Rice pick, but I mean, look at the Rice picks. They don't have a lot of wiggle room. I mean, breaking rules kind of fits in a little bit more in with what Ego was kind of considered versus Ram maybe, and then only having, Fiona and MP Addiction rely on in Rice. Outside of that, it's just Hybridella.
Breaking rules is just like you can just make a comparison with Double Helix from last round, and I think that kind of fits the bill on how very tech heavy that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about Peru's game plan here. Like I said, coming in, I mean, it's about what you
Fiona.
pick.
Ooh.
And Russia actually going for the Fiona pick. This is very interesting.
This feels risky to me.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. I think Russia definitely has more wiggle room than Peru probably does with picks. But I definitely didn't consider Fiona as being one of those that they could default to.
I don't think I've seen I've seen Russia play the Symmetry, and the scores aren't that amazing. I don't think I've seen Set the World on Fire being played either. So Fiona is a bit of a risky side to me, even given how Peru is actually very consistent, mostly in ratio accuracy.
Yeah, though I think you would agree with me in saying that Fiona is a little bit different than the previous stream picks. Maybe fitting in a little bit more in a different skill set that maybe benefits Russia more than the last stream picks did. I'm not sure. It could really go either way.
I guess in terms of how you would structure a stream pick, this is probably the weirdest one that I have actually charted. It just doesn't fit the bill for a consistent stream pick either. It's just varied. Like you almost would call it a dumb pick, honestly.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah. Jumping straight into this, accuracy staying fairly even. Peru just having a little bit of a advantage.
Basically the same intro, and there's no lead whatsoever.
Going straight into it. All these players holding very well. Russia just being like 0.0x ahead.
I have never seen people just get to 99.8 for almost all of the players.
Straight out of it, yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, this map, it jumps right into it. You don't have a lot of time to, ease your way into the pick, so being able to hold 99.8s straight up is very surprising. I mean, Lyric being the only one really dropping below. Nepco there dropping a little bit below that 99.5. So 2 Russian players.
There's still a lot to go with them or the stream.
The Lalito dropping at the middle section, the worst place to drop here.
There's so much of the chart left. Lurk actually, that's actually 3 misses being dropped. Yeah.
Triple, yeah. Yeah, trading that back, Peru still holding that lead, building up a little bit as Lalito gets close to that 400 combo. And, I mean, having the accuracy advantage as well is just going to shift in their favor. Coming to the last quarter, Russia is definitely not going to want to get a break point, but Dendro dropping there.
It's actually getting a lot closer than I thought. Nepco actually dropping right up there. Oh my god, that's a trade.
Yeah, I think Nepco definitely had to hold there if they wanted to take this pick and not give away a break point.
Oh no! Dendro actually no. That's a trade as well.
Yeah, Henry holding strong for his team.
So does Lyco actually.
More drops, but it seems like Russia is going to lose their point here to Peru.
9.8 thousand, actually a bit of a difference right there. Oh my god, that's a scary move.
Yeah, about 10,000 point difference. I mean, it was really just up to those misses. Lyric maybe not having that triple drop, that really dirty miss. As well as, I mean, Dendro dropping the combo twice in like 2 different spots. You really like to talk about that combo game. Not being able to build that up as well. Yeah, combo game.
1-2-1-2 as a judge.
Nail biter.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I would say this pick doesn't really pay off if you just don't have to. You just don't keep focus and pay attention to how the streams would look like.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it before. I mean, it's a it's a risky Russian pick. It's a Russian pick. Just combine those two.
Yeah. Yikes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, really strange. I mean, but there's not a lot of rice left to go, though. I really want to see them dip into that hybrid and LN. I'm kind of confused as to what the game plan is for the rest of this match.
Yeah, Peru has to go with MP Addiction, I think. That's their best pick, I feel like.
Yeah, but then after that's gone, I mean, if they take that, having a 3-1 lead, that momentum is definitely very valuable. It's not something that is trivial and can just be written off. But going to hybrid and LN, I mean, they're so rice specialized, almost.
Yeah, I feel like you can just consider that even with Fiona, their accuracy is pretty much comparable to Russia, and that's saying a lot for being a stream pick. But in this case, Ram doesn't feel like it. And there you go, we got MP Addiction coming in.
Yep. To be expected from Peru. Going with the stamina pick of this pool here. Yeah, clocking in a little bit shorter than last pools, but definitely not shorter in what it expects of you.
Yeah, in a sense, this is stamina, but even though you might be thinking this is 3 minutes and 15, that doesn't look like a stamina at all, but it's non-stop, but you just have breaks here and there, but it's just non-stop at some point.
Yeah, definitely the one fallacy I always hear about stamina picks is, it has to be 4 minutes, 5 minutes to be considered stamina. Stamina picks can be like 2.5 minutes. They can be short. It's just what the map expects of you. It's just depending on what type of, stamina it expects of you. Even like a 2 minute, like we see with Ram, where it's just super, super dense for a long period of time, that can be considered kind of dipping into your stamina, if not a little bit, of that bursty stamina that you get, and then you get a break,
Yeah,
get back
absolutely.
into it.
This is why you categorize it as mostly just you have a speedier jump straight, but
Yeah.
basically the shortest length, or you just clock in with a little bit on a still a bit dense, but I mean shorter with lower BPM. But this is basically it.
Yeah, Nepco holding a 100% up until 80 combo there. Pretty even for both teams as we get ready to jump into the streams.
Doesn't have the strongest start for Peru, but even, I think it just might have to do with the intro of it though. But I feel like it's gonna change.
Yeah, as players start to stabilize here, everyone seemed to hit that trill fairly well. Lyco dropping a little bit of Ack, was holding in 99.94, but Larrick dropping so early here, just as we were getting into 600 combo. That's not what you want to see, but dropping early on is not as detrimental, especially in a longer pick like this.
That's gonna be a full point loss there for Lurk, given it's after the 400 combo. But so even then, I think the accuracy is just gonna a little bit declining a little bit there for Russia. And I think Peru has basically a solid average of 99.8 plus, and Nepco finally taking another drop there.
Yeah, I mean, this is Peru's pick. They're going to be expected to hold strong here. That is kind of their game plan, right? Is just get that accuracy. Don't try to push it too much. I mean, Dendro holding a 99.91 though.
That doesn't seem like a pushing too much to me.
Yeah, that's up there for sure.
I mean, it's basically normal to have 99.9 at this point, right? It's just how they just build different.
Yeah, just an average, quarterfinals MWC stamina pick accuracy to have here. Totally normal, nothing out of the ordinary. But I mean, his teammates. We can talk about his teammates backing him up very well, being a pillar. Lolito and Henry being quite close to those 99.8s.
Yeah, not a bad foundation to start with 99.8. Just basically just keeping up there with some of the. I guess you would say Lyco would have the highest accuracy. I think the last full combo for Russia too. So
yeah,
it just comes down to how well you're gonna get at this. Oh, never mind. Actually, just Lyco with the finally dropped the no more full combos on Russia now.
Yeah, coming to this last quarter, that is really tough. I mean, if we look at error bars, everyone looks kind of similar. I mean, Lolito and Dendro there, you can see getting a little bit out as stamina starts to drain, and Russia was kind of catching up a little bit, but having that drop, and Dendro with the drop actually is going to do a little bit to shift that back onto the blue side. But I don't know if there's enough map left.
Yeah, I feel like it's just gonna stay in that between the lead still, given most of the drops
with
here
the drop.
Russia. Yeah, it's
that
just,
would be the nail in the coffin.
It's just too much for them, yeah.
Yeah. Pulling these FCs out for Peru, Lolito, and Henry. Doing a great job playing together as a team. I mean, accuracy-wise, Dendro was super far ahead, maybe pushed a little bit too much or lost that stamina. Taking a drop, but I mean, the team scores all fairly close. I mean, 993, 994, 991. That's a second Rice pick now where it's been triple 99 zeros and above.
It could have been almost like a second triple V1SS even without the miss and the 200.
Henry and the miss, yeah. Wow. That's dominant. That's very dominant. But again, I mean, reminding the viewers at home, if we look at this Rice pool soon, that was really the last Rice pick.
The less than, yeah.
Yeah, because Breaking Rules is more of a wild card, like weird techie, more in that vein of pick rather than like Ram or MP Addiction or Fiona. That's more simple in what it asks you to do.
Yeah, if you're picking like Breaking Rules, you're basically treading on ice, given how really, like, it's just very risky to play if you're not that consistent.
Yeah, and I mean, I really don't see Russia picking Breaking Rules. I do not see a world in where they don't just go dip into the LN or hybrid pool.
Or even SV, honestly.
Or SV, yeah. And there we go, the LN2 pick. Yeah, and it's we can talk about momentum, right? So the momentum is all in Peru's favor right now. I think Russia definitely should have mitigated that with an LN picker taken away from that Rice early on to try and mix it up. Because now that the momentum's all in Peru's favor, coming into this pick, which should be, you know, in your favor, it's kind of in the air on, you know, what team is going to be able to perform. I think nerves are really going to be a factor here.
Yeah, everyone in Russia is leaving.
Yeah,
just
full
basically
swap out.
Yep.
But Peru is staying strong, I think, in their lineup. I don't know a lot about these players' LN proficiency.
For Peru?
For Peru, yeah. I think, I was going to say, I figured there would be at least one swap out, the 0.
Yeah, the 0 is being
okay, yeah.
For proficient for LN.
Yeah.
So I feel like this swap is no surprise.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah, I think a full new squad for Russia is going to be good here. I mean, all of those players that played through the Rice, their hands are probably dying at this point. Playing all those Rice picks in a row. So having fresh minds, hopefully these players are coming in fairly warm. Hopefully they were playing during the break that they had. Hopping right into this.
I feel like it's important to mention that with this kind of LN density pick, which I think Desperado was trying to do, I guess you can say that this is probably the best pick for Russia right now. Given I don't think like you could go for like LN3 for example. I think it's just way too much in the way you could give away your information about it.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, so Peru left 2 players in, and I had mentioned this during the Canada match, with those players that are very, very proficient in Rice that were playing on hybrid stuff like Piggy and whatever. They're able to handle most of the LN difficulty, but when it started getting too dense, then they started falling behind, so I'm wondering if we're going to see that a little bit from the players who stayed in for the Rice picks, if maybe this density might be a little bit too much. But it seems like that's not the case. I mean, holding fairly decent accuracies when compared to the Russian players.
For now, but I feel like this is not even the hardest.
The hard part,
yet.
yeah, it really picks up here.
There's a little bit of a chance to get a breather room in this break here, but I feel like you can say to mention that the second half of this is kind of backloaded, but it feels like it attests how you can coordinate this very well.
Yeah, and I think that definitely gives to the type of music that Penoreri makes, is these piano epics that have those, you know, little ballad type feelings halfway in. And speaking of that, hopping right into this LN section here after the halfway point, everyone holding combo. I definitely am surprised by everyone holding combo throughout this.
I feel like there's a clear difference given I think I've seen a lot of 200s being dropped from Russia right now. I think they're just gonna dip down to the 99.3 average, and Peru doesn't seem to phase by it. 99.6 on average. No,
the first drop.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think that's the first drop, but I don't think that's gonna dent the lead that much, given the accuracy is very dominant.
Devil trading it, yeah, definitely gonna stay in Peru's favor. Russia needs a lot more than just one drop there from Peru going to this last section here. Seems like Peru's really going to hold this, and I mean momentum. They had the momentum going to this, they took it, they ran with it, putting up very even scores. Other than that, I mean, miss from Dendro. They just need to stay strong all the way to the end. Wow, that section.
This section, Lacrimuch is falling apart from Russia.
Yeah, Peru holding on very well there. I mean, over 50,000 point difference. Their team, fairly even accuracies from each other. In Russia, I mean, falling down to those 99%. That was Russia's pick to win, really. I mean, we were saying that was kind of, they needed to win that to get this momentum back.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like given that could have been a very sick team score from Peru if Dendro doesn't get burnt in the ratio.
Yeah.
I guess in the misses as well.
Yeah, and now maybe, I mean, Peru is in a weird spot. That last race pick being, you know, more of a question mark. Taking a point off on LN, though, being the LN density pick. might give them a little bit more confidence to dip into that LN. But honestly, I see them maybe going with a more Rice-biased hybrid, probably.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Breakers is fine, but they could just go with Daisy Cutter just to keep the momentum going with the LNs.
Yeah, Daisy Cutter, being a little bit more wildcard-ish for the LNs at least. Peta being more control, release oriented. They're definitely taking their time to deliberate on this pick, which I think is a good idea. You know, you get 2 minutes, might as well take that. Maybe ice the other team out a little bit so that you can make sure you're not making a bad decision. Which
yeah,
it seems like Peru's been making good picks so far.
Yeah, I feel like it's best to take a tactical timeout or something like that, just to get you relaxed a little bit though.
If I was Russia, I would definitely be wanting to take a timeout to reset the momentum coming in.
Oh, yeah.
But it seems like you're right, going for Daisy Cutter, keeping that LN momentum.
Yeah, but I feel like in this case, if you pick Daisy Cutter, then Russia is pretty much running out of picks just to go for, unless you would go Marinol, which is a different thing altogether.
Which, I mean, they still have room, right? So, I mean, this pick, if Peru takes this, it's match point, right? Backs against the wall, Russia would need to do something out there and take basically every single point after that. I mean, they would only have a couple maps that they could avoid, or one that they could avoid. But Peru's kind of taken points away from Russia on maps that they probably either should have been closer, they maybe should have favored Russia a little bit more.
Oh, this time we're seeing Henry instead of who was it again for the other outfit? I forgot actually.
Oh gosh, I forgot too.
Yeah,
Dendro, Henry, and another player.
We're not good at
Bryce.
We're not good at remembering names. So
Short-term memory. Yeah. Short-term memory loss. Hopefully these players don't experience that as well going into this map. Hopefully they've practiced a little bit more, because this is a little bit more technical. It's good to be able to see this and know what the map is going to throw at you beforehand.
It seems like we're settling in with the same roster for Russia as well. I think it could have been a little bit different this time. This is not straight up density. It's just buried in this pattern, so I don't think it's gonna cause too much of an issue.
Yeah, Peru holding a little bit of an early lead, but really going anyway once these players start stabilizing out here in the first couple seconds. Going to this first LN section.
Got the intro for
drops
Peru.
from Russia. Yeah, wow, Peru! Oh, look at that! How did they hold accuracy so well throughout this LN? Look at that! Wow, that's really incredible from Peru there.
Yeah, despite what the drop from Namuser though, it's still a very consistent score all around. It's just the ratio by Peru right there.
Wow, Oni-chan dropping in what seemed to be nothing there, and kind of a break section. Maybe lost focus for a second there. Definitely not going to do a lot to help Russia here in this second half.
Yeah, it seems to degrade a little bit in the average team score, but I feel like it's really just comes down to what it seems to be like the misses or the column locks. Like there you go, like Dendro right there, just getting burned from that LNs.
yeah, I mean Peru, and like we were saying, I mean maybe not even being the favorite coming to LN stuff here. They're playing this inverse stuff like it's easy. Holding 99.8s after that first inverse section and that 3-column section. I mean, only Dendro dropping there and still holding really, really good accuracies. This is an unbelievable performance from Peru so far. Closing out here in the very last section.
Yeah, if anything, after that drop, the Dendro just keeps blooming. Like, I have no idea how they did that.
Yeah, I mean, momentum.
Oh my god!
Look at those scores.
The ratios, oh my god!
So close. Peru plays so well as a team together.
Jeez,
yeah, and I mean, what do you have to say about this like match point with the maps that are left after this Daisy Cutter performance?
Yeah, you're just gonna have to do an SV, I guess. But
Yeah,
I
I
feel
agree.
like it's pretty much like what like you would expect from like LMs, right? You really can't pick the other LM, and you really can't pick breaking rules either. But
Yeah.
there's hybrids, but that is way too risky at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, because Russia's down, they need to win 4 in a row. They're going for so they're going to go for breaking rules. To be fair, I think if they actually want to play for tiebreaker here, they're going to have to win breaking rules. They're going to have to win the SV, and then they're going to have to win some combination of the hybrid or LN. Probably they would go for like 2 of the hybrid to catch up. They're 4 points behind. So like this is a necessary pick here from them. They will have to play this at one point or another. Yeah, I think Russia definitely wants to take a breather.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tight situation right here. Oh, there, yeah. I kept misremembering this. I think Lalito was in the front of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, they were playing
there
for Rice for most of it, and then played. Yep. Yeah. Team names. There's so many. There's 6 people on each team. How are we supposed to, memorize all of them?
Yeah.
You can cut us a little slack, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, no, like disrespect really, but I really feel like it's just really bad at remembering hard names.
Yeah, and I think there's also something to be said. We were talking about this a little bit before stream went live too. Is a lot of new players in MWC, a lot of new faces. Even for like some of the stronger teams like USA, seeing some new players. And so, as someone that's been in the scene for a while, you might not recognize a lot of people.
But at least you'll find it like recognizable from like other community tournaments, like 4-digit Mania World Cup or something like that. Yeah, it's just a thing. It's just the thing that you have to memorize.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of viewers that maybe are only tuning in for MWC here, but I mean the tournament circuit year round for Mania. A lot of players, play in some of these like maybe rank restricted tournaments where I mean a lot of these players are probably 4-digit, like lower end accuracy mains and stuff, and you kind of do that as like a feeder, going up into MWC, so you can get your name out there. And so it's really just about looking out for those like 1v1 and like other smaller team tournaments to see who's going to perform at the highest level here in MWC.
Seems like accuracy kind of like leads to nothing. This is scary. The mini jacks, man.
Mini Jack World Cup.
Oh, no, there's Nepco with drops as well. Yep.
Yeah, Lyric dropping 2, and Nepco dropping 1 there. Russia falling very far behind early on. Peru, I mean, I keep saying it, momentum. Peru just has so much going to this. They're feeling very strong, but Lolito actually, after being swapped in, is going to take the first drop for Peru.
It's not gonna cut much given how the drop itself, the accuracy is still pretty strong. Lyric taking another drop right there.
Yeah, Peru's feeling very strong in here. They want to take this, they want to take Russia out of the tournament and move on to next week. That's what they're looking at right now. They have their eyes set on the big prize.
Yeah, this music's so good, so I can see why
this map is so rough.
Actually, this is very rough for Lyric right now.
Yeah. It's like, because it's not like the other Rice picks that are like super dense, like visually and whatever. This just throws so much weird stuff at you. Like sessions like this kind of, where it's just easy, like, slow streams. But Lolito actually still missing even on that.
Oh, twice!
I was gonna say going to bursts. There is definitely just not enough map left.
Yeah, that's not gonna be nearly enough to let lead. Although it just trades it up with Lurk, but that is it. That is going to be 6-1. Peru wins over Russia. That is a very clean team score with Dendro finally taking the win for V1SS there on the MVP.
Yeah, Peru here coming to perform. There's just not a lot I can say past that. They played so well. And not to take anything away from Russia either, because Russia was putting up insane scores that would take out a lot of other teams in this tournament. But Peru really just looking at each other to keep, at third player strong. They played well together as a team. Their scores, I think this is the only Rice pick where really any of their players fell too far behind each other.
And this
so really great.
Note to the opponent who are actually going to face Peru right now, their Rice is a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
That's a say for sure.
Yeah, Peru's a Rice powerhouse to contest even the strongest teams in this tournament right now. And we saw that here today, certainly. And so something that we definitely need to get out of the way here. Great win for Peru. However, if you want to support these teams that are moving on in this tournament, you can do it in two ways. First of all, I'd like to point you guys towards the community-funded pool. Mania World Cup 4Key this year in 2022 started out with a baseline of $2,000. However, if you have some change that you'd like to donate to put into the pockets of the players that go far in this tournament, you can do that. All of the money that you donate to the community pool goes straight to the players. No one else takes any of it. And on top of that, Mifo, what else can you do?
Yeah, absolutely. There is another way that you can support, and which is buying your favorite team banners, and which is there's live and also in Osa's store, and you can purchase your favorite team banners just to take up support for your team and also for your favorite countries as well. And I feel like I should also mention that if you have purchased the team banners that are winning for the tournament for this year, which is Oceania 4K World Cup 2022, you get to keep the banner even longer than after the tournament finishes.
Yep.
And that is pretty much it with the support. And I feel like these countries and these teams deserve your support.
Yep, certainly. And I mean, coming to this, we only have a couple matches left in quarterfinals. It's starting to whittle down. I mean, the teams are less and less every week. All these teams are seeming so strong now. But I'd like to point you to the upcoming matches. We have Chile versus Australia, followed closely by South Korea versus USA. Definitely not one to miss. And then rounding out the rest of the week, we'll have Malaysia versus Japan. And then as the final match of the weekend, we'll have Philippines versus the UK, Great Britain.
Yeah. I also like to mention that this is not the final 4 matches. I would also mention that we'll still have another loose bracket matches, which is
conditionals.
Yep. Conditionals, yep. We got the face win, which whatever which has Peru, and we also have Canada, and we also have Vietnam, and we also have China as well. I think it was as well as France, really. So it really comes down to whatever the matches are gonna start and scheduled with, and I think this will be updated after the time goes on. So we really prepared for those matches as well, and I feel like they should get a deserved mention as well.
Certainly. Yeah, and we'll make sure that we keep track of those and let everyone know which matches are going to happen depending on who wins these upcoming tournaments. But I suppose apart from that, not much we're left to say. So we can sign off here. Make sure to tune in 9 hours from now for that Chile versus Australian match. And we will see you there.
Yeah, Mifa and Orca, we're signing off for the day.
Goodbye.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Osu Mania 4-Key World Cup 2022. My name is Juan Cristal, commentating alongside no other than Philippines legend Siloeska Els. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing alright. I'm certainly excited to see a match like Chile versus Australia, given the rosters and how close their seedings are, I believe. How about yourself? How are you doing, Juan?
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm back from a long trip through Europe, now back to commentary once again. And to get a match like this already, Chile versus Australia, as you can see on the screen, we get to see Miyuka playing one of the best players in the world. But will Miyuka and everybody else in Chile, really, everyone has been playing pretty well overall, I think, in this South American roster. But can they take down Australia? Australia, always a tricky team to face, regardless of the situation.
That's true, and you did mention that you have the best player in the world, Yuka, but at the end of the day, this is a team game, and you absolutely must not just rely on one player, and this is just a team effort. If a team wins, it's because of all of the players that were there, not just one player, and that's something that both teams should be aware of.
But I think many teams will not really complain about having a Miyuka on their side. But
well, of course I personally would love to have a Miyuka on Philippines.
I mean, we all would love to have one player that is so good like he is. But regardless, Chile, it's not just Miyuka really, although he has been showing amazing scores so far. He is the captain of the team, obviously, which matters. But the rest of the team, again, we have seen consistently good performance by pretty much every player that stepped into the game from Chile. They have always been a very difficult team to face. They have a very, very intense matchup against Spain on the round of 32, if I recall correctly. And they advanced through it. I think they had to face Brazil, which unfortunately they couldn't take because, well, I mean, it's Brazil. We're talking about the defending champions. And now on the losers bracket against Australia, we'll see if they can keep their lives for the rest of the tournament. They will have to play another match if they manage to win this, but it is the first step to continue through this losers bracket journey, really.
That's true, and just for a recap, Chile banned Lion Zeta and Australia banned Justify My Love, so I believe this is the first time Marinol is wide open for either of these teams, and oh man, I'm very excited to see that. I would really like to see Marinol at least once on stream. Don't we all?
I mean, I obviously really enjoy watching SVs as a spectator. As a player, maybe sometimes, depending who I'm facing, really.
Like, I know what you feel, but like at the end of the day, even if you don't know what to feel about a map, you gotta practice it if you want to have a shot at winning.
Absolutely, yeah. But now we're going straight into LNs, as expected really from Australia, I believe, targeting these sort of implied LN weakness that Chile has historically. Is a good thing to start up the gate, especially with players like Bruka, which is one of the better LN players in the tournament as well. Very well known for his skills comboing through pretty much anything really that gets thrown at him. And starting with density of all picks that they could have gone for, I think is very smart, especially considering how hard the release pick is this time. Like, this release pick feels so much harder than anything else in the pool, at least in my opinion. So easy to drop 200s.
I mean, like, comparing the LNs in general from, like, let's say 2019, 2020, it's night and day. I believe for quarterfinals, you would have something like B that level in 2020, and like now, this is certainly a lot harder than B.
Absolutely. Like, B is a map I maybe, like, it is something you can consistently double S if you're like a pretty decent LM player, but you have to be very, very good at it if you want to get it even close to an SS this time on the release pick. But this is the density pick, so we're gonna check if the players have enough to compete in this, and so far, so good. Brook is the only one who's holding the whole 99.5% accuracy here, but just catching up, and score gap is very, very small.
I mean, in general, Australia has a very balanced and overall just almost the same accuracies, but I master drop to 200 here and there. Well, in Chile, overall, Miyuka and Jandarin are being the forefront of the country, while Fad CL is not that far behind, actually.
Yeah, just behind Ruka, in fact. And the other two Australians are quite behind compared to Miyuka and John, which again makes sense. It's a very, very accuracy-oriented team as well, Chile, that is. So beating them without a combo advantage is going to be very, very hard. And as it stands right now, it seems like Chile is holding a fairly decent lead, mostly off the back of this ratio by Miyuka. This is the hardest section of the map. These longer LNs are very hard to coordinate properly, so misses are bound to happen at any point of time. But so far, so good. Again, every player just coming through this like if it's nothing.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see a 6-way FC so far, but that can change in the ending part. That is when the full density just really starts, and some burst, but no one is missing. No one missing it. That's very impressive.
6-way FC though, like thus far, it's incredibly good already. But can they keep up through this last quarter? Again, gets very, very tricky and a bit denser as well. The trills are happening. Nobody misses on a trill.
Oh my god, the fact that the team could lose with a 3-way FC nowadays is just really insane. But really, the difference is just between Miyuka and the rest of the Australian team. 99.85 is ridiculously good. And I think that secures the point for Chile, a break point to start. That would be so good for Chile, and Aimasu unfortunately will break at the end.
I was about to say, don't call it too early, because that last bit is choke bait. But fortunately for Chile, it wasn't for them. It was Australia who found the final miss, the nail in the coffin for this first pick. Ayamasu, good performance until the very end. And Miyuka, of course, just showing what he does best. Accuracy, combo, 995k for him. Very insane score. But Ruka not so far behind with a 990k. I feel that Australia, if they can find a miss from Chile, they have what it takes, especially on the Lens and Hybrids, to compete against the Chileans.
See, what I just realized was... Yeah, well, we went from Ellen, and I just noticed, but it seemed like their ratios were just almost the same overall. They just couldn't secure the low 200 count, which Chile did absolutely amazing in.
Absolutely. Like, Miyuka, of course, had the best ratio of the room, but everybody else was very, very close to each other. And the 200 counts were not all that far apart either. It was like IMAS with 20 something, and the rest were on the tens or on the single digits, depending. And that's not that big of a deal. That is still something that can be compromised with just a miss. That is a lead that is not big enough. But now for a ham, straight from Longnose into Rise here. And this is arguably the densest map of the pool. It's fairly short, 1 minute and 33 seconds, and 244 VPM. It gets to hand streams at some points as well. So we shall see. This is very easy to choke as well, especially if you lack the control for it. But we shall see. I imagine Chile will be fine, especially now that we see Alternation being the first miss of the lobby, but getting instantly traded by Niflox, and quite a big miss actually.
That is true, but Ayamasu missing is unfortunately going to trade it back. Chile with a pretty big advantage as of the moment. This map is not friendly to people who cannot keep up with high BPM. I don't think it's as dense as the other jump stream hand stream pick, but this one is certainly fast.
I mean, I think it's denser and slightly slower than the other, but even still, it gives you enough breaks to recover and burst through the jump streams, as you mentioned, which is why it maybe feels not as hard as you may have expected initially. But regardless, Chile is now running away with a huge lead right now, off of the back of Miyuka's 99.97, which just keeps rising, by the way. And with a third of the map remaining, there is enough time for chokes to happen, but at this point, there have to be massive chokes here from the Chileans. I imagine 2 misses is what Australia is looking for. And with just a quarter of the song remaining, not that many combo anymore to be dropped. Shall see if they have enough time, even with them.
I don't see it anymore. You would need to hope for a triple miss from Chile. I think a full team miss should give it to Australia, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So I think it's a 4 miss. Wait, how did that increase despite the miss from Netflux? But
it was a very clean one. The accuracy didn't go low at all at that point. Look at that ratio by Miyuka. 29.
300s. And again, overall, the ratios for Chile and Rice is just a lot better than the Australian side. The lowest amount of 300s being alternation is just still a lot more compared to Zan, who had the lowest 300 count in Chile.
Yep, 50 may not look as like a lot, but really, when we're talking a map that has above 1600 nodes and just barely, 50 nodes are a lot when it comes to ratio. And I mean, again, it's not just competing against San or any of the other Chileans. You also have to keep in mind that Miyuka is just gonna 999k everything in the Rise department, most likely. And that puts a lot of pressure to Australia, really, which is why they go for Hybrid now, and Longnose in general. I'm surprised they did not go for Marinol just yet, but they should at some point. Going with Summer before that. Maybe this works, I'm not so sure. They're keeping the same roster.
To be fair, I do think Marinol might be better to save for later. Like maybe like as a last resort pick. Like when you're in a very, very dire situation, which I don't think it's a dire situation yet. But it's certainly bad to be down 2-0 and losing already a break point at the very start. That is not a good situation to be in.
Certainly it isn't. And that's why they have to like jump back into the game as soon as possible now. And with Hybrid, they might have what it takes. On a lens, I argue again, they weren't too far apart. And if any choke ever happens from the Chilean side and they can keep this three-way FC kind of team in the Hybrids, then I believe they have a chance. But Hybrids are historically known for being a bit harder to combo through than like other maps, mostly off of the back that most people are not really familiar, or not necessarily familiar, but not used to play Hybrids all that much, I think. Like you're always known as a Rise player or like an LN player. And when you mix those two, you really have to be an all-rounder to play these kind of things properly. And we see that right off the gates already with a couple 200s by Ruka and Aemasu.
But I do think Faz has been dropping that accuracy, which has been helping Australia. But again, if they cannot match the two accuracies from Yuka and Jean-Rin, it will not be that much help. Because at the end of the day, Faz CL has a lot of opportunity to increase that accuracy.
So far, the lead seems to be extending in favor of Chile, but slowly. And again, we are on the range where a miss can easily change everything. So we shall see. Bit of a break here.
Yep, the lead is actually pretty short right now. And there's still so much time to come back. I think like this is a very chokeable part, but we don't see any misses, surprisingly. Really impressive on both teams' end.
Nobody choking on the mini jacks over there. Nobody dropping much accuracy off of those disjointed releases, and that's incredible already. But into this very last transition, no misses either. More mini jacks, and there's the first miss, unfortunately by Ruka, which puts Australia in a very tricky spot. But fast races, and John as well. Now it's a double miss by Chile, which means that Australia now has a chance to come back off this. But Ayamatsu finally traces again, and it's a 2v2. But first,
wait a minute, fast again. That's a huge act drop as well. So essentially, Australia is gonna have a chance. But the bar is not shrinking. I'm surprised. I think it's because of Ayamatsu dropping somewhere act.
Oh, but it is so close. This will come down to the wire, and everyone had reached the 400 combo mark, but the last full combo and Australia drops, and that's gonna be it. Ayamatsu as well, finally dropping one more time to seal this 17,000 points lead in favor of Chile. They had everything they asked for. 6 misses from Chile against 5 from Australia, but now 50 from Ayamatsu, and that 200 count proving to be a bit too much for the back of these players here. Unfortunately, it's a 3-0 lead now in favor of Chile, but this one really, really close.
Gotta be honest with you though, if you were to look at the ratios in general, I think Australia was better than Chile, but Miyuka's 150 something 300s essentially sealed the deal for them to win that point.
It really was. And again, this is what I'm talking about when the match started. Australia and Chile are not too far apart, especially when it comes to LNs and hybrids. But when you have a player like Miyuka just making such a big difference, you really need to be playing on top-notch if you want to have chances against them. And I'm very surprised by this pick from Chile, actually. Daisy Cutter going for a lens, although this is actually one of the easier maps to choke, I think, in the LN department as well. So, interesting pick.
I do think it's an interesting pick, especially because I was thinking Chile could pick another Rice. So at the end of the day, if you want an LN pick, I think it should be safe to pick one more LN. But we have to see if this one's gonna work. I do think one of the worst points for Chile is probably they have a tendency to choke, but so does Australia. But accuracy-wise, it's really close, with the exception of Nuka being a lot ahead of everyone else.
Certainly. And I'm not saying this is something that Chile cannot win. I think this is about like 50-50, which is why I think Chile should not just go for this. Like, they still have a jump stream pick to go for. They won very convincingly on the last one, and if anything, the remaining one, I think it's harder because it's so much faster. But we shall see if this strategy works out for the South Americans here, as it looks like right now they are very, very close again in this intro. No chokes. This map is so fun, by the way.
Yeah, this map is very chokeable. And I've seen this in so many tournaments already. Though this is the first time I see this in the 1.1 raid. But again, if you do not have this, freshly in your mind, and if you have it mind blocked, you are not going to be in a good position at all. And I do hope to see no mind blocks here.
You need a lot of control here. This section is so much harder than what it looks like. It is so easy to mind block and miss time. So 200s are prone to happen at any point in this transition. The player seems to have this section down pretty well. And the actors are not too far apart from Yuka, of course. And into this last bit, this is when the party starts, because this is where the chokes are gonna happen. I'm sure of it. Very, very tricky 3-lane inverse, and we see some 200s from Ruka. It seems to be about it, but after this, slowly transitioning out of this inverse, we'll get into the hardest part of the map.
It's so close right now, actually. Any break from Chile could give it away to Australia, but it's not gonna happen. I don't think this part is very choke heavy, except for the mini jack, which is gonna come in anytime soon. No chokes either.
No misses on the mini jack, and this denser section is not proving to be any sort of difficulty for any of the players other than Alternation, who finds the break at the very end, traded by Jam, but too late for Australia to capitalize off of it. And it's Chile again who takes the pick, and this time I'll argue even closer than before. Look at those 200s. All very, very close. 11-11, 10-13. It's just Miyuka again, 3 against 25 that makes the difference. But this one got a bit close. Had Alternation managed to full combo that ending, I think this would have been on the 4-digit difference.
Wait, they're picking Peta and not Marino? That's
No!
a big surprise.
Where's my SV?
Wait a
Where is
minute.
my SV? No!
But, this is... I do not think this is a viable strategy, because remember, Australia lost on both of the LNs. Australia lost on a hybrid. So probably one of your choices to pick is SV, and they did not go for that. That's a big surprise for me.
I mean, maybe they just didn't practice enough and they don't want to risk it. They feel more confident on something like this. And I'll argue, of all the LN picks that Australia had available, I mean, you can argue LN2, they had good chances because they had a 3-way FC. But I think this is the map that Chile will struggle the most out of the entire LN pool. So this will have been my second pick, really, if I was Australia. Considering they did very well in the hybrid as well, it's hard to blame them. But I'm not sure if this is a bad pick. I don't necessarily think this is a bad pick. Of course, I wanted to see SV2, but we'll see. Maybe Australia wins this and we have a chance to see it as well. I hate this song, by the way.
I don't really know. I have no comment towards the song, honestly. But looking at Fazciel's early 200s, that's gonna hurt. But I just noticed that I and Masu also had some 200 at the start, though it should not matter too much at the end of the day. Oh wait, what? Wow, alright. This map is a very 200 bait map, I guess is what you could call it.
Yep, it absolutely is. You really need to be very, very confident on your release skills to get good accuracy on this. And so far, you can see Ruka, being the LN specialist that he is, holding a very strong accuracy, fairly close to Miyuka. But Ayamasu now finds a drop, and that is very, very, very bad. Because as hard as this map is to accuracy, it is not very hard to combo. So any miss will be insanely important. And there is one from
Easy
Chile.
time.
Wow. 99.34% accuracy. Fast is dropping a little. So is Jan, actually. So if Australia can keep up this ratio for just a little bit longer, they may have enough time to just recover off of the back of that trade. And this lead is so small right now.
It's getting really small. I think Faz matching Ayamasu's act. Oh, actually getting a lot lower now. That is going to probably give Australia the door that they really, really need.
And again, you see Faz struggling a lot with the release timings. Look at that spread. The hit spread is very, very tight and early when it comes to hits, but when it comes to releases, it's all over the place, mostly on the dragging side of things. And that is what's causing Chile to be very on the edge throughout this map. And with still a third of it remaining, the difference is just about 1,400 points. So anything can happen, really.
Yeah, I mean, so far, both of the teams are able to recover really well on the combo side. No misses for Miyuka Jean and Ruka in alternation. And so far, the acts have stayed relatively the same, but Ayamasu has been increasing it faster than Faz has increased. So this could probably go to Australia if it just keeps on going. But
I think
can any of
eyes
this
on
happen?
Jan. Of all players, he's the one who needs to keep this accuracy afloat as much as possible. Same for alternation. You kind of expect Ruka and Miyuka to be fighting against each other. But can these two key players now keep up with the rest of this? This is a very, very tricky section as well to coordinate. Those same hand release shields are very, very tricky. None of the players are struggling on them. An alternation finally misses.
There we
Oh
go.
no.
I think that seals the deal for Chile unless you see a team miss. And that doesn't look like it's gonna happen. This part is not that difficult compared to like the chorus or something. But alternation misses once more. I think that just secures it. And Chile is gonna take 5 points now from Australia, while Australia has none so far.
And again, you see this ratio from Australia being overall better, other than Miyuka. Again, on the 994.9k, being the absolute MVP of this matchup. And even the 200 count, I think if you combine all of the 200s between Australia and Chile, Chile just barely wins. It comes again off the back of the misses and of that suboptimal maybe performance by Australia. I feel that on peak they would have taken that map just easily, really.
Yeah,
Now
that was just
Ego.
really unfortunate. So it looks
No
like
OSB. I cry.
same, I cry as well. But yeah, Ego going to be the pick for Chile. I'm not surprised. So we're gonna see Fluffy GMD for the first time in this match. I'm not surprised as well. I was actually expecting Fluffy to play for something like Ram a while ago. So it doesn't seem like Fluffy may have been comfortable there. Though right now is their chance to shine.
I think this map is so hard compared to everything else on the pool, really. Because 271 BPM are already on quarterfinals. Sure, it's mostly broken jump string, so it gives you some time to like rest your hands, but also doesn't, because having breaks on maps like this, depending on the player, really can even be an unhelpful thing. If you're not very good at control, this is something that can definitely throw you off.
Wait a minute, Fluffy starting off with an 85 a while ago as you were talking about control. That is not a good sign already.
He's rushing a lot, by the way, and he misses, and he's not comfortable at all. I feel that maybe he just has a wrong scroll speed or something, because he's hitting way too early, fairly consistently early as well. It's not like he's very spread. Niflox now drops again from Chile, but considering this performance by Fluffy, he's just so much more behind, and it doesn't really matter for Chile, really, at this point. It's a huge lead, and it's still 2/3 of the map remaining.
But what can I just say? Yuka with a 99.96 on a map like this? Well, should we even be surprised at this point?
No, I don't think. This is just average Miyuka plays.
Fluffy recovered pretty well, racing that act to 95 despite the potential scroll speed difference. I'm just really happy that these players are able to be pull through despite conditions.
Oh, absolutely. You always like to see new people and as many players to have their chance to play. The worst case scenario is just get your nerves off, and next year you come back even stronger, really. This time from Fluffy, unfortunately not the ideal scenario really on a map that is this hard. It is very, very tricky to join a lobby like this. But if it still manages to keep up into the S rank territory here, and unfortunately for Australia, that will be it. And there's another 33 regulars from Miyuka. Not quite 999k. Miyuka, come on. What's up? 49 points off? Like 149 points off. Come on. You can't do better, right? What the hell is that score?
I know, man. How? Alright, according to the chat, it was a wrong scroll speed issue indeed. Unfortunately, this would also be the last time we'll see Australia in the Oceania 4K World Cup for 2022, but they absolutely did their best and was able to push through to quarterfinals, and I think that's an achievement in itself, considering how stacked this tournament has been.
Oh, absolutely. And against Chile, of all the teams, really, you're facing a very challenging opponent, and it's perfectly reasonable. Sometimes matches don't go your way, and I'll argue Australia had their chances on the lands and hybrids, really. But Chile was just ever so slightly ahead in everything, really. And now they'll have to face Indonesia, 14 UTC today. So in about 12 hours is when these two teams are going to fight against each other for a spot into the semi-finals.
Gotta say though, Indonesia versus Chile, we saw that match last year. Will we be able to see them take redemption against Indonesia?
That's true. Indonesia won, right?
Yeah, I remember it was Indonesia winning 6-4. Though right now, Chile has another chance for redemption, and I want to see how Indonesia and Chile are going to face each other. But for now, we'll be having a very, very big one. I believe this is a winner's bracket match, which is going to be South Korea versus the United States of America.
Oh boy. What a match, right?
And man, I have no clue at all at how this match is going to go through.
I mean,
I just realized something, Juan.
What is it?
USA and Singapore face each other, and Korea versus Canada face each other. And they're happening on the same time, but they just switched.
Well, I mean, Canada took 3 points off of Korea, and Singapore took the US to tiebreaker. So if anything, this match is just promising. Both really are promising. Singapore and Canada and South Korea versus the United States. Those two matches are just going to be very, very big hype moments, I believe. And historically, we saw South Korea versus US so many times. I think it's just a regular match you expect to see every year. I will like actually a statistic, really. I believe they faced up against each other every single year so far since 2014. With the exception of 2014.
Year.
They did
I
it? I think they did.
I don't think they did, but
I thought Korea eliminated the US.
No. The team that eliminated US last year was... Oh, it was Brazil. They were in the grand finals. Okay,
Yeah.
but regardless, US faced Korea in most of the MWCs. Let's just put it like that.
I'm checking the bracket real quick now. I'm mad.
So, yeah, for the meantime, is this it for both of us? Is this it for the both of us for the meantime?
I believe so, yeah. This will be the last block, not the last block, but rather the last match I do for now. I'll be back, I believe, tomorrow morning.
Alright,
but you're gonna stay, right? You need to commentate these hype matches, really.
Exactly. Gotta keep the hustle. So, we hope you have a good time, and thank you so much for commentating with us, Juan. We'll be having a commentator switch in about 30 minutes, so please stay tuned, everyone. You don't want to miss this match.
No more. キスを舐め合うと苦しいね意味求め合うと悲しいね I wanna kill myself やめてよ zip it もう聞きたくないのキスを見せてって言えないよ覗き込んだって見えないよ I wanna kill myself やめてよ zip it もう聞きたくない You don't give me no sign I can't control but I can't control Give me a someday もう can't control 私 can't control キスを舐め合うと苦しい理由違うの全部違うの重ねたところから影になってやがて腐りゆくんだ It's wrong, it's wrong 認めてしまうとしまいだに対してしまう前に繋いだ後からこぼれ落ちていること And now 君の存在 You don't give me no sign I can't control but I can't control
drop it.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Oceania 4K World Cup 2022. And for this time, we're gonna be having a huge match coming up in the winners bracket quarterfinals, which is gonna be the 3rd seeded South Korea versus the 11th seeded United States. And along with that, we'll also be having a commentator change, as I'm Silo SKLs, but now joining me is going to be Sparky. Hello there, how are you doing today?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. I have had this match penned down since last week. This is going to be a very explosive matchup in the winners bracket. Like you were saying, South Korea going against the United States here. The United States, I would say the heavy underdog in this matchup. South Korea has been putting on quite a bit of a show throughout their tournament run so far, and it would be very exciting to see how these two match up. That is to say, though, this isn't the only match we have going on right now during this block. We will have Singapore versus Canada as well in the lower bracket. If you guys want to keep track of that, that'll be the match feed will be in the Twitch chat for you guys to click on.
Gotta say, isn't it a weird coincidence that South Korea and Canada was the match a while ago, and I mean, like in the previous round, while United States and Singapore was the previous round's matchup, and now they're happening at the same time.
It's an incredible coincidence. It's amazing how the schedule works out sometimes, and it's it's actually kind of funny the fact that both teams that won are facing each other at the exact same time that both teams that lost against these two teams are playing right now at this very instance. But with that being said, it looks like the players are loaded up into the lobby. We'll be getting into those roles, and it'll be interesting to see what both teams have brewed up for the bans.
Speaking of bans, I will not be surprised to see a Rice ban from the South Korean team. Something like Fiona could work, especially considering how good the United States is at speed in general. And as for the United States, I would be expecting an Ellen hybrid ban. I think the SVs will both be open.
That's a pretty good prediction. I could definitely see South Korea knocking out a Rice pick here. It looks like the roles are starting to come out. That being said, with the United States, definitely not the stalwart SV team that we've seen in years past. Would not be surprised if they decided to divert and go down into that SV, get rid of something like Marinol or Lion Zeta. So it looks like the United States has won the role 67-25. So I believe South Korea will be banning first, if I recall the proceedings correctly.
Yep, I mean, Polka did roll lower, so South Korea is going to be the one that's gonna ban first. So, yeah, like what I was saying, I'm expecting a Rice ban. Yeah, Fiona, there we go. That's exactly the map that I was expecting.
Right on cue. You nailed it right on the head. Knowing what the South Koreans are comfortable with, Rice won, obviously not one of those picks, and they know how devastatingly accurate this United States roster is on those Rice picks. Definitely not surprised seeing that one being gotten rid of here.
Yeah, Mirror and Dev are amazing backups as well for speed, so definitely you would want to avoid that. As for the United States, I think we should be seeing something like Peta Peta being banned. Yeah, there we go, Peta Peta is gonna be banned, especially considering how I think in terms of LNs, releases is something that the United States team could work a little bit more on.
Absolutely, 2 for 2 on those predictions. It's like you have your finger on the pulse of both of these teams. As it stands, it looks like it is going to be Rice 1 and LN1 getting banned. Both SV picks making it through the ban proceedings. A rare sight so far throughout this World Cup, so it'll be interesting to see who decides to go down there first.
Yeah, and wait, something to take note of. Both SVs are open for this match. I think that's a very interesting one because both teams practice SV. I'm pretty sure both teams are pretty good at it as well. But it's really just up to who's gonna be the more consistent one, as SVs generally have lesser notes than your typical pick. So essentially, the fewer mistakes you make would be so much more important than making fewer mistakes on, like, let's say, a very long stamina pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Marinol definitely on that lighter side. Very few notes to work with. A miss would be absolutely devastating. But right now we are waiting for the United States to make their first pick here. And it looks like it's going to be NP Addiction coming out here. Rice 3. Unsurprising given the strategy that they took against Singapore, opting to stick with the Rice pool to try and do the most damage here.
Alright, well, going for the stamina pick. I mean, of course, why not? Considering that this is a Rice versus LN hybrid match, I think. But the reason why I think NP Addiction is their choice is maybe you'd want to see how South Korea does an awkwardish patterns. And at the end of the day, that's a good way to test it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're starting a match off, you have a little bit of nerves. The stakes start getting a little bit higher. Thankfully for both these teams, it is a winner's bracket matchup, so not too much on the line. Tournament lives aren't on the line just yet, but still, you want to try and keep that winner's bracket run going as long as possible, and that might be weighing in the back of the minds of the players involved. It looks like right on cue, we have the United States Rice roster loaded up. Grip Warrior, LS Dev, and Crazy Mitter getting logged in here, Poka Gaisel, and it looks like it is going to be Snowscent coming in to round out this South Korean roster. Poka and Snowscent in particular have been doing absolute work throughout this tournament with their consistency on all sides of these map pools.
Yeah, Snowscent I've known Snowscent to be really good in 2018 for MWC, and it's such a nice surprise to see them play in this year, considering how much the scene has evolved, and they've kept up so well with everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. And Poka has been a nice addition to this roster as well, being able to provide that second layer of support to Snowscent and really form quite a devastating battering ram that has been taking teams for a ride throughout their matches. And right now it just seems like we are waiting for Snowscent to either get online or get added to the server. We'll get that squared away relatively soon so we can get into this first map. Don't want these players to get too cold after their very long warm-ups, you would imagine.
Well, that's true, and speaking of warm-ups, it could be detrimental to either of these teams if the wait that's been happening so far due to a server issue or something. It could affect these teams, but considering how good they all are, I think this should not be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Consummate professionals across this lobby, but it looks like Snowscent isn't available to be added, so there might be an emergency substitution for South Korea. Probably not an ideal situation, but they definitely have players capable of handling this pick.
Alright, I think according to the chat, there is Snowscent. I cannot wait to see how this one goes. Poka Gaisol, Snowscent. These three players are very, very good physically, but so are Grip Warrior, Dev, and Mitter. Those three in particular have so many scores that have been out of this world, like that double helix score that we saw last week. Certainly, a 2-9-9-3 on a map like that is unheard of.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely capable of handling these more physical charts, especially ones of this length. Clocking in at just over 3 minutes, going to be quite a test of everybody's physical stamina, but then you start to wonder about the mental stamina as well. You start getting those patterns, they start getting repetitive after a while, and it looks like everybody is ready. We're going to get into this first map of this best of 11. First team to 6 will be taking a ride into the semifinals in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, securing a semifinals berth in the winners bracket would mean that you'd be at least top 6 or a finalist in the Mania World Cup scene, and I think both teams would absolutely want that.
Yeah, for sure, and these first notes are probably going to tell us a lot in terms of where the players are mentally. It's always when it's at its lightest that it's the most dangerous, but then it starts to pick up, and here we go.
See, when it comes to experience, I think South Korea has a slight advantage in that regard. But in terms of the skill and talent in general, the United States is no slouch as well. And it's showing right now. Everyone in the lobby maintaining a 99.9.
Yeah, these players are gonna stay in lockstep with each other for a very long time throughout this map. Everybody, like you said, holding in that 99.9 range. The United States taking a bit of an advantage here right out of the gate, going into the second quarter of the map. But Midor's gonna be finding the first drop here.
That is not good news because South Korea is maintaining, or at least almost at the 99.9. In fact, they're doing so right now. But the United States still has an insane accuracy. So if one mistake from South Korea happens, it's gonna go back to the United States really, really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. The recovery run from Midor is well underway, back over that 400 combo cap, and didn't take too much damage in terms of accuracy. 99.84 is still a very formidable score, but they're gonna have to see if the South Koreans make a mistake going into the second third of the map.
But Midor has increased that accuracy really well. In fact, matching Gaysol with a miss, I think, should give United States a lead if they were triple full comboing, as Polka has also dropped that accuracy. But Midor drops once more time, and that is not good.
Definitely not good in the slightest. As we make our way into the back half of the map, that one's going to start doing a little bit of damage. They were doing so well to recover. They, like you said, they managed to match Gaysol and Polka as well. But that drop is going to hurt the score just a little bit more. It's going to make the task a little bit harder as we make our way into the last third of the map. Grip Warrior and Dev need to really stay solid here in this last part of the map. Snowscent doing work, trying to stay in lockstep with Dev and Grip Warrior here.
That's just Snowscent being at the forefront of the South Korean team. You really need to perform that well if you want the secure lead, and it looks like it's gonna be South Korea's point to take, but there's still a lot of time actually, and the United States still not that far behind.
For sure, last quarter of the map still to go. 3 FCs for the South Koreans, 2 for the United States. You would imagine if there's a break this late, it would be absolutely devastating for the South Koreans, but for right now, they are holding strong, they are holding steady. The nerves have yet to make their appearance for the South Koreans, and as it stands, they're going to be looking to try and take this first break point to start this match off.
Just very unfortunate, because if you were to look at the accuracies of the United States, it was just better than South Korea by a tad bit. So if it weren't for those 2 misses, I think the United States would have taken this. But it's been very close, and they should not be demotivated as it's only 1-0. There's still a lot of room. And wow, that was almost a triple V1 double S as well.
Oh my goodness, the 2 singular mistakes in that run, marring an incredible team score, and South Korea takes the first point in this match, the first break point as well, going back to their pick. See what they decide to go with here.
Yeah, that was really, really close as well. It was just unfortunate to see those 2 misses. And as for the other match, it seems like it's 1-0 for Singapore, as Canada lost their pick on Justify My Love.
Okay, so 2 different approaches taken by 2 different teams, and right now it's still very early on, a lot of room to recover, and we did see this with the United States against Singapore. They did give away a couple of breakpoints, but they were able to make up for it on that lower half of the map pool, and it is going to be Desperado Waltz LN2 getting picked by South Korea to kick their match off.
Desperado Waltz, stuff like this, I really think South Korea has an advantage on, especially considering how high the LN ceiling is, and for a team like that, who can essentially kill LNs at any stage, whether it's from round of 32 to grand finals, a pick like this would really benefit them.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many places where you can just find your accuracy going out the window, just chaining misses left and right, just due to the raw density found in this map. So it'll be very interesting to see if the United States can bounce back and try and take this breakpoint back. We see Sun Apple coming in for Dev. No substitutions so far for South Korea. You wonder if this is going to be the LN lineup as well.
I mean, I'm not surprised to see Sun Apple. Midor has actually been performing really well on the LNs, And that surprised me for round of 32 and round of 16, but for quarterfinals, I'm not surprised to see Mitter anymore.
Yeah, for sure. The physicality is reaching a point where they really start to get a chance to shine. And it looks like the players are ready. We are going to get into the second map. Only one substitution for throughout all 6 players. Let's see how Sun Apple does as well as their team.
Kind of surprised not to see Sudden Death on the South Korean side, but if these 3 had better scores than Sudden Death, then this is definitely the lineup you should go for.
For sure, no immediate trip-ups, and we see throughout this introduction, Poca standing tall above everybody else, Mitter not too far behind, and you'd imagine the accuracy is going to start evening out as the density begins to ramp up throughout this map.
Oh, as they say that Snow Scent is dropped to the 99.6 range, which ideally should give United States overall just a better score, as Gaysol also almost dropped to that area, but Poca with the 99.93 still keeping it afloat for South Korea, but the United States overall just a lot better in the average act department.
For sure, it's going to be interesting to see how Poca stands through this last 2/3 of the map. Get a bit of a break here to regain your composure and take stock of the situation before things start to build back up. And right now we are playing tug of war with this leaderboard. It is very close going into the back half of the map.
What is going on right now? The United States, I think, has a minor lead, and oh, there it is!
Oh my goodness, this is being separated by the narrowest of counts. I imagine there's maybe like 2 or 3 200s separating both of these teams. And Mitter finds the first couple of drops, and there's the chain misses that I was talking about. As the density begins to ramp up, it is so easy to find yourself dropping more and more, and that is going to be catastrophic for this United States roster as South Korea takes a commanding lead going into the last third of the map.
Oh my goodness, that was a very unfortunate chain miss. But regardless, I don't know who would actually take that, considering that South Korea overall has now increased that accuracy to at least a 99.7 each player. And I think that essentially seals the deal unless chain misses happen from multiple players from South Korea, which could happen on that ending.
Yeah, for sure, but it would have to be a total team collapse to hand it back over to the United States this late on in, and Mitter finds another slider break, and that is probably going to spell the end of this map as we make our way towards the ending.
Oh man, everyone just hit that ending perfectly, including Mitter, despite those initial misses. Very impressive, and wow, what is that ratio from Poca and Grip Warrior?
1-200 each. And Poca wins out on the 300 counts by the narrowest of margins. Those are 2 very impressive scores, but South Korea had that just tiny bit more support. Gaysol and Snowsen doing their part as well to put South Korea 2-0 up, with the United States up to pick next.
It was really surprising as well. Like, when I was looking at the ratios, it was really, really close between South Korea and the United States. I was kind of expecting a little bit of a fall off from the United States, but it seems like they're keeping up with South Korea in the LN department.
Yeah, for sure. This is I think there were some questions going into this tournament as to how well the United States would scale with LNs and hybrids, and it looks like they are up to the task. It's just those couple of misses from some of their key players that are really doing them in right now. But like I said, they had this sort of thing happen to them against Singapore, and they were able to bounce back. I would not be surprised if they decided to go... Oh, they're going with hybrid here. It's going to be Azure Vixen coming out.
It's very surprising. I was expecting something like, let's say, Justify My Love, or maybe even Ego. But alright, looks like they're going for a hybrid route. I mean, you already had Rice, you already had LN, so why not go for something else? And that would be hybrid. I can see where they're coming from, but they have to be really careful as to who should play this.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Tristan Jacob could come in for the United States. I think he's known to be really good at hybrid as well. But for South Korea, I would not be surprised to see sudden death instead of someone like Gaysol. There we go, sudden death indeed.
You have something a little bit more balanced in terms of Rice and LN. True to form with the hybrid category, it does lean certain ways on some maps, but overall, true test for how well-rounded these teams are, and a bit of a surprise seeing it come out from the United States, but I think last week they did find a lot of success in those hybrids to make their way back when the rice pick started going the way of Singapore. So not surprised to see that adjustment come out this week. It's all up to them to perform now.
Looks like Sun Apple's staying for the United States. I think they're not going to change anything at all. So this is going to be an interesting one. Can the US potentially take a point finally from South Korea? Because right now, they're in a minor disadvantage, but the key word is minor, as it's not been that much yet.
For sure, still very early on, and there's still plenty of opportunities for them to take points here, and they're gonna have to do it on something like Azure Vixen. And as we make our way through the build-up, very good starts all across the board, everybody hanging out in that like 99.8% range on average as we make our way into the first drop. And it looks like the United States is going to have a tiny bit of an advantage as the accuracy starts to even out. Sun Apple falling a little bit behind here, a couple of 200s coming out, but still able to hold on just ever so slightly. Oh my goodness, they are battling once again here.
Really, the difference is just between Sudden Death and Sun Apple. It's really, really close. But we're not seeing any breaks so far. And that's really impressive to see, but I think South Korea has the minor advantage given that Grip Warrior Emitter has also the piece of Rex slightly behind Poka and Snowstem.
Yeah, for sure. Poka once again putting up a very considerable performance here. 99.86, highest in the lobby, and keeping the United States at bay as we make our way into the back half of the map. Another break greets these players.
Here we go. It's a break, and yeah, you must hope for South Korea to have some breaks here and there. If you could secure a triple FC, that would be very nice, but if the accuracy is not there, then unfortunately you will not be taking the point. So far, the accuracy drop hasn't been too much with the exception of Sun Apple being a little bit behind everyone now. But Sudden Death also drops up to 200, so that could probably make it closer.
Yeah, right now all eyes on Snowstem and Mitter. They're the ones duking it out. Grip Warrior trying to catch up to Poka here and make some inroads in this lead. As we make our way into the last drop, the LN structure starts to get a little bit more complicated here. Last quarter of the map still to go, and you would imagine this is the opportunity for the United States to make some kind of strike here. It's very easy to start chopping some of these releases and drop a couple of unfortunate 200, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to be doing that anytime soon. Last quarter of the map still to go. South Korea still holding on to this lead.
Oh my goodness! It's not a big lead, but a lead is a lead, and if they can keep the triple full combo, it's South Korea's point to take once more, and could give them a 3-0 advantage, which would be really bad. And Sun Apple missing. That I think seals the deal for the South Korean team to take another point from the United States, and that is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it happened right at the very end of the map. I mean, to be fair, the average accuracy was on the side of South Korea. They were firmly in control during that pick, but it's just unfortunate that choke coming out right at the end. And South Korea goes up 3-0 now.
Oh man, this is not a good position to be in if you're the United States. But we've seen some comebacks here and there. We did see Germany coming back in that match against China, if I remember correctly, and also Indonesia coming back against that match versus Hong Kong. So it's not impossible yet. 3-0 or any lead at that is not impossible as long as they have not reached the amount of points required in order to win.
For sure, but for right now, it is going to be South Korea's pick, and they're going to go for SV1. They're going to be the ones to dive into what I would consider to be a bit of a wild card pick, SV1.
This, I gotta say, this map is difficult. It's 86, but regardless, it's still easy to drop 200s. And we're gonna be seeing Tristan Jacob and I believe A Sharp. Not surprised to see them, and I think we should be seeing LS Dev come in as well.
Yeah, full team swap for the United States. A Sharp, Tristan Jacob, and Dev. Lianek coming in for South Korea. And then just one more. 5 out of 6 lined up here. And I think this is the safer of the two SV picks, despite the fact that it is a little bit more visually complicated to Marisol, because Marisol with the low note count just makes every single judgment all that more important. Now looks like we're going to see Gaesol coming back in for South Korea to round out the rosters. So as it stands, all players are ready. We are going to get into this 4th map of this best of 11. It is going to be Line Zeta coming out, our first SV pick of the match. Of a possible 2, both of them survived. It'll be interesting to see if anybody picks Marisol after this.
That's true, and as you said, I think any mistakes in an SV map is just going to be fatal.
For sure, the LN structures are going to be what everybody needs to watch out for. Very easy to find yourself overholding and spiking a miss inadvertently because of sudden teleports. And there's a 200 from Gaesol. Right out of the gate, it's very easy to point out where the accuracy drops are on SV picks like this because of the low note count.
Oh, but I see Dev dropping at 200, but I think Lyanik is also kind of behind, so it ultimately does not affect it too much. Though, at the meantime, it's really, really close. Poca versus Tristan Jacob, A-Sharp versus Gaesol, and Dev versus Lyanik seems to be the matchups that we're going to be having. And it's up to each player to try and take the edge over their corresponding player.
Yeah, for sure. And right now it looks like Dev is winning the battle against Lyanik, and that's keeping the lead ever so slightly in favor of the United States. It's really up to Tristan and A-Sharp to maintain the accuracies and not let Gaesol and Poca overwhelm them here as we make our way into the back half of the map. And oh my goodness, these are some incredible runs we're seeing all across the board. 6 FCs still left on the board, and dare I say some V1 double S's as well.
Some of the 200s that Tristan Jacob got there unfortunately gives a slight edge to South Korea, but Lyanik is now at the 99.3 range. Any more 200 counts from them would give the lead to the United States. It's really just Poca at this point, but oh, that's a huge lead now to the United States.
Oh, big accuracy drop.
More 200s from Lyanik. That is not a good sign. Well, the United States is keeping that 99.6. Very important for them to take a break point at this time in the match.
Yeah, they need to hold. Last sliver of map left to go. There is no more room for error for either of these teams. And incredibly, there are still 6 FCs still left on the board. Accuracies can get thrown out the window. Everything is just about survival here on these last islands. And Tristan Jacob finds a break.
Is there enough time though? Here's the last part. And the United States is gonna take a break point, almost losing it after Tristan Jacob misses. But the accuracy advantage is way too big for the South Korean team to even take advantage of.
Okay, hold on. Can we just talk about Poca? V1 double S 142, 994,000 points on an SV pick. Is there nothing this player cannot do? They have been the anchor for South Korea, but it is not enough as the United States picks up their first point in this match, and they are going to go straight back into that rice pool. Ego is going to be the pick here.
Oh man, considering that Poca also got 10:1 ratio in SV, that is scary.
That's absolutely terrifying for any team that goes up against the South Korean roster. They are so well-rounded. That being said, they are not infallible. They do have weaknesses, and the United States able to pick up a point here to try and recover from this 3-0 deficit. 3-1 now, an opportunity to try and continue the momentum here to try and equalize this match.
Oh man, so looks like looks like this is a chance for United States to potentially take a point off South Korea again on the rice map. We did see that in the first pick, United States had the superior accuracy, but South Korea had the ultimate consistency, which you could not sleep on, and that's why South Korea won that pick.
Absolutely, and we see another full roster swap from the United States. Grip Warrior, Midder, and Dev. This is the quintessential lineup for the United States. These three are the ones that are really carrying the full brunt of the weight when it comes to the pressure of all of these rice picks, because it is so easy to find drops here and there, and when every player is as good as they are, anything below a 300 is detrimental, let alone the misses. And as we get into this fifth map of this best of 11, let's see if the United States can build on taking that break point and work their way back towards equality here.
That is true. They really need it right now. They need to try to take this point for themselves. And Poker right now with a 100% on like the first 100 notes. But wait a minute, Sudden Death Hack is behind the rest of the players in the lobby, and that's what's giving United States that lead that they need. And another drop for Sudden Death. Unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, that being said, very early on, gonna have plenty of time to make the recovery run here. That being said, dropping down to that 99.5 range is gonna give the United States a bit of a buffer to work with. All three of their players in at 99.8% range. They need to stay in lockstep with Poka as best as they can, with Snowstent not too far behind to back them up. But Poka finds the first drop here.
That was unfortunate. I think I also saw 100 to come with that. United States, though, 99.87, and two 99.9s now. And I think it's increasing, but Snowstent is matching that accuracy, and they really need that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a break here so the players can see just how that introduction went. The United States is going to know that they are ahead right now. All three of their players need to hold their composure here. They have had the accuracy. It has just been those little drops here and there that have cost them on these rice picks, but there's only a quarter of map left to go, and right now they are holding strong. But as I say that, Midder finds a drop.
But that's not gonna matter too much because Poka did have that one miss buffer, but the United States absolutely cannot miss now. Grip Warrior drops some ag, and that's scary, but Dev is sticking to that 99.89, and that's so important. The US takes it by a hair, only around 2,500 points of difference.
Oh my goodness, that was so close to being a disaster for the United States. Once again, Snowstent with the V1 double S, basically single-handedly almost taking that point back for South Korea, but the United States doing just enough to make it 3-2 now.
Dev with an insane score as well, MVPing the lobby basically. But can we talk about Poka's 76 300s as well?
Oh my goodness, the scores these players can put up are mind-boggling. It is unfortunate that they had that 100 and missed. If they managed to keep that run clean, we would be seeing a completely different scoreline right now. But with that being said, it is back to South Korea to pick, and I could see Daisy Cutter coming out here.
Yeah, I think Daisy Cutter could work, but why not the hybrids? I mean, Meteor and Shooks and Summer, I think, could also be useful. Though, okay, they're going for Daisy Cutter, as you called it, right on cue for your case.
Yeah, it's a little risky. I mean, Azure Vixen did go the way of South Korea towards the very end, but I mean, with how consistent the United States is on the right side of things, the Allen structures might not be heavy enough to pose that much of a challenge for the United States. And we see A Sharp coming in for this pick instead of Sun Apple, so a bit of a roster swap here. Midder staying in to back up Grip Warrior as well, and no substitution so far from the side of Korea.
I'm very surprised to see A Sharp. I mean, if there was one player that I was expecting to be replaced, it would have been Midder. But wow, it does seem like they're gonna go for Grip Warrior, Midder, and A Sharp. That's still an LNT not to be slept on. So you gotta be careful if you were South Korea.
For sure, there might be enough like more jack elements, some short LNs that might bode more comfortable for A Sharp over Sun Apple. So it just depends on how the practice goes. It looks like there aren't going to be any substitutions for South Korea. Sudden Death, Gaisel, and Poka going to be contesting the United States on Daisy Cutter here, trying to stave off this comeback that the United States is starting to mount here. Let's see how the players do.
We'll see how this one goes. I mean, South Korea, I think, should be the favorites to win an Olympic, but US is also really good at those kinds of skill set.
Yeah, for sure. And this map, just like Desperado Waltz, littered with choke points. There's so many short LNs that might cause you to finger lock a little bit. And as we make our way into this first chorus, we see a couple of 200s coming out from some of the players. Sudden Death taking a little bit of damage here going into the second quarter of the map. But still, this is very much up in the air. 6 full combos still left on the board here.
Wow, this act from the United States, I think is... Oh wait, I don't know who has the advantage now. Okay, but Gaisel dropped a ton there. Okay, that should give it to the US.
This is teetering on a knife's edge right now. Just those couple of 200s coming out. It's basically Mitter versus Sudden Death, A Sharp and Gaisel and Grip Warrior Poka basically mirrored across from each other going into the last third of the map, and this is still anyone's game.
As long as no one drops, I think this should be the United States pick to win. Because Sudden Death has dropped an accuracy and another 200. No one chokes at that mini jack. That part is very fatal for those who mind blocked it. And as I say that, Mitter is gonna drop. But is it enough? I think it is. The lead is slowly going to the South Korean team, but it's not moving. Give this a moment. Okay, there it is.
They need to get back over that 400 combo cap quick. There is not a lot of time left.
Wait a minute.
Oh, it is coming down to the wire. Oh, but South Korea, there's a couple of 200s coming out from A Sharp. Oh, there's a
drops! And that gives it to the United States! But, oh my god, what just happened?
That is a slider break versus a miss at the very, very last run. Oh my goodness, I don't have any words. My jaw is on the floor. What are some of these scores? Grip Warrior with a V1 double S. Is A Sharp not too far behind? What just happened here? It is 3-3 now.
He's had a heart attack there, and Grip Warrior immediately going for breaking rules. I like this pick. Considering that Poka has missed on 2 of the most recent maps, you gotta go for something chokeable, right? So United States going for breaking rules makes a lot of sense for me.
Absolutely. This is one of the most chokeable maps in this pool. There are so many mini jacks. The tech sections throughout this map can give you fits if you're going for accuracy. And if you find yourself choking at the ends of maps, and it starts to wear on you a little bit mentally, and we see more substitutions coming out from both rosters. We see Snowset and Tristan Jacob checking in. Oh my goodness, this is turning out to be a bit of a show now.
I had a heart attack watching that. Remember when it was like 3-0 in South Korea's favor? Look who's laughing now.
Exactly. Those that were saying, "Oh, this is gonna be a sweep. This is easy. South Korea's got this." Look where we're at now. It's 3-3.
Give us a moment though. Look at this interesting switch. Tristan Jacob coming in for the United States team. Well, I do think this is an essential switch, given that Mitter has been missing on some of these maps. But remember that Tristan Jacob also had a miss of his own on that SV pick. So let's see how that cancels out.
It remains to be seen. All bets are off. We are all square once again, basically restarting the match. The first 6 maps were a mulligan. This is really where things start to get serious.
And serious indeed. Well, these misses, those are not real misses, right?
No, those are not real misses. I hope and pray that they're not, because the match just started. Okay,
So
no misses
far,
from anybody here.
So far so good, but Tristan Jacob has dropped a slightly accuracy, though Dev and Grip Warrior are just anchoring the United States as much as they need. But Tristan Jacob drops! That's not good news, and that was a good jump as well. Looks like this pick is backfiring for the United States, but it's still early on. I mean, both teams just reached the combo cap, and that's what makes it heartbreaking.
Yeah, for sure. Already a quarter of the way into the map. 2 combos gone on the side of the United States. That being said, Grip Warrior, highest accuracy in the lobby, but being trailed close behind by Poka. Gonna make it hard for the United States to make some inroads in this lead. That being said, all the mini jacks littered throughout this map are ripe for the picking, and there goes sudden death. And now the lead starts to trickle just a little bit more towards the right here, as both Tristan Jacob and Dev have recovered very well from their early misses. But that being said, it's still on the side of South Korea with half the map still to go.
You would need a miss from either Poka or Snowset, or maybe even another miss on their end.
Oh, there was Poka!
Poka, as I called it! I think the lead should be closer now! It could be turning to the United States anytime soon!
Dev
It's getting closer and closer!
Oh my goodness. It's starting to trickle over. There's only a quarter of the map left to go. Dev has recovered from their miss. Tristan Jacob has recovered from their miss as well. Oh my goodness, it's gonna come down to accuracy. Grip Warrior needs to pick up the pace just a tiny bit if they want to try and make it over. Last little map left to go.
It's getting so close. United States can still take it. Wait a minute, who's gonna take it? Any 200 drops here would give it to the US. I think the South Korean team takes it by the skin of their teeth. That's like 300. Wait, 300, 400? I don't know, but it's really close. Oh my god.
That came down to the wire. Just like Daisy Cutter, not as tragic in terms of a miss, but still, you had the momentum going. But those 2 early misses from the United States proved to be just a little bit too much to overcome here. An amazing performance from Snowsen to keep Grip Warrior in check, and South Korea goes back up 4-3 now.
Oh man, this match has given me like how many heart attacks already. This was no exception.
I am currently having years shaved off of my life. This has been quite the showing so far from both of these lineups. This is a lot closer than some might have been expecting. And you can see it's starting to wear on the players. Nerves are starting to creep in as this match starts to wear on. It's going to become a composure test as we make our way into the back half of this match. There are no more LN picks left, and the hybrids are really risky here for South Korea. What do you go for in this situation?
Like, look, like as I was saying. Oh man. Wait, but I don't know what to say even. My heart has just been racing really fast.
We've just gotta take a deep breath. Hybrid 2 is coming out. We're at the tail end of summer, and summer is going to be the pick for South Korea here.
Speaking of which, just wondering, considering the name, which side will the sun shine into? Will it be the South Korean team who would really have a good advantage if that happens? Or could it rise again for the United States, for them to get another chance at taking or potentially taking South Korea to a tiebreaker? So it looks like we're gonna be having A-Sharp coming in. I like that switch considering how A-Sharp did in Daisy Cutter.
For sure, Mitter coming in as well. You can imagine that some of the nerves might be starting to get frayed just a little bit here on both ends. You want to make sure that your players are composed, maybe giving them a song off. If the scores are really close in those practice lobbies, then I mean, you just got to make sure you put your best players forward at the right times. Any missteps here could prove to be disaster for either of these teams. South Korea looking to try and make it match point. The United States trying to notch this up once again. They were down 3-0. They made it 3-3. They are definitely here for a fight.
If there's something that I think really contributed to the United States, it's certainly their accuracy overall. It's just really been slightly better than South Korea. But at the same time, they have been picking the maps that they think one of the South Korean players like Poka or Sudden Death will break, and they've been doing an absolutely amazing job. They've done their homework, did the research, and now it's paying off. It's really, really close, and it's really just a battle for anyone right now.
For sure. And as we load into summer, oh my goodness, I am on the edge of my seat, just waiting to see who blinks first on a pick like this. Just under 2 minutes and plenty of room to find yourself breaking as we make our way into this map. Let's see how the players do.
So far, so good for both teams, but Snowcent is in a little bit of an act disparity, and as I say that, they kind of fumbled on that Ellen section, but it should not mean too much. Though again, a lead is a lead, and that's really been the theme for this match so far.
For sure, but that being said, these leads have been so fragile at points. We have seen it in these last two picks where it can swing in just an instant, and as these LN structures start to get a little bit more dense, making our way into the second quarter of the map, it looks like the overall accuracy from the United States is just enough to keep South Korea behind them. A couple of 200s coming in on the break from Snowcent, gonna help secure this lead just a little bit, but it is so close right now. It is almost too close to call. Oh my goodness, we're seeing those cross-map battles once again. Poca, Grip Warrior, Sudden Death, A-Sharp, Bitter, Snowcent. All eyes, pick your favorite and watch along because there is somebody on the opposite end of the lobby matching them step for step. Last third of the map here, and it looks like Sudden Death's gonna find the first drop here.
And yet this is big because if the United States hits a break point, it's their pick now to lose it. Poca drops again, but seriously, Bitter is gonna turn it. Now it's just A-Sharp, Grip Warrior holding the fourth for the United States. And Snowcent is still keeping it up for South Korea.
For sure, but they don't have the accuracy this time around, and it is helping the United States. Last little map left to go. Any drops here could prove catastrophic for either of these rosters. That being said, South Korea making some inroads here. Sudden Death and Poca back up with that 400 combo cap, and the accuracies are just ever so slightly able to contest. Mitter finds the drop, and that's going to go over to South Korea at the very end of the map.
That was so unfortunate. That was a break point the United States could have taken. I think the ratio-wise, both teams were like literally just the same. But in terms of the 200 count, United States just takes it.
Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. Having it in your hands and having it slip away. They don't know how close that was just yet. But immediate ram coming out for the United States, sticking to their guns. What they know is that Rice accuracy is just whether or not they can put together the team performance to really put them over the top here. They have no more room for error. South Korea now on match point, 5-3.
Yeah, absolutely, they must play perfectly now. Like, the United States cannot afford any much more mistakes or whatever. But this is still a really good situation for, I think, the US, because again, there's no more LNs, and the only picks remaining really are Rice, Hybrid, and 1SB. And if I were South Korea, let's say United States wins this, right? If South Korea is going to be picking, they should avoid SB.
Yeah, the SV2 is fundamentally banned right now. That is the riskiest pick left in this pool. But that being said, they have a chance to close it out here, not even have to worry about it. The United States is the one that are going to have to put up the performances here to try and tie this up and go to tiebreaker once again.
That's true. We have to see. We've seen a lot of like close tiebreaker matches, but it didn't happen. We've seen that in Indonesia, Hong Kong, as well as China, Germany. I really hope this match goes to the end, to the tiebreaker. That would like really be an insane turnaround if the United States takes them to the tiebreaker scene.
For sure, it will be the first one of the weekend. Like you said, we have had so many close calls so far this weekend. But they're going to have to do it here on RAM. And it's going to be that Rice lineup that we've come to know and love. Grip Warrior, Dev, and Mitter coming out for the United States. Poca, Sudden Death, and Snowcent up to contest. And oh my goodness, this is like I cannot imagine what the players are feeling right now.
I can see why Ram was the pick for the US, considering that they do have an ACK advantage here.
But it's
Sudden
just a
death.
consistency.
Yeah, consistency indeed. But sudden death, I think, from what I've observed, has an accuracy disparity between all of these players so far. So I can see why you should pick something like this. Attacking the third player is a valid strategy.
For sure, but right now, Poca is taking the United States to task right now. 99.95, highest in the lobby. Gonna keep this lead in check for the United States, but it is still a lead nonetheless. This is not a long map by any stretch of the imagination. We're already in the back half, and it is basically 3 99.9s coming out from the United States. It's whether or not they can hold it here going into the back half.
Poca has been killing it. 99.95 on a pick like this is no joke. But overall, the United States having two 99.9s and one approaching that already is so much more important than having one that's ahead of everyone else. And here we go, here's the final part. Still chokes are possible.
For sure, last quarter of the map still to go. Some very impressive runs overall. It's going to be scary seeing that team score overall for both of these teams. Last quarter of the map left to go. The lead is still in favor of the United States. They picked this knowing how well their accuracy can carry them through, and it looks like it's going to keep them alive here and make it 5-4 now.
What a score! Wait, that's almost a full lobby V1 double S! Poca dropping down 1-100 was the only non-V1 double S score. What is this? What is happening here?
That is disgusting. The fact that all 6 of these players almost V1 double S a map like that. That is ridiculous, if I do say so myself. But it is South Korea's pick. It is their opportunity to try and close this out and avoid the tiebreaker. And I don't know about you, but what do you pick here?
Oh man, I don't know anymore actually.
I can't like Justify My Love is one of the it's so innocuously chokeable because you just need one thing to go wrong for everything to just fall apart. Marinol only has like 850 notes. You drop somewhere in the middle, you are never making it back over that 400 combo cap. And there it is, Hybrid 1 mid-Terran trucks coming out for South Korea to try and close this out.
Very least, they did not pick SV. I think that pick was essentially, that was a death sentence, I think, because if you were to pick SV, United States, I think, would kill it and practiced it so many times. But yeah. Wow, alright, United States going for the A-sharp route once again. I'm really surprised not to see, like, Gaysol in the South Korean side. And, yeah.
Yeah, this is probably the composition that had the most consistent scores for South Korea. At least you would imagine, because like you said, it's like we haven't seen the likes of Gaysol come back in, and it's just been like we live by this roster, we die by this roster. And we saw the brief appearance of A-Sharp. They're probably the United States is probably trying to figure out who has the nerve to try and contest this pick, to try and take it a tiebreaker. It looks like it's going to be Tristan Jacob coming in.
Yeah, Tristan Jacob was selected for the US team for being really good at hybrid as well. So certainly a good choice. But alright, looks like it's gonna be Grip Warrior, Tristan Jacob 11, and Mitter for the United States. And for South Korea, it's gonna be Poca, Sudden Death, and Snowsen. I don't know which team is winning. I don't know which team is better at this. But all I can say is, it's gonna be one hell of an ending, whatever happens.
For sure, this has been quite the ride. We have been in this situation before 2 times now, where it was 5-4 with the country trying to make the tiebreaker happen, unable to do it. Can this be 3rd time's the charm for the United States? As we wait for everything to get synced up, wait for the players to load into the lobby, want to make sure everything is even footing here.
If you want, indeed, even
footing.
Go. If you want to see a tiebreaker, support United States. But if you want your team South Korea, if ever your team South Korea and you want them to win, you gotta support them as well. I don't know who's really gonna take this actually.
I don't either, but that is a huge accuracy drop from Tristan Jacob there at the very beginning of the map, dropping quite a couple of 200s. And that's going to give a very early lead to South Korea as everything starts to even out, recovering very well, going back up into that 99.7 range, and it is all to play for right now as this map really begins to kick off.
It's true, and it's so close. Tristan Jacob did an amazing recovery, but it's still behind Sudden Death and Snowsen. Polka once again being at the forefront of the South Korean charge, but Grip Warrior is no joke as well.
For sure, this is basically a 0.1% of a difference between these two teams, and as we make our way into the second third of the map, it is, again, as it has been throughout this match, a very fragile lead for the South Koreans to hang on to. The United States trying to make their charge here.
That's true, and right now, it does seem like they could secure this triple full combo for the United States, and that's really good. But South Korea with Poco in the 99.9 range, you would hope for one of the South Koreans to miss if you were the United States team, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen anytime soon. We're in a break section right now, of some sort. Well, never mind, not anymore.
Going back into it, this map does not relent for even just a second. There are a couple of very light sections, but they don't last for very long. Last third of the map still to go, and we see a bit of an act drop from Sudden Death. Gonna make him tied with Tristan Jacob here, but right now it is really Polka doing the work here for South Korea, keeping them in the lead by the slimmest of margins. Any drops from them and it would probably spell the end for this run, but as it stands, they have been the anchor for South Korea, and it is really showing right now. Last quarter of the map still to go, 6 FC still left on the board. Nobody has batted an eye just yet.
But still, no drops from either team is really impressive. One miss from South Korea could still do it for the United States. There's still enough time, but I don't think any misses are gonna happen. Will this be it for the South Korean United States match? I think this could be it, but if there's any misses, it has to happen now. But it doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
There's not enough time. There's only a sliver of map left to go. Things start to light up just a tiny bit here towards the end, and it looks like South Korea is gonna be able to hold on and take it 6-4 here.
Oh my goodness, that was a V1 double S for Polka as well. Amazing recovery by Tristan Jacob, but unfortunately, that's just not gonna be enough. Both teams were amazing. It was just kind of sad that the tiebreaker was not seen. But once again, South Korea, United States, two amazing teams. And wow, Polka overcoming that nervousness was very essential as to why South Korea won that.
For sure. If there was ever a time to put up a performance like that, that is clutch from Polka, if I do say so myself.
It was just very unfortunate. Honestly, I think that tiny difference that they had on breaking rules is what made South Korea win the match.
For sure. And there was an opportunity on Hybrid 2 for the United States as well. That being said, they're not knocked out just yet. They are going to drop down into that lower bracket for the semifinals, and South Korea will be moving on in the winners bracket for that semifinals matchup. And oh my goodness, I believe the Singapore-Canada match has ended already as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 6-1, and I think that means that Canada, unfortunately, is gonna be eliminated. But they still put up a great fight, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible performance from them. Singapore moving on to the semifinals weekend. But in terms of matches, that'll do it for this tiny block of 2 matches. We'll be back in about 3 hours at 7 UTC to bring you guys Malaysia taking on Japan. Another very, very exciting matchup. And you know what else is exciting?
What is it?
Banners. Being able to decorate your profile and support your teams and provide more support for the prize pool for this tournament. If you have a favorite team, if you want to support a country that you're not a part of, if you want to support a team that's been eliminated already, you can go to the Oath store and pick up a banner to support your country. And that's not all. You can also donate to the Open Collective, an initiative that we have going on where you can donate even more to the prize pool for this tournament. So lend your support to these players. They have been putting on impressive, incredible, immaculate performances for you guys. But until we return at 7 UTC, I believe that'll be it for both of us.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I have not that much to say, but again, as Sparky said, just stay tuned, and you do not want to miss the next matches that we are going to have. They're all going to be insane, I bet.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2022 Quarterfinals weekend. We have had amazing matches over the last 24 hours, and this match right now that we're going to witness will be of no exception. These two countries have faced each other a total of 5 times within the last 7 years. They first faced each other in 2015, round of 16 and the losers finals, both victories to Japan. They then faced each other again 3 years later in the losers semi-finals. Malaysia won that, and just recently last year, both these teams faced each other twice in the round of 16 and the losers finals, both going to tiebreaker and both going to Malaysia. So, a 6th time in the 4K World Cup. I am Raviel and I'm joined by Potassium F. How are you doing?
I'm doing so well. I'm so excited. This is a classic matchup. It seems to happen every year. As you were saying, Malaysia versus Japan, and the rules of Malaysia versus Japan typically in the past have been Japan picks Rice, Malaysia picks LN. Very cut and dry, very simple. But looking at these rosters this year, both of these teams are the most well-rounded they have ever been, I would say. Japan is no longer just a Rice team. Looking at all of their scores on LNs especially, players like Ice Cake, Yoppie Yugen, G2T coming in, getting some extremely good hybrid LN scores, and Rice as well. They're so well-rounded.
Yeah, and these two teams, we also need to mention, are 4th and 5th seeded in qualifiers. It is as close as it gets.
Yeah, and right now, these roles, they're going to be important, and it's going to be Japan to win the first one. So it is going to be Malaysia having the first ban, I believe. And
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. I imagine Malaysia will ban an SV because Japan is a very well-known SV team.
Very certain that Marinol is going to be out.
I want Line Zeta to be banned, so that Marinol gets picked, but that's just a little bit of hopium from me.
We shall see. It might happen.
Most likely to be Marinol, I would say.
Yeah.
But Japan's ban is going to be interesting. Malaysia still do have an extremely strong LN team, so maybe they do ban something like Peta Peta.
Yeah. Japan did ban Sludge the last round, which was LN1, and Malaysia banned SV2, which was me and you. Oh, they are going to ban Line Zeta.
Let's go. Marinol is going to be picked.
Open. Marinol's open. Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
Go Japan, first pick Marinol. I know you'll do it.
If you can't see it, then you just never know it. I feel sorry for you.
I wanna say Desperado should be banned from Japan.
That could very well be the case. Japan's... I haven't entirely gotten a full grasp of Japan's LN abilities when it comes to these harder maps in the late game. Because some of these players, they're kind of new.
Yeah, and not only that, because like just looking at Malaysia's score on Dawnwall last weekend, they were first. But they are going to ban Peta Peta.
Interesting, actually. Yeah, Peta Peta is going to be the ban. Of course, Malaysia having, some extremely heavy hitters when it comes to LN. Chiwi, of course, being the name that you have to pay attention to. So it's never, ever going to be a bad ban to ban away one of the LN maps from Malaysia. And it's going to be Ego actually being the first pick. Japan continuing a little bit of a trend that's started last year of picking the tech maps first.
Yep, and they're going to do it again. This one's a very short tech map, about roughly 1.5 minutes.
And we'll wait for both teams to sort through their players, what roster they want to go with. Looks like we've got Apple, of course, staying in for Malaysia. One of the best performing players so far in these earlier rounds.
Yeah, it's gonna be Apple and Chiwi, just the third player. I feel like it could be Leon or
Transition.
Yeah,
Transition is in the lobby right now. They're just in the wrong slot. So that would make a lot of sense. It looks like we've got Sleet Girl, Yoppie Yugen, and AM Dusky are coming in. Very solid roster, of course, from Japan, being known as one of these heavy-hitting Rice teams for a long time. Definitely interesting to see Malaysia definitely have stronger Rice than they ever have, I would have to say, with the addition of players like Transition and Seoul.
Yeah, but I feel like in this kind of scenario, it still can be a toss-up, especially with what Japan has to offer.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, Japan obviously are going to feel comfortable on this, but I mean, the accuracies that we know the all of Malaysian team can get on all maps, it's going to be scary. And on a tech map like this, it very well may come down to the misses if they do happen.
Yes. I'm expecting a couple, but from who, we will never know.
Yeah, very easy to miss, of course, and as it is such a short map, you know, 1 minute 40. One miss is going to do so much to that score difference.
Alright, let's get ourselves into it. Map number 1 between Malaysia and Japan. Eagle is the pick from Japan.
So here we go, getting into it right now. Oh, a bit of a rough start from Transition there. Starting a little bit below 99%, but it's going to be able to raise that accuracy quite quickly. Small accuracy lead for Japan at the start of this map.
Yeah, apart from Transition, everyone else holding above 99.85.
Yeah, that is no joke of an accuracy for this lobby. Transition now managing to recover all the way to 99.7. Very strong accuracy now across the board. Score lead's going to remain close just like this. 99.9 being held right now for AM Duskia and Chiwi. Apple matching Yopi Yugen. And it's going to be Sleek Girl winning over Transition. That's going to be what's keeping Japan in a little bit of an advantage.
And but like we mentioned as well, a miss can definitely flip things, and this map is also really short. We're already halfway through, and we already can see about a 2,600 point lead.
2,000 points, yeah. There's one miss would completely switch the sides, no questions asked.
And that's one miss from JH Legal!
Right at the start of the second half. That's a really big drop. That was the highest, the second highest accuracy that it was from Japan. And missing again.
Another one.
Sleek Girl, this is now Malaysia starting to run away with the win. If
The lead should be unassailable.
Yeah. Now Yopi Yugen finding a miss. That's going to be it. That's going to seal the deal. There's no way that Japan could possibly come back now with 3 full combos still for Malaysia.
That's the risk of picking something this short. You miss once, and you look at that lead now, suddenly about 36,000 points, and these accuracies, oh my gosh.
Oh, AMD and Chiwi, those ratios are crazy.
Oh my
Almost
God.
1 to 15. And without those misses, it does look like, you know, Japan probably would have a bit of an accuracy lead. Hard to tell, but unfortunately, it is, for Japan at least, it is going to be a couple misses coming in from their side. That's going to seal the deal. So Malaysia winning at a very, very early break point in this match. And they're going to go straight for the LN. They know what they're trying to pick here. And it's going to be Daisy Cutter. But once again, I don't actually think that either team has any extremely safe picks. That's the issue for both of them right now.
Yeah, that's why this match is gonna be so fun to watch, because you don't really know if one team has a higher edge over the other. So Leon is now in the lobby for this one.
We've got some LN specialists coming in, Leon and Ice Cake for either team. Leon, of course, being really well known for having extremely high LN accuracy overall, so you know if he's going to be subbed in, it's going to be a scary team score from Malaysia, I'm expecting here.
Well, I was actually expecting G2T to come in for this one, but JH Lead Go is staying in.
Yeah, JH Lead Go, of course, being a very, very strong LN player for Japan as well. Historically as well, has been a very strong performer in the LNs. But it's really just been this year that Japan have really gotten 3 solid players to be able to play.
I was waiting for that client to load everybody in at once, and we should be, yeah, getting ourselves going.
Oh wow, these accuracies! 99.9 for 5 players? Hello? Right now, the lowest accuracy is 99.8 by the entire Japanese team, actually.
And yeah, Chiwi is just doing what Chiwi does.
Yeah, 99.95 for Chiwi right now. That's a lot of the difference. Japan, the entirety of Japan is slowly kind of losing accuracy down to 99.7 now. It's still very strong for all 3 players. But Chiwi and Leon, 99.93, 99.88. And
sorry.
Yeah, Japan just struggling, dropping a few more 200s as well. All 3 of their players now dropping 99.6 for Ice Cake and Sleet Girl.
Yeah, Japan's accuracy lagging behind by a bit, but one miss can definitely still change things from Malaysia's side.
Yeah, Apple is dropping accuracy down as well, down to 99.68. So basically the same as Japan's average. And that's a miss from Apple! That's pretty significant. Is the accuracy lead going to be enough to keep Malaysia in it, though? I think it will. I think Malaysia might still have the advantage.
It was a very clean miss.
Leon's accuracy dropped down a little bit, but it's all in Chiwi. 99.91, that's keeping them in, even with the miss. 3 full combos still for Japan.
And Malaysia will take it with the miss. Just, I would say, from Chiwi and Leon scores alone, but Chiwi with a B1 double S. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a monster. Like, look at the ratios as well. Chiwi completely destroying every other player on ratio, and other players' ratios is really good. Like, Leon and Yoppie Yugen's ratios were extremely good there.
We're going straight into Jump Stream Ram. Another very short map. This is about 1:30 as well.
Yeah, Japan are really trying to pick for these more jump stream type, I guess, comfort for their own players. But at the same time, you know, with these short maps, like you said, you really can't afford to be making any mistakes. And right now, Malaysia's not really making any mistakes.
I mean, when they are making mistakes, they have someone to cover it.
Yeah, at the very least, this should be more of a chance for Japan than Daisy Cutter just then. If there is a similar miss from one of the Malaysian players on a map like this, there is no way that Japan doesn't capitalize on it here.
And we do see G2T now come in for this.
And we're seeing transition coming back in for Malaysia here. It looks like all the players are now settled. AM Dusky, of course, returning for the Rice picks.
Seems like Apple might be a bit stuck. Oh, are we good to go? Okay, we are good to go.
And here we go, the speed jump stream map. Less potential for chokes in this one. Much more straightforward in terms of the patterning, but it is fast.
Yeah, and one miss can definitely also be huge, impactful.
Oh, they matter. They matter all that much more on a map like this.
From Japan.
Yeah, 3 mirrors versus 3 no mirrors. Perfectly mirrored match we have between these two teams. Right now, it actually looks like Malaysia's the one with the advantage. All 3 Malaysian players holding around 99.9%, while Japan holding still very, very well. A little bit lower, G2T in particular, 99.83. I mean, that's still so high. A few 200s difference, really.
They're all so close, within like 0.1% of each other. Oh, G2T with a miss though!
A miss from G2T, that's gonna be a huge lead now for Malaysia. They're gonna start to run away with this. And if there's no miss, I mean, at this point now, you know, Malaysia, all their job really is to do is to hold on to these combos. If they manage to hold on to 3-4 combos here, it should be a fairly clean win for them.
And that will be a huge statement as well in this match. Alright, here we go. We have one last quarter remaining.
Yeah, Apple and Chiwi right now still holding on to 99.9. AMD and Sleep Girl actually now building all the way back up to 99.9 on the Japanese
Just
side.
a miss. He just missed on
there's a
DDT and
miss from
JC
Sleep
follow. And Malaysia, they will take no prisoners. They take a second rise point.
Yeah, these combos are just too consistent for Malaysia that, oh my god.
Apple?
No.
Apple and AMD, 1-300 apart.
Oh, those are scary scores. Chiwi as well, 106. 120 for Sleet Girl. I mean, the worst ratio here is 152. 1 to 10 from transition, and that's a double S. Oh, wow.
I don't really know what else to say. Desperado Waltz getting picked here as usual. The L-Lens coming in.
Yeah, so Malaysia going to keep up this LN. And Japan, they're going to want to win something right now. It's 3-0 down for them. They've lost 2 breakpoints in a row now. And, you know, they're going to have to start soon.
Yeah, Japan do have another pick if they do lose this, but whatever pick it is, it has to be extremely crucial.
They have to pick SV. They have to pick Marinol.
Yeah, actually, why haven't they picked Marinol
They have
yet?
not picked Marinol yet. I think it's coming next. But either way, they are definitely going to be wanting to make this one as close as possible. This map should be winnable for Japan, like you said. This is the LN density pick, and you mentioned Dornwald, Japan having an extremely good score on that last week.
Yeah, but you also need to remember Chiwi is playing for Malaysia.
Yeah, that's always the problem here, and it's not even just Chiwi. We have Leon and Apple.
Yeah.
It's not just the
Very
single
hard
player
hitters.
for Malaysia that's doing the carrying, it's the fact that they can back him up. That's what makes them so scary as a team. So we'll see Ice Cake and Yoppie Yugen coming in for Japan. Sleet Girl is staying in once again. And we'll see if Japan can get something done here. Try to win a break point back. And so far, wow, huge lead for Malaysia. 40,000 points already.
Alright, client, let's compose ourselves. Right from the start, they usually go with a bit of an accuracy drop. That's probably going to be the only accuracy drop in this intro, yep.
Yeah, the other 5 players. Well, actually, Apple drops a little bit of accuracy as well.
Yes.
Other players holding very strong though. Chiwi and Leon 99.9 for both of them. Yoppie Yugen not too far behind either. But of course, if you've seen Desperado Waltz before, it's not too relevant what happens in the first half. It's going to come down to this last half if we see any misses, any chokes. And so far, Japan keeping things close relatively. These accuracy differences are not massive. We can see, look, 1,000 points being the difference at 1/3 in.
But like you said, it's mostly just gonna happen. Most of the lead changes could happen in the second half.
Yeah, all these players should definitely be capable of comboing, but very easy to choke for anyone. Unless you're Chiwi.
Client?
That was Client. Or wasn't it Leon?
Yeah, that was Client.
Okay, that was Client. Okay. The combo came back for Ice Cake, but not for Leon for a while. That made me a little bit nervous.
Oh, but that's an actual miss on Yoppie! That's a genuine one.
Yeah, very clean miss because it was in a slow section, but it does mean that now Japan are relying on Malaysia to find a miss sometime. And Yoppie Yugen with another miss.
One. Now there has to be at least 2 from Malaysia.
Ooh, and relying on a miss for Malaysia is not a position you want to be in right now. There's still a third of the map
Especially
left.
on LN. Yes. Okay, but this final quarter can get a bit brutal. Ice kick with a miss. Only one FC remaining from Japan.
Still 3 FCs for Malaysia, and these accuracies are so strong as well. Chiwi still with 99.87.
Yeah, what can you do?
Malaysia's not really giving them anything they can do. Even without those misses, Malaysia's accuracy, I don't think this is beatable. For Japan's players right now. We're getting towards the end of the map already. All 3 of these players, Apple actually finding a little bit of an accuracy drop there. And a miss
to boot.
But
But
that
it won't
showed
matter at all.
way
Yeah.
too late in the map for that one. It is going to be another clean point for Malaysia at the end of the day. And we didn't really get to see the scores.
Wait, they're ignoring Marino. They're going straight for
ignoring
M
Marino.
prediction. They're going for stamina.
This is an interesting pick. This could be the last pick that Japan gets in the match, and they're choosing to ignore the SV, which they have been the best team in the entire tournament.
Okay, this is very interesting. Losing 2 Vice maps, but still picking one on what could be your final pick in this match. And choosing to ignore Marino when it's open, it's
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
really too sure to say.
I feel like Japan has to, like, they have the advantage on Marino. They should, at least, theoretically. Maybe, I mean, it could be that they're not so comfortable. Maybe they just want to get a Rice win on the board before they start trying to pick into the SB. But either way, this is Malaysia's chance now. Both teams should be fairly evenly matched on this one, but it has been Malaysia that's been a little bit more consistent when it comes to that combo. And consistency is the key when we're looking at long maps like this, stamina draining ones.
Yeah, Malaysia so far this entire match has been so consistent. The only miss is really just coming from Apple.
And here we are once again. We're seeing G2T and Aimduskia in transition back in for Malaysia. 100 on 5 players from the first chord.
We still see 2 100%. Alright, how long will they keep this up?
Okay, Sleek Girl versus Apple. Look at the top of your screens there. Oh,
Sleep
Apple
goes the
wins.
first. Alright. Yeah.
Apple wins there. It's like
Okay, none of this
150 or
really
so
matters.
notes.
Yeah, but this is pretty much just ignorable. Once we get into the real stamina draining stuff.
Of course. It matters for the flex, but now we're getting into the real streams. This is where the map really starts. And right now, actually, it's looking like both teams are basically even. Sleek Girl, Aimduskia, and G2T all holding around 99.9. Apple and Chiwi really carrying this Malaysian accuracy. Transition a little bit behind the other players, but not by much. About 1-200 difference between Transition and the players of Japan right now. Oh, and this
Right
lead
now
is going
the
back.
oh, the difference makers just really the accuracy from transition.
Yeah, right now it's looking like an interesting spread. Chiwi and Apple are the 2 best accuracies on the board, but Sleek Girl now catching up to Apple. That's going to give Japan a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, Japan should have this lead right now just from transition's accuracy, but a lot can still change. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, we call it a lead. This is like an 100-point lead right now.
Definitely less than 1,000. But transition's accuracy is dropping.
Oh, but it's all going to come down to the second half. Continuous streams during the second half, and no player can afford to slip up at all. Not even a 200 in a map that's this close right now.
I'm a little bit worried for Japan though, because Japan's consistency on Rise so far has not been the best.
G2T dropped in accuracy just a little bit.
Yeah.
0.02 drop in accuracy from G2T, and that's enough to put Malaysia back into a tied situation.
Oh gosh, it's the final quarter, and I think Japan still has a very small lead.
Oh, it's so hard to tell.
They're dropping. They're both under 99.9.
AMD, that was a couple 200s, 99.84, and now it's a definite lead for Malaysia. Couple 200s difference between these two teams. But as long as Malaysia hold on to this consistency with the 200 count, they should be able to take it.
There has to be a combustion from Malaysia. This is a definitive lead now.
It's so close. There's less than 1,000 points surely between these two teams. But it's towards the end of the map. I don't think there's any situation where Malaysia could lose this now.
There is no time. It is within 1,000, 1,200. That is it. That's a 5th point and breakpoint to Malaysia as well.
Completely decided by... that was a 100 from AMD here.
Oh, it was 100.
Oh, wow. Oh, these accuracies are so close. But it's the 200 count for Team Japan. 2 double S's for Malaysia side in Apple and Chiwi. But 4 200s and 1 100 are what end up giving Malaysia that all-important advantage. 5-0. Malaysia match point, and they get their own pick. Wait. Hang on a second.
They banned SV1
Wait
and
a
they
second.
want to pick SV1.
Wait.
Malaysia, hello?
Malaysia?
Yeah, look at the map pool. Look at the red dots at the bottom. They are going for Marino.
Okay, this is interesting. Malaysia trying to pick the map that they banned.
They banned an SV to pick an SV.
Against the best SV team in the tournament.
Against the best SV team in the tournament.
I wonder what Malaysia's thinking. Malaysia definitely is very strong at SV. There's no question in that. But Malaysia don't have to risk anything right now. Japan's SV is extremely strong. I think Japan should have somewhat of an advantage on this, but maybe Malaysia's trying to read something into Japan's picks. Maybe Malaysia are trying to call out Japan. Maybe there's a reason that Japan haven't picked it so far.
This will be huge if Malaysia can seal a clean sweep on SV against Japan.
This would be a massive flex. This would be a huge statement for Malaysia if they manage to take the win on this, but I'm not so sure it'll play out that way. I think Japan, Gyoza Goki coming in and Ice Cake.
Yes.
Their SV team is so good.
That's the SV team that they used last weekend as well. All 6 players, actually. Alright, let's see.
Oh, 200s already from Leon. That was the Scream LN, and that's going to set Leon back quite a lot. Every 200 matters quite a lot in this map, I imagine.
Oh my gosh, Gyoza was still holding a V2 double S.
Oh, Gyoza's sharpshooting this. How?
Even 200, Malaysia are already having to play chase.
Yeah, this start section is surprisingly difficult to avoid 200s on, and Malaysia's dropping quite a few. Apple dropped a couple now as well, but Japan, I mean, look at this. 99.92? Hello? Gyoza?
Gyoza.
I wonder if Gyoza's even seeing any SV on his screen right now. This is just a regular 3-star accuracy map.
This is just a 3-star map to Japan.
Just imagining Gyoza right now has his eyes closed, just playing the map in his head through his imagination only. But Ice Cake as well, 99.7, 99.55 for Yoki Yugen, still higher than the best Malaysian score, and this LN section, very easy to drop a lot of 200s on.
Nothing so far.
Ooh, Leon getting caught up on those. Yeah, on those bursts. These can be quite hard to time.
Yoppy's dropping accuracy.
Oh, Yoppy dropped a lot, 98.65, but this is basically the end of the map. There's a third of the map left, but
Yeah.
all of the hard parts are gone. Like this slider maybe, but if you've all practiced it, that shouldn't be a problem. That's it. This map does not have much difficult things left. So right now, Japan, they have enough of an advantage. I don't think they should be able to lose this lead.
Let's hope not, because this lead is still kind of small just from the accuracy of Yoppie, but Gyoza is definitely helping.
Yeah, it's small, but Gyoza and Ice Cake right now are just so far ahead of everyone. It's going to be way too hard for Malaysia to come back, and I mean, no one's even going to drop 200s on this end. It would be ridiculous.
And Japan, they will take a point.
A break point off of Malaysia. Malaysia, I mean, 6-way full combo. This is a pretty crazy lobby's performance overall.
88?
But Gozi Goki.
88?
Yeah, okay.
88?
Okay, 994.
Oh my gosh.
He comes in, gets a 994 on Marinol, and leaves immediately. That's...
Their job is done. Their job is just done.
Not much else you can say there. Yep. Yozagoki putting one on the board for Japan.
Going back to Japan, justify my love, we're going to Kojaks.
Oh, here we go. Okay, and I wonder, maybe that has given Japan a little bit of confidence now. It was on an SV map, but it's a point. They're on the board now. They have a monumentally impossible task of reverse sweeping Malaysia. But maybe.
What if?
What if? The important thing for Japan right now is Malaysia have no more LN picks left. There are no LNs on the board.
There are still hybrids. That's gonna be
There are hybrids. Hybrids, I feel like Japan are quite good at hybrids. But it's going to be hard to not drop a single one. They cannot afford any chokes for the entire rest of the match. And it starts right now. Justify my love, especially a Jack map like this when we have 6 players so physically capable, and oh my god, we're seeing Chiwi switching out.
What?
Maybe we're seeing Soul coming in. Or Neo. But yeah, I'm getting nervous if I'm seeing Chiwi switch out.
Japan's Kojak consistency over the last few years has been pretty incredible.
Yeah. But when we have... it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous because misses on Core Jack can be absolutely fatal when we have such high accuracies across the board. And Leon joining instead of Chiwi is not what I would have expected.
This is a surprise.
Everyone spamming AMD in the chat makes a lot of sense. Definitely a very strong player when it comes to the Jacks.
AMD is going to be extremely key for this map. But is this going to be the finalized Malaysia side? It is!
It is. Interesting that Leon... I wouldn't have thought this, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see. Apple, Leon, and Transition against Yoppie, JH Ligo, and AMD on Kojaks.
Yeah, that... Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We haven't really seen any Core Jack maps so far in this tournament. So this is going to be the first look at Core Jacks for all of these players.
Okay, Apple.
Oh my god, Apple.
Okay, Apple.
Okay.
Oh, you can stop. Oh my gosh.
There we are. Okay, Apple stopped. Good. But so far, Leon and Transition having a little bit worse time than the other 4 players right now. Apple, of course. 99.99. 100% again!
What?
Oh,
Apple! It flickered back up to 100% for like a very split second.
But look at Japan's whole team. 99.95 for all 3 of them. That
Japan
is
showing that this is a team game.
Monstrous team performance right now for Japan. But this is still such a risky pick, even though the accuracies are higher for Japan. They're still fairly high for Malaysia, 99.7 for Leon, 99.8 almost for Transition. So still keeping it competitive if there was any chokes from Japan's side, and we still have the dense section yet to come.
The miss coming from Leon though, not gonna help them.
Gonna give quite a big buffer for Japan now. Japan can, of course, afford one miss for their own. They still will have the accuracy advantage either way.
Yeah, but this section right here is pretty much your accuracy builder. But Leon finding another miss.
Oh,
And
transition
as
missing.
well, both of them. That should be it, I think. Japan
Malaysia
is
starting
just...
to struggle. Apple absolutely not struggling though. That's
Apple
a
is-
crazy score from Apple right now.
Apple
But yeah,
is
this
erupting.
we're at the denser section now, but it just feels a little bit too late right now. Too many misses coming in from Malaysia. Still the triple FC. The lowest accuracy on Japan is 99.9. And yeah, that's kind of all there is to say about it right now. Japan's team just ridiculously strong. Yoppie Yugen
Yoppie
finding a
with
miss, but it's
Not
just
gonna
not going to
matter.
be enough. Yeah. This late into the map with this much lead for Japan.
Yup, and as a second point to Japan, Apple and AMD, I believe those are both V1 double S's, yes.
Oh, 35.
35 and 66.
999 for Apple. But then 66, yeah, oh my god. These are just incredible scores from a lot of these players here, and it is a win for Japan by 55,555.
Oh, now it's back to Malaysia. There is still the entire hybrid pool.
If they want to pick the most LN-focused hybrid, maybe Summer comes out here.
It should be Summer. I will be surprised if it's anything but Summer, I think. Maybe Meteor? But it should be Summer.
Yeah, you would have to expect Summer to come out. It's a little bit harder now for Malaysia to try and pick their picks. There is no obvious LNs left. It's gonna be
It's
Summer.
going to be Summer, yes. They want to close it out. They do not want to play around anymore.
Yeah, this one. A lot of LNs in this one. But of course, it being a hybrid, LNs are not going to be the only deciding factor. A lot of mini jacks throughout this map.
Yeah.
Very, very chokeable.
Chiwi returns, as well as G2T. Oh, and we do see Neo.
And yeah, just as I was saying, you know, this is a map that's very easy to choke, very easy to lose combo. So who better to put in for the Malaysian squad than the combo god himself? Yeah, Neo in general for the Malaysian team is not someone that has the best accuracy on the team, but is very consistent when it comes to full comboing maps.
Alright, let's go.
So here we go.
All
This
Malaysia.
is yeah.
All Malaysia need to do is just win this.
Japan also needing to win this. If Japan can win this one, then we might have a really exciting match. But easier said than done.
Very rough start from the ice kick at the start.
Apple also dropping a lot of accuracy down to 99.2 for a bit there. So it's going to be fairly even between the two teams, all things considered. G2T and Ice Cake still a little bit behind the rest of the players. Neo dropping in accuracy now, a few 200s there, down to 99.5.
Difference maker right now is Chiwi.
Yeah, Chiwi, 99.9. Towering above everyone else. The second best accuracy in the lobby is Sleek Girl, 99.7. 0.2% of a difference between the top two in the lobby. But Chiwi gets a 200 there. And it looks like the lead is basically negligible, nothing.
Yeah, just Ice King and G2T managing to cancel out Apple and Neo, but Chiwi is just towering above JH Legal.
Yeah, now, I mean, Japan's players that were previously struggling a little bit in accuracy have built back up completely, and now Japan have a bit of a lead, as Neo's still dropped a little bit behind in terms of accuracy. Chiwi's not holding that 99.9 still at this point into the map.
Oh, and Chiwi
that's a
misses!
miss!
That's the miss of the highest accuracy in the lobby!
Oh, now we can look. All 3 accuracies for Japan now higher than all 3 accuracies for Malaysia. Just like that, it's a huge accuracy lead, as well as that one miss from Malaysia. Japan have a bit of a buffer, but Fleet Girl missing. Highest accuracy for Japan finds a miss now, and it's going to be really, really close. A second miss. And G2T
follows suit with a double as well. Malaysia will run away with it. Right, the end, but Aqua drops. Is there enough time though? I don't think there is.
I don't think there's enough time.
It's too soon.
The accuracy drops from Japan were too much. Malaysia managing to take it in the end.
That was too close.
Yeah, 6-2. Close call at the end for Malaysia, but they managed to stop the bleeding before Japan got too much of that momentum in the match. And it is going to be a really solid win over here in the winners bracket for Malaysia.
Well played. Well played to Japan. They really dug deep, managing to take all they could against Malaysia, but it is going to be a victory to Malaysia once again.
Yeah, Japan very well could have taken... They showed that they can take a lot of points off of the top teams like Malaysia, of course. Very close in skill, but at the end of the day, it's the combos that matter here, and Malaysia getting the better combos on the day. That's going to do it for them. So they will proceed now in the winners bracket. Of course, Japan is still in this. They still have the losers bracket. They can still make a deep run through that avenue.
But they will be facing probably one of the worst opponents to face in the losers bracket. Japan will be facing Singapore next weekend. As for Malaysia, they are also having a similar fate. They will be facing Brazil.
Oh no!
Oh no! Good luck to you both.
No matter if they won or lost this match, there is a rough match ahead for both of the teams. Oh my god! Singapore in the losers bracket. Singapore versus Japan losers bracket, huh? Oh wow, that is going to be a massive match to watch. Oh man.
We still have 4 more matches remaining. Philippines and the United Kingdom are up next in 4 hours alongside Vietnam and France.
Yeah, we can see Philippines versus United Kingdom. That's going to be the last winners bracket match that we're seeing this weekend. The other 3, of course, being teams that we've already seen playing their second matches in the losers bracket here. So all of those teams, actually a little bit of an interesting dynamic going to be coming up for those 3 matches, in that those teams have some information on each other in this map pool. But definitely going to be something to stick around for. Make sure you tune in about 4 hours, 12 UTC. It's going to be a very exciting winners bracket match between the Philippines and United Kingdom.
Yeah, but before we go, banners. They are really cool. They support all the players in the tournament, and you should get them. Right, Pot?
Absolutely. Go support your favorite team. There are so many strong teams this year. There is so much possibility in which teams can make it far all the way, really. So make sure you go to the store, buy your favorite team's banner, and if they manage to win the tournament, you'll of course get it staying on your profile for a little bit longer. So in the meantime, though, make sure you stick around, make sure you come back in 4 hours, and we'll see you later.
See you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Mania 4K World Cup 2022, and we're back with 2 more matches for this block. Potentially, this is also gonna be probably like one of the last 4 matches. I think this will be like the 2 matches on this block, and this will be streaming for Philippines versus United Kingdom, and also in the back as well we got France versus Vietnam. I'm your commentator host Mifa, and I'll be joining here with Potassium. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well here. We've got an exciting one that we have on stream here. The last winners bracket match of the weekend. Philippines, seed number 2, coming up against the United Kingdom. 2 really strong teams. And it's going to be a pretty interesting one because I think there's a pretty clear-cut advantage or kind of split between these 2 teams' skill sets.
Absolutely, and these teams are This is such a big deal for them, and I feel like Philippines and United Kingdom will definitely get to show their strengths onto one another. And we already seen the bans already coming up. Philippines banning Fiona, as I said in the back end of the stream. Fiona is no surprise at all for being a ban.
Yeah, we were thinking Philippines banning Fiona makes a lot of sense. UK has a huge amount of Rice capability, especially in later end type of stuff, and we're thinking United Kingdom. What they want to ban. Philippines definitely have something of an advantage on the LN picks, you would think, but the real question is SV, eliminate.
There you're going ban Peterfed. This is the exact 2 bans that we're actually predicting for this particular match, and we have both SVs open here.
Yeah, so this is the thing. This is looking like it will shape up to be a bit of a close match, so neither team is going to be banning the SV maps. Both of those going to be highly risky for both teams. So we'll see how the match progresses, and I guess those last 2 picks, Line Z and Marinol, are probably going to be saved towards the end of the match if one of the team wants to go for a risk.
Or are they just going to open it with SV? Because
it would be wild.
People know. Alright, we got Ego coming in. I think this is particularly the first pick that I think I've seen Ego quite a while in the first picks actually.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been picking Ego first. One of the more, I guess, jump streamy tech pick. Yeah, interesting to see it being first picked a lot. It does, however, fit United Kingdom's strengths quite well. They have a lot of Rice physicality, a lot of good accuracy on those Rice picks as well. So definitely going to be fairly close, I think, for this one, because even though the Rice is United Kingdom's strength, Philippines is very well rounded as a team, so these Rice picks, they'll do very well on as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And being these teams with the complete roster here, I would imagine this could be just a potential on who's actually going to drop more on the side of 300s, because 200s here doesn't seem to be the case for both teams. And we're going here with Ego with the first pick for the United Kingdom. Here to see where he goes.
Yeah, we will expect some pretty high accuracies, but at the same time, this map, very technical, a lot of mini-jacks could have some miss potential. We've seen a lot of these maps decided by misses so far this round, but we'll see how it goes. Early lead, actually, for United Kingdom here. Forken struggling a little bit in the accuracy, down to 99.5.
Yeah, definitely showing some little bit of a rocky start for Forken specifically, but I think UK has some similar issues, however. Zubin actually going a little bit below 99.7. With across the teams, I think it's just a clear-cut difference in between.
Yeah, right now it looks like Boji and Eliminate being the highest in the lobby, 99.9 for both of them. Team Momentum not far behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's a bit like beating most of the 2 players of the Philippines. Zubin actually kind of beating, just compared with Bobsy, but Eliminate is actually has shy of a beating Boji at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty definitive accuracy lead for the United Kingdom, but Philippines are not too far behind, so definitely something like a miss or even a few 200 rush could even out the score here. We still have a third of the map to go.
Yeah, this is just basically what exactly like the 272 BPM jump stream, which it can trip people out. I've seen a couple of people just actually trip on this for no reason.
Forken's accuracy has recovered quite a bit since the start of the map, almost reaching that 99.7. But still, compared to the United Kingdom, the lowest accuracy in the United Kingdom right now, 99.82. And all 6 players still holding the full combo.
Wow, that is completely impressive for both teams, really. Just negating the damage for everything they've done. Look at those scores. Arsenal's scores are completely insane.
Or 3 Scorvy1 double S's, only 4 200s for the entire lobby right here. Eliminate with 85, Boji with 92, 2-digit 300 counts here.
I think what completely sets the difference apart is just basically the sheer amount of ratio United Kingdom has, and Philippines has been falling a little bit behind in ratio, but has the less 200 count in total.
Yeah, that ratio advantage for United Kingdom you saw on the bottom row there, massive in determining the accuracy in the win there. But a solid first pick from UK. Now, Philippines, they're going to waste no time, straight into Desperado Waltz. LN density here.
This is no surprise at all for being a LN density pick, as they have been like very strong for across the players here. I would definitely see April for coming in for Philippines. The massive stronghold for LN players.
Yeah, Apol has definitely been performing crazily well in the LN maps so far this tournament. Both teams as well. There's no gigantic advantage for Philippines here. I definitely think Philippines are very, very strong on the LN, but so are United Kingdom. So once again, we may see a fairly close accuracy difference between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see how this actually works out for Philippines, because I think UK's LNs are not to be scoffed at. These are already a very solid team as an LN for most of the LN picks.
Yeah, a few switches as well. Apol and Silver Oscar Els coming in for Philippines. Newson coming in for the United Kingdom. Very, very strong 3 names at LN here. Small accuracy advantages over the Philippines. Ting, Momentum, and Newson both dropping a little bit of accuracy at the intro compared to the other players.
By the smallest accuracy drop right there, this is completely a different ball game, considering how Philippines' ratio map accuracy is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, look at Philippines ratios right now. Apol 99.9, Els and Forken both 99.8 right now, beating all 3 players on the United Kingdom.
Yeah, just the average of the scores were 99.8%, while United Kingdom has 99.7, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is a crazy small difference as well, because even though Philippines has a little bit of an accuracy advantage, 99.7s across the board for United Kingdom is pretty huge, and one miss, especially in this very, very difficult second half, would definitely decide the whole map.
No meaningful drops at all. Not even 200s from the Philippines. There's a bit of 200s for United Kingdom, but I feel like that's so negligible to even count, as the score is actually going to climb up for Philippines.
Still a third of the map left though. Philippines starting to run away with more and more lead over time due to this accuracy advantage. UK is still hanging in there. Very high accuracies on Ting, Momentum, and Newson still. Eliminate is not far behind the rest of the lobby.
Okay, 2 teams. Come on. This is absolutely insane.
This is crazy. This is insane. We're seeing a 6-way FC again. I don't want to curse it because there's still a couple trills, I think, at the very end of the map.
Yeah, those completely lack of trills. It just sets apart for the chokes, most likely. But I think this is the Jags here, but I don't think there's much. There's a bit 300s, but no, it's escape unscathed. Wow.
200s from Apol on the trill, but that's basically it there. And Apol's ratio really setting him apart from the others, but oh my god. 6 full combos on Desperado Waltz. I don't think we've seen that before in any of the matches so far, at least that I've seen. And a team score of 994, 994, 993 for Philippines is... I don't know if you can really beat that.
consider this: we got 2 black flags, which are black flags means it's 1-200, just clean 1-200 scores, and that ratio is backing up. So considering that, United Kingdom only has about like highest at 991.
Yeah, it's crazy. And April's ratio was so good as well that he beat the 2 1-200 scores, even though he had 4 200s and a 100.
So
ratio difference right there.
The power of ratio, man. That's really it.
Yeah, in the background as well, Vietnam versus France. Vietnam winning a breakpoint actually against France, 1-0 for Vietnam right now, on Azure Vixen being an interesting first pick.
Yeah, that's something of a pick that you don't see very often, considering it's a hybrid. But we're gonna see breaking rules here coming up from the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
No
United
surprise at
Kingdom.
all.
Sticking with what worked before, Ego worked out very well for United Kingdom, although, you know, still relying on the full combos because Philippines don't seem to be missing either.
None at all for UK. I don't think so far we haven't seen like any misses whatsoever in just the Olympics for UK. So that's just gonna tell you that you really don't want to break combo, even though you have a higher accuracy. You just don't want to get too complacent.
Yeah, absolutely. Chokes are massively possible, especially on a map like Breaking Rules. Huge number of mini jacks, even 3 note jacks as well occasionally.
Yeah, you probably don't want to get a bullion about the jacks here. It's really something else. Even though star rating is completely against what the difficulty of this chart is.
4.33 is not it. That is absolutely not how hard this is. This is hard. Oh, Zubin! Very early break.
As well.
But Volpsy trades it, so it's going to be okay for both teams, it seems. Volpsy's miss gonna matter a little bit more, but Vorken follows it up with another miss from the Philippines side. That's 3 misses already, but 2 for Philippines means that United Kingdom are going to get a pretty significant early advantage right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think considering the fact Eliminate actually with that drop there, that's only 1 FC for each team, but that score is going to negate back to the equilibrium,
Yeah,
basically.
that's a huge drop from Eliminate. Eliminate was holding 99.9, now dropping all the way down to 99.5. And as well, that miss was after the 400 combo mark, so Eliminate's miss is the most significant miss so far in the match.
But the scores are literally nothing in difference. There's just basically flickering. Even the 4K finally dropping again here.
Yeah, it's really close, but United Kingdom has this bit of an accuracy lead overall because of 4Ken hovering a little bit behind at 99.4 right now. Boji and Ting Momentum kind of similar in accuracies overall. Volpsy matching Zubin.
And Zubin's recovering his accuracy like a lot better, and Volpsy as well too, so it actually just negates every lead whatsoever. 4K just doesn't seem to recover as much as Eliminate here.
Yeah, 4Ken's trying to recover the accuracy. 99.5 now. Working his way up slowly, but there's not much of the map left, and this section is a little bit easier than the start of the map, I would say. To combo at least.
Still, not to get complacent with the jacks a little bit here, but I don't think it's gonna... Actually, matters a lot really, because UK is really on the lead so far, and that it would be it. It's 2-1 here.
Yeah, misses from both teams, but overall, that accuracy lead once again, these ratios... Actually, ratios fairly close. Oh.
Actually, hang on.
63 from Boji, 80 from Eliminate.
Yeah,
and a Scorpion double S. That's a really clean score as well from Boji, 998k on the dot.
So UK is definitely winning on ratio, but it's just the 200 count and misses most likely with Philippines. Maybe it's downfall, but man,
yeah, it was mostly those 200s and misses from 4Ken, especially there. Unfortunate. Would have been fairly close, but it was UK's pick. So not too big of a deal for Philippines just yet. The first breakpoint is really what's going to matter here. And now Philippines, they're going to pick Daisy Cutter. Definitely
Daisy
a really
Cutter.
strong pick for them.
Daisy Cutter is something that I probably wouldn't see. Like, I wouldn't really try to pick this because I feel like, considering how this Grotto walls went, this is just basically density, and you just need to keep focused because there are wonky patterns in this.
And we're seeing all of the LN players being switched back in, of course, for this one.
So I think Boji is staying for this one instead of, I think, Morkan for Desperado.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Boji is staying in here. Boji, of course, being really strong at LN as well.
Yeah, this is... I don't know what I would actually predict here. This is just completely different ball game, and given how Desperado walls went, it can go either way, really. Oh no, okay. Limited needs to update that chart because I think it was lost as well. Hopefully no issues after with a little bit of an update for the chart itself, given it's actually in the love section right now. And no changes whatsoever.
Yeah, probably just something funky going on with the Osu client there. Because definitely there has not been an update to Daisy Cutter.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it just happens when you have a old chart and it doesn't get updated, but for some reason it actually gets into loved.
In the meantime, by the way, Vietnam winning their second point on their own pick of Desperado Waltz. Actually, that was a 6-way FC as well. In Vietnam versus France on Desperado Waltz. Wow, how are players so good at that?
And Boji with the hidden. No surprise at all, given Boji is also a hidden main, but I'm a little bit dubious at this point.
Yeah, it's less common to see players using a hidden mod, because usually it's just better overall to just put it as a skin element instead. The hidden mod itself kind of raising and lowering with combo is quite distracting.
Yeah, it's a bit of a distracting mechanic to deal with, but I don't think Boji is actually gonna falter that for a little bit though. Given the accuracy for Philippines is actually.
If you don't miss with the hidden mod, then it's fine.
Oh, there's a 200 couple. There's a couple 200s of Boji there.
Yeah, but still not dropping down too much. Still tied with Ting Momentum's accuracy as Boji. And A-Pole right now is making most of the difference here. 99.88, the highest accuracy in the lobby.
No, that's no slouch at all with Houston actually trying to catch up with A-Pole here right now. But the difference,
Eliminate.
Eliminate actually taking a drop. It's a little bit 200s too.
Yeah, and this quieter section, actually, looking at the matches that we've seen so far, the quiet section actually has been the hardest section of the map for a lot of players.
Yeah, this is looking shaping to be a decent point here for Philippines. As long as they're not choking, of course, but at this point...
No, don't say that just yet.
At this point, it's just really comes down to accuracy, because Philippines' accuracy doesn't seem to falter that much.
Yeah, Philippines are definitely winning the accuracy game. They're also winning in that combo game because of the miss. I think as long as they manage to hold these combos through the rest of the map, it should be a fairly clean point for them overall. And we're reaching the end of the map soon. Eliminate finding a second miss. And that should just about do it, as long as Philippines hold on for a few more seconds here.
These scores, man.
Oh, clean scores.
Jeez, okay. What? Those ratios are basically similar.
Oh, actually, yeah. Both teams have the same ratio, but all their players pretty much all in those 200 counts. A-Pole and still L's getting 1 and 2.
Ting Momentum is basically the same ratio as LZ.
Yeah, pretty exactly the same there.
How? What? Okay, so we got this LM pick. We don't have any more LM picks for Philippines here, sadly, because Infinite is banned here for UK. So you guys will still have a lot of choices here.
Yeah, UK still have plenty of Rise picks. No more tech though. Importantly, it's going to be more of the standard Rise picks left. The 2 jump stream maps and the Jack map. We'll see. It'll probably definitely be one of them that United Kingdom go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see myself for looking at the United Kingdom picking something like MP Addiction here, just trying to go for sheer stamina pick, so you can just actually kind of tire out the other team.
Yeah, we have seen United Kingdom have very, very good Rice ratio specifically. So MP Addiction would play into that quite well. Ram also has been very popular in most matches here, despite being very short.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as picking Ram right now because there's still a slight hazard involved in Ram because of the one-hand trilly. That is. Do I ever justify my love here? Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, let's see it here. The Jack pick, a little bit blind for both teams.
I know for sure that Eliminate is gonna get sub 30 on this because Eliminate is very much a Jack main.
Oh, yeah, of course. Eliminate on United Kingdom. Expecting very high accuracy from that side. But it's whether I mean, it's hard, actually. You know, Boji, I think, can match as well. Very strong ratio from some of the Philippine players as well.
Okay, take your dice rolls because I feel like you can just do exclamation roll like 100 and see how the ratios are for Eliminate right now because I feel like it's been shown that there's a slight bit of uncomfort here at the intro because of the weird flams on the intro.
We'll see how they go. We have seen some pretty insane ratios on this map so far. Definitely some of these players capable of reaching those kind of scores.
I just don't understand how you even get very consistent on Jack charts. I mean, I've done it myself, but it's just mainly on the slower side. But this is 140 at OD9.
Yeah, the players definitely make this look easy, but it is not at all. These Jacks are starting quite fast.
Starting up with 100, no, never mind, Boji actually already dropping at 100 there, but, you know, the scores are really just literally basically the same. Well, 4K has a slight bit of a difficult side with the stupid.
Yeah, I mean, 99.83 though being the lowest in the lobby right now. No mistakes can be afforded for either side. Even a 200 would cause a massive swing in score. But right now, UK...
A quarter of the way through, and Boji and Eliminate is still on the 99.98.
Or Boji and Eliminate. Boji and Eliminate. There's a 1v1 happening there between those two players. Volpsy is 99.97 as well.
Oh, does it Ting?
Oh my god, Ting is rising as well. Zubin is at 99.91. Forken is now reaching 99.9. We're gonna have 6 players on 99.9% accuracy. What?
The both half of this chart is still reaching 99.98. Oh my god.
How do we have such high accuracy overall? How is the lowest accuracy 99.89? 200 of difference between these two teams.
It's 99.9 now. It's basically on V1 SS pace right now. Basically for all of these players in the lobby.
Boji and Eliminate, same accuracy. Ting, Momentum, and Volpsy, same accuracy. Zubin and Forken, same accuracy.
I don't know what to tell right now. Oh my god.
There are 3 1v1s happening, and it looks like Philippines is starting to take a little bit of a lead. Zubin drops 0.01%, and that gives Philippines a lead for a brief moment.
Eliminate is still fighting for against Boji. Ting as well against Volpsy. There's no lead whatsoever in here.
Oh my god, they can't afford regular 300s. Regular 300s could decide this right now.
Oh my god, there's no lead. There's no lead.
No. At the very end of the map, that's going to decide it. Philippines are going to manage to take the first break point of the match. Oh my god, someone needs to go calculate this. How many?
25!
Oh my god, 0 to
40 for Ting. Oh my god, what is this?
4999k scores. How is this possible?
Those are V1 SSs without Zubin with that miss. What was that?
That is crazy. I think without that miss from Zubin, Forken should still have gotten the higher score. So I think overall, it still would have just barely been in Philippines' favor. But my god, these ratios.
If you just take the total of his 196 against 200, basically, it's just 300 difference. If it doesn't that miss.
Eliminate is saying that 22 300s is his bottom score. Oh, nah, no way. No way.
Yeah, you're insane. You're insane.
No, you're not gonna say that's your worst score. Come on.
Come on, this is just high stakes match right here. Just about my life is just being decided by 300s. That's completely unreal.
But such an important point right now. Philippines managing to take the first breakpoint of the match, and now they get their own pick, but there's no LN maps left.
Yeah, absolutely. Philippines will need to venture into hybrids or SVs, really, considering how comfortable they are on them. So, or media, all right. More physical hybrid, but I feel like it can do for Philippines right now.
Yeah, first kind of look at the hybrids. This is one of the more physical hybrids in the pool. But that said, we've just seen that all the players are pretty physically competent.
Absolutely, it's just a matter of misses, really. It just comes down to that. So hybrids doesn't seem any different.
We'll see what kind of rosters both teams decide to put in for the hybrids here. Looks like Els is coming in.
Although I would
Ken and
definitely
Boji
see,
staying.
Yeah, I would definitely see Newson coming back here for UK.
And Houston has been one of those really strong all-rounders for the UK squad.
Yeah, definitely being a fan favorite as well for Newson, given how all-rounded he is. No, I mean, especially for every single players in this lobby. They just definitely just be putting up the work here for their respective teams. And they are basically just giving their all, really.
Yeah, and importantly now, this is United Kingdom now. It's on them to try and win back a breakpoint from the Philippines. But they absolutely have the ability to.
And I shall also mention, if UK can take this point, this is a very important point, as they already lost with the breakpoint from Justify My Love. And so this is definitely an important point for UK to win here, especially, and just to break the morale for Philippines right now. Let's see how it just plays out. Oh, wow, already with a bad start for UK right there.
Yeah, this map does start very suddenly at kind of full gear right now. Taking momentum, struggling a little bit on the intro, dropping all the way down to 98%.
So
Eliminate as well.
Actually. Yeah,
dropping all the way down. That's a big accuracy lead over to the Philippines, as well as a little bit of a combo lead as well.
Given how the song's structured right like this, I feel like any miss is actually just gonna kill you, basically, with the accuracy. But I feel like with the UK miss this much in the intro, it's actually very hard to come back with that.
Still opportunities. It was a very early miss, so it's not going to do as much damage to the score as a miss right now would be, for example. And Ting and Eliminate both recovering their accuracies as fast as they can now, both on 99.4. Houston and Boji both topping the lobby right now, 99.88 for both of them there. Forken and Els both on 99.8 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they should also mention the average of this hybrid in particular is like about 99.8%, and that is a scary team score right there.
Yeah, that is pretty insane. Philippines playing as a team right now. We're already most of the way through the map now. Unless it really feels like it's United Kingdom relying on the Philippines to make a mistake. So let's get Els and 4 can get a couple of 200s each, dropping down very slightly, but it's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Still a very solid accuracy lead for them.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like even though UK has recovered to about a significant amount, really, to 99.6 plus on average. Although it really doesn't seem too much, because 3 versus 1 right here as a full combo.
Boji's accuracy is rising, by the way. It's gone up to 99.9 somehow. Some way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit more particular section that I don't think Boji can actually get. That's 99.9, alright. 200, alright. Just call it right there.
There's the 200. Very solid lead for the Philippines right now. We're already at the end of the map. Even if there was a miss now, I don't think there's enough time for UK to be able to come back. And it's going to be this is a crazy team score. Almost 2980 from Philippines.
I'm assessing the situation right now, considering these ratios are basically tied.
No, what is Boji's ratio though? What?
Yeah, Boji's Yeah, but it's also offsets with Orken's and Elsa's ratio being actually a little bit weaker than Eliminate and Yusin. So this is actually going to be something else if all those players are actually full comboing.
Yeah, solid win for the Philippines though. United Kingdom, they're picking Ram right away. They still have rice maps to go through. This one as well could be fairly close.
This is scary as a rice pick. I mean, we already see Justify My Love, but this is a different approach to how you take accuracy to that level. But definitely, people get this destroyers, right? I mean, 242 jump, 244 jump is it's just comfortable spot for them. You know?
Yeah, plays at this level, they should be able to play it fairly well. So, but that just means that every small mistake is going to matter that much more. If there is a miss in a map like this, only 1.5 minutes long, it's going to be pretty massive.
Yeah, it keeps on giving, especially this jump stream. It's also one hand Trilly, and you know, at some point this is a TV slice length, and any mistake could actually just cost you the point here. So far, it doesn't seem to have a rocky start for both teams, which is good considering how Meteor has went, and this is shaped like it.
Yeah, but overall, Volpsy dropping down a little bit of accuracy. That's going to give United Kingdom a little bit of a lead. Eliminate and Yusin both on 99.9. So is Boji, actually. 99.97 now for Boji.
So does with Yusin and Eliminate. 99.94. Just trying to carry UK on its back, but Zipping is actually trying to tie him with Volpsy right now. So the lead is actually slightly in favor of UK right now.
Yeah, Volpsy's recovering the accuracy quite quickly now, almost tying with Zubin. But it's Eliminate, Boji a little bit higher than Eliminate, Yusin a bit higher than Forken. It's very close between the two accuracies between these teams.
Just a lot of difference, really. It's just, if you see Flicker like this, you really can't tell who's winning, even though with the 200 being dropped somewhere, and someone is probably just actually killing this. Look at that difference, 1.2k difference right now.
Oh, and Volpsy and Zubin both raising their accuracies over time. Forken as well is almost reaching that 99.9. Oh, it's the very end of the map.
The 200 there. Oh boy, that's so scary.
Volpsy drops accuracy back down below 99.8, and that's gonna do it here. But United Kingdom managed to squeeze by. That's 2,000 points.
2.1.
27?
27? What? 27, dude. How do you get that much ratio? 999?
Yeah, I don't even know. Boji is scary. Boji, this is another 6 AFC with the lowest score in the lobby being 993. That's just crazy level of perfection that these players are forcing each other to play to.
This is, well, I mean, Zubin and Forken is just basically 200 points apart, so that's just gonna tell you how different, how slower the difference are. But
UK
that's a
very
point for
much.
UK regardless, yeah.
Yeah, they're very much still in this match. They're only one breakpoint behind, and it's Philippines' pick now. So, United Kingdom win this next pick from Philippines, they could tie up the series completely.
Yeah, they just need to break the point from Philippines, and they'll be still on that long. But at this point, the hybrids, there's still two hybrids that can use as an advantage for Philippines, but there's also SBs right there.
Hybrids are still risky either way. Summer is a little bit more LN oriented in terms of the two hybrids left, and they're going to go for it. Yeah.
So even with Summer, and if Philippines won that, only choice is Azure Vixen. Really, if you're still going to go hybrid.
Yeah, we also have the SVs though.
Yeah, there's still SVs.
They're sitting there
so far,
untouched.
They're pretty much just sitting ducks for both of these teams to try. And they're just going to play the chicken game, whoever they're going to pick first, because you don't want to get baited too much into thinking that they actually practiced it.
Yeah, it's a scary pick, but in a match this close, SVs are just so risky. Unless, like, I don't know. I feel like if Philippines win this pick, maybe United Kingdom can think about picking it, but I think it's just way too much of a risk. It could just be a bad pick. If it ends up being a bad pick, you just lose the match.
I feel like I don't think I will see United Kingdom picking that, because I feel there's also Addiction, which Ram was also going well for them, so Addiction seems to be their best choice right now. But it seems a little bit out of order right now. But Philippines, though, they can still try that.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is an extremely important point for both of these teams. United Kingdom definitely don't want to let Philippines get to match point this early.
Oh, I think we've seen probably disconnect before the MP start.
Yeah, a bit of a disconnect here for the United Kingdom, but it was before they started playing, so no harm done.
Hopefully it actually get a result soon, but although we're probably gonna get a little bit of update for the other matches that is happening right now. Vietnam versus France here. With France actually picking Fiona, but they lost and gets into a break point, and Vietnam is on lead 4-1 right now. Absolutely very scary scores actually for France, given though if France losing their pick, with Emo actually taking the lead with 993k there. Yeah, hopefully it's results soon, and he's back in, and the start command has been up there, and here we go. This is a very important point for United Kingdom to actually take over, and Philippines as well, and they win this, and they're going to a potential match point here.
Yeah, we'll see both of these same two rosters for both of the teams that played on the other hybrid just before.
Opting to use Mirror is a very good strategy, considering the shield's actually coming from the right side instead of left.
Yep, that is fair. There is a few tricky mini jacks on certain columns that could be a little bit more comfortable in Mirror for some people. So far, Ting actually and Eliminate both finding a little bit of an accuracy drop down to 99.4 for both of them.
So does with Forken actually. It's a little bit on the lower side now.
Yeah, very early accuracy lead for the Philippines. We've seen time and time again how easy this map in particular is to drop combo. So it is vital.
Dropping steadily now.
Yeah, Ting is now back up to 99.6, almost 99.7, so catching up with Forken completely. Actually, tying with Boji right now. Boji dropping down in accuracy a little bit.
Just a fair bit, but Eliminate needs to just get his point back up here with the accuracy, because he doesn't seem to recover as much as the other players do.
Yeah, it is Eliminate. Eliminate is just about 0.15% below some of the rest of these players, and that's what's making up this difference here. Els and Newson basically tied in accuracy right now. Ting is starting to pull ahead of Boji and Forken a little bit, so the accuracies are starting to get a little bit closer between the two teams.
There's a lot of 200 we can drop away Eliminate here, and then there's also a couple of them with Forken as well, so I think the difference is not going to change anywhere.
Yeah, we're at the end of the map here. Huge amount of mini jacks with these LNs, very easy to slip up on, but all 6 players still holding on the full combo.
This is really scary towards the end here.
Ends for both sides, but Philippines, they have the accuracy. The double at the end from United Kingdom.
Wow.
It would have been Philippines' point either way, but you can imagine if that was Philippines dropping 2 at the end there, it could have been a very, very different story.
Yeah, but it's on match point for Philippines right now, 5-3, and United Kingdom, I think only one pick that is pretty much the obvious in my mind, which is definitely Addiction.
Yep, United Kingdom now have to win 2 points in a row to be able to force tiebreaker against Philippines. Philippines guaranteed at least a tiebreaker situation. But I definitely don't think that Philippines want to be playing all the way to the tiebreaker. Philippines are going to want to win it as soon as they possibly can.
Alright, they're going to tactical timeout, which is a very wise decision here.
And the interesting thing about this situation right now is if neither team wants to pick the SVs, the last two picks that United Kingdom have to win are already decided. It will probably be NP Addiction and Azure Vixen, unless one of these teams is feeling really spicy.
But man, I feel like the SV is a gray territory to even be considered. I've seen some scores on the SV side in the on most like last rounds. I feel like UK has been playing like something like a Kickstarter in like round 32, but then also like round 16 we already seen Mystery L in Philippines been playing absolutely insane score on butterfly twins and whatnot. It's just something that you can't really expect. So they're just gonna have to go with a lot more safer picks than SVs here, which is gonna be the case for both teams.
Yeah, I do feel like United Kingdom have a better chance on NP Addiction. Maybe if United Kingdom win, Philippines could decide to pick an SV, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, because I feel like it's also mentioning that with UK taking a tactical timeout here, Philippines also have a chance to take as well, considering how given only 1 point away from being a tiebreaker, United Kingdom wins their next thing.
And UK definitely having a bit of a think about this, or perhaps just calming their nerves a little bit to recover some of that stamina.
But we should also mention with the other update as well for the other match, which is Vietnam versus France, and Vietnam wins their own pick on Peta Peta with 22,000 wins difference, with Log being the MVP of that too. 992k is absolutely insane score for Ellen from East card.
Oh, for Peta Peta especially, that map is absolutely ridiculous to try and get good accuracy on, and it lasts for so long as well. So yeah, 992, almost 993k for Lot is extremely impressive.
It takes you to a false sense of security considering the star rating of Peta Peta is absolutely busted.
Oh yeah, no, the star rating is ridiculously low. It's not a very hard map physically.
Yeah, absolutely, but in a score V2 sense, it's just,
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm out here trying to hack it, and even if I full combo the map, I'm sitting with like 98% flat. Like, what the heck?
It's just, sometimes you just gotta have to do that for the combo game, but you can't be too sure because the accuracy is not there.
No, I think the timeout should be over pretty soon now, so United Kingdom gonna... Oh!
They're gonna go for
Zeta. Oh, okay, this is spicy.
This is spicy.
Okay, the sad thing is that there's a bit of a sad thing to this, right? If UK wins this one, there is no way Philippines will ever pick Marinol.
Yeah, that is the thing. They're just sitting down on picking either Addiction or Azure Vixen, which is the two different things.
So that means we're basically guaranteed now to not see Marinol this match. So I'm a little bit sad about that, but still really exciting to see an SV map being played this match. Extremely high risk, but high reward from the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Zoom in here for mostly SV. I think I've seen Zoom in being played for SVs for the most part, so it's interesting. And we're probably seeing Mystery L coming for Philippines, which is no surprise at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Mystery L is an extremely strong SV player for the Philippines.
I'm scared right now. Whatever happens next is just really for Philippines trying to juggle it between the three picks that are left right now. But I don't think, like you said, Marinol isn't a viable pick right now, considering if UK wins that. But here we go. This is the pick number 9, which you got Line Zeta coming in. We'll see how actually practice the most and actually getting a lot more accurate with this hits here.
This one in particular, it's all about the accuracy for this map. Extremely hard to get good accuracy, even though it's OD6.
Ting with okay. I just mentioned the name. It's just already not 100% already.
99.99 though. Oh my god. But it's going to be basically tied between the two teams. Volpsy and Zubin both having a little bit of a hit in the accuracy early on.
Zubin been taking a bit of the damage here, same as Volpsy, so it's just basically tied at this point. Actually, the accuracy is something for a little more than a bit of a UK here.
Oh, and it's close. Yeah, accuracy is going to start going towards UK. Zubin's recovering a little bit, but Volpsy's recovering a little bit more. Ting and Mystery L are going at it right now, 99.87 to 99.88. L's and Musin tied. Oh my god. Difference right now is in Volpsy and Zubin. L's is quadding this part. What? That's some like insane behavior.
Yeah, well, that's a 200 from Volpsy, and also in L's too.
Oh, L's getting a few 200s in that section. Another few 200s. United Kingdom going to start pulling ahead in the lead. Zubin gets a few 200s there.
This is a little bit of a difference. Not too safe yet.
Oh, there's still a few tricky parts in the second half. Absolutely could see more 200s. And any 200s right now could close this gap completely.
200s more by Zubin. This is a dangerous territory to be in accuracy like that, considering Volpsy actually are taking a bit of 200s. Elze is dropping more than probably even.
That's a massive drop from Zubin. A few 200s at the end of those LNs.
Musin's actually just dropped below 99.6 right now. It's actually in the lead. Philippines is on the lead right now.
What the hell is Ting doing? 99.89.
Still not saying. Elze with the drop right there!
It's the end of the map. That's United Kingdom. They get to win this now. They just need to hold on to the combo. They've got it.
The accuracy, they're still not safe yet. They're not out of the woods yet until the very end of this chart.
Oh, what an unfortunate break.
Oh my god. That's it. That's the point for United Kingdom. They're still in the game.
Oh my god, Ting. 99. 119 300s, double S for Ting. Mystery L as well. Just 1 200 with an insane ratio. Both of those players are just so good at SV. Nothing else to really say about it. But at the end of the day, so close. I think Philippines would have definitely had the accuracy advantage, actually.
Yeah. Philippines would have won that. Zubin has a very messy 200 count right at the very end. So it's a clear telling sign that you probably should be careful for the next SV pick if you want to decide to go for it.
A high pressure situation in SV, I don't think Philippines pick Marinol. Even though Philippines would have won that off of the accuracy.
Marinol! Oh my god!
There's no way. What? Whatever.
Oh my god!
We're seeing both of the SV maps picked right on. Okay, here we go.
They're going for it. They're retaliating. They're retaliating with the other SV.
I don't understand these picks, but who knows? Who knows? Let's just see what happens. Marinol coming out here, the other SV map.
This is just, in my mind, this is just whoever actually just gonna ace the screams more, right?
Yeah, not only are we finally seeing Marinol again being played, the most banned map in the entire pool, but it's in the most high pressure situation that we can possibly see here. Last pick of regular play, Philippines on match point. United Kingdom has to win this one to force a tiebreaker. And we've seen this situation happen, I think, 3 times this weekend so far. We have not had a single tiebreaker. 3 6-4 score lines. Is this going to be the 4th?
Oh no. This is. When was the last time you seen a back-to-back SV picks like this match in particular? This is nowhere near as everyone would expect.
Oh man, these... Okay, we're gonna see some rosters being switched in and out. Mystery L, of course, staying in here.
And the
side.
Ooh,
Yeah,
boy.
First time we're seeing Amosite in this match, but player that's obviously been grinding the SV maps here.
I'm just flabbergasted at this point.
This is going to be close as well. If Line Zeta was close, this as well could very well be decided by a couple 200s difference. Very easy to drop 200s in multiple sections of this one.
If this goes well, United Kingdom will actually secure tiebreaker if they win this one, and we will see Kyo here for the tiebreaker. But we'll see what happens here as the last pick of the Primo selection. We're gonna have Marinol being the last pick for Philippines to take over with and try to close this match. Definitely not a miss there. It's just client, so don't worry about it. That's a 1.6 million, not the same thing with SC.
Yeah, a little bit of.
It's still going.
We'll wait for the accuracies to even out. Okay, here we go. Els did find a little bit of an accuracy drop, but so did Newson and Amosite at the start there. It's going to be a small lead over to the Philippines. Volpsy and Ting both in the lead for their respective teams. And a few 200s. Amosite as well, dropping down to 99.3. Els now recovering the accuracy up to 99.5.
Watch for every 300 jump scares because it's gonna kill your accuracy if you're not careful. That's a 200 by Newson. That's actually quite messy.
Oh, another 200 there for Newson. A few 200s in this section. One of the most straightforward sections here. A little bit of a break.
Philippines trying to pull ahead right now. There's a sizable lead, but it's still a couple 200 difference away.
I mean, we saw what happened on Line Zeta. Anything's really possible on these SV maps here. This LN section is really punishing if you get a 200 on that. No one does.
No one does at all. Even then, the Philippines has a sizable lead with the accuracy being carried by Volpsy and Mystery L. Team momentum actually dropped to 99.5 here.
Ooh, Volpsy drops a couple 200s as well, down to 99.5 as well. Mystery L now in front of everyone, and this is basically the end of the map. I don't expect anyone to drop for the rest of the map. Everyone hitting those LNs fine. Now it's just fairly basic slow jam, but Volpsy is finding a couple 200s here. Philippines have the advantage in the accuracy so far, and I don't think there's any patterns in the rest of the map that could really flip this score. This is a fairly solid, about maybe 10k advantage for Philippines right now, just off the accuracy alone.
Yeah, even then, it's still not out of the woods. You don't want to get too complacent with the last few nodes, but I think it's fixed now. It's decided to see that I think Philippines is going to take this.
And Mystery L is the MVP for sure. 99.74, getting more than 990k on Marinol. We see Philippines winning 13,000 points on Marinol at the end. Turned out to be a surprisingly good pick at the end of the day.
Not 91. All right, cool. That's a very cool score by Mystery L.
This is a really crazy team score for the Philippines. Also for United Kingdom, actually, the lowest score out of everyone is 978, but fortunately for the Philippines, unfortunately for United Kingdom, that is going to end the match. We're not going to be seeing a tiebreaker. The fourth, I think, 6-4. Yeah. Tiebreaker proving itself to be very elusive despite all of these close matches, but congratulations to the Philippines here. They are going to be moving on in the winners bracket. Of course, United Kingdom, they are still going to be in the tournament. They're going to be moving down to the losers bracket though, where they'll get a second chance.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like this match really deserves an honorable mention for the other 6-4 matches out there, considering this one in particular has one of the most wackiest bold moves of every pick so far. Given back-to-back SBs and how Justify My Love is going, it's certainly a highlight.
Yeah, this was a really high-level match. So many full combos, so little misses, so little chokes from both teams. But at the end of the day, next week, oh my god, Philippines versus South Korea is going to be the matchup in the winner's side bracket. Oh no.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh my
absolutely.
god, that is crazy. United Kingdom going to be sent down. They are going to be versing actually the winner of Indonesia versus Chile, the next match that we're going to be seeing. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be deciding who versus United Kingdom next week. So make sure you stick around. About 1 hour, 14 UTC. We're going to be seeing the last 2 matches of the weekend here.
Yeah, I believe as well, after those 2 matches, we're probably having a little bit of a break to take it down to the next actually anticipated event right here, which is actually the Map Pool Showcase for the semifinals, which is also very exciting to see how the surviving 12 teams are going to perform in the semifinals flow, because you really don't want to miss that showcase.
Yeah, of course. In the meantime, of course, make sure you go and check out the Osu store. Buy some banners from the shop to support the team that you want to win. Of course, if the banner of your team ends up winning, you get that banner on your profile for a little bit longer. But until then, we'll meet you again in 1 hour's time for the last 2 matches of the weekend.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back as soon as the next hour goes by, and we'll see you on that next match.
Welcome back to the Oceania 4K World Cup 2022. We just had some insane matches a while ago and two recently that just concluded, which is Philippines versus the United Kingdom and Vietnam versus France. And for now, we'll be going back with Indonesia versus Chile. And yeah, I bet this is gonna be a really insane one as well. And for now, well, here's your rosters. I'm Silhouette Kyles, and joining me is going to be Sparky. Hello there, how are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Once again, this weekend coming to a close relatively quickly. Only 2 matches left. And oh boy, what a penultimate match. Chile going up against Indonesia here. Both of these squads winning their earlier matches this weekend for a chance to try and make it into that semifinals weekend. It is going to be the end of the line for one of these teams once things are all said and done.
That's true, and you know what makes this match more interesting to me? The fact that these two have faced in the same exact round last year. Quarterfinals, second round, Indonesia versus Chile. We're gonna be having another match that's like this, so I cannot wait to see how this one pans out.
Goodness, it's almost like these two teams are destined to meet at this round. It's basically a proving ground for these two countries. It'll be interesting to see if Chile can turn things around from their fortunes from last year. I believe Indonesia was the one that won the matchup last year. And oh boy, there's two very talented rosters going up against each other. It'll be interesting to see how they fare on this map pool against each other.
Yeah, I really want to see how this one goes. Personally, Chile did amazing on I believe it was their match against Australia a while ago. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see Indonesia, Hong Kong live, so it's kind of going to be difficult. But anyways, you still have the match feed to analyze your stuff and etc. So there you have it. I hope Chile's been doing their research, knowing what they have to ban. I think if I were Chile, I would not ban any of the SVs because that could be something they can take up, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how they adjust against this Indonesian roster. Against Australia, it would have been a good idea to ban the SVs just given how strong they are. But against Indonesia, you might be able to keep them open this time around to see if you can maybe catch them off guard with some of the tricks found in both of those maps. But right now it looks like we're going to be getting into the roles and see who is going to be banning first and second.
Well, let's see what the rolls would be. We did see Eliminate rolling, I believe, like a 98, 97. Let's see if there would be any high rolls like that again this time around.
There's a 1. That's a very high roll.
Right, yeah, that's a very high roll, right?
Yes.
I said very high roll, okay?
Now wait, there's always opportunity. Let's see if Indonesia can roll 100. Oh, 27. Okay.
Okay, so we got two pretty low rolls, but like one of them is literally just a 1.
1.
So I guess you could say that this is the first curse of this match.
For sure. It's a sign of things to come. Hopefully, you don't name anybody in particular throughout this match, because I feel like there's going to be some very interesting drops throughout this match.
Well, I would really be interested to see as well. I think Chile could probably ban one of the Rice picks, maybe breaking rules. They have an insane score in that one.
Yeah, for sure. So Chile is going to be up to ban first and taking a bit of time to figure out exactly what it is they want to get rid of. Like we were saying earlier, the SVs might be worth keeping up, and it looks like it's going to be breaking rules. So Rice 6 going to be taken out from this map pool. No tech to be found in that regard. Now it's up to Indonesia to round out the ban proceedings before we get into the first pick.
As for the first pick, well, I mean Indonesia still has to do their ban though. But wait, why is Albert saying thank God? That's kind of a surprise. Because remember, Indonesia had a really good score on this map. Probably they've I think they're a little bit more nervous this time around, so that probably could be a factor that Chile should take note of.
Oh, for sure. And that being said, it's like you don't want to face players like Miyuka on Rice picks, especially something like Breaking Rules. Definitely a style of map where you can see some incredible ratios, and it looks like Marinol is going to be getting taken out as well in response. So one SV survives, one gets banned. Typical proceedings here, and now we can get into that first pick.
See, the thing about Marinol is like, it's a very common ban, at least relative to the other maps. But I could see why Indonesia decided to ban this. I do think in terms of SV, Indonesia is kind of lacking in that aspect, which again, I am expecting Chile to know that information already.
Yeah, absolutely. So, working with a bit of information now, both teams have played a match. But with that being said, Indonesia up to pick here. What did they decide to go with? I'd imagine they're gonna want to opt to stay in that lower half of the map pool, just avoiding the SVs. But anything can go. And it's going to be Daisy Cutter coming out here. LN3 to start this match off. And oh boy, quite a bit of an introduction into this match. Daisy Cutter is quite the difficult LN pick. It's going to be interesting to see who from both teams is going to be up to contest this.
Daisy Cutter as a first pick is super interesting to me. Because, wait a minute. Is it me or they're swapped?
Yeah, literally the entire Chilean team has decided to go to Indonesia for just a moment before adjusting properly. And also we see the players loading in. Miyuka, Jian de Rin, and Baz CL coming in for Chile. Albert Ray and Onto Bikasi coming in for Indonesia to contest this pick.
I cannot wait to see this map. I think it's gonna be pretty close. But again, I was expecting Indonesia to start with like a Rice pick right off the get-go instead of an LN choice, because I think if there's one kind of pick that Chile has more of a chance of, it's definitely LN.
Yeah, with that being said, it's one of those things where it's like you see the players across from the lobby and you gotta pay them that little bit of respect in terms of what they can do on their preferred skill sets. So definitely going to be testing the waters here just a little bit as we wait for all the players to get loaded in here. And let's see how they do. No, the pick like Daisy Cutter, it's very easy to find yourself spiking misses or just dropping 200s on the releases. There are a lot of very tricky jack sections interspersed throughout these LNs. It's going to be interesting to see how the players hold up. And right now, it looks like despite Miyuka's best efforts holding on to that 99.9, the overall accuracy advantage is going the way of Indonesia throughout this first quarter of the map. And as we make our way into the second third of the map, things start to calm down just a little bit. The players get a chance to compose themselves a little bit. And it is currently advantage Indonesia.
It's true, and like, this lead though is not that big. Miyuka and Rei are essentially tied. Onto Bikasi and John Durin are as well, but it's a difference between Albert and Baz CL, really.
Yeah, so like about a 10% of difference, and we saw a couple of 200s coming out from Miyuka in that last section. Gonna drop them down into that 99.7 range. Gotta be able to recover just a little bit here, but for right now, the lead is only extending. Rei basically putting in the work right now for Indonesia going into the last third of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's really close still. No misses so far. The mini jack is about to, another mini jack is about to approach. Can anyone from Indonesia miss? I don't think that's gonna happen though. Oh wow. Never mind. There's the miss. Can Chile take it? There's enough time, and the bar is on Chile. But there's mini jacks at the end, which they could miss. But Chile takes a break point against Indonesia. And oh my god, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Oh my goodness, that curse was signed, sealed, and delivered. That was arguably the most inopportune time for a slider break to occur. Indonesia had it in the bag, but all it takes is one slip up, and the advantage goes straight over to Chile, and they take the first break point in this match to go up 1-0.
And that's gotta be a huge motivation boost for the Chilean team. Oh my goodness. Really, really insane score overall for both teams, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not an easy pick in the slightest, and it only took one slider break to decide everything. That is how close these two teams are. Oh, and we're going straight into arguably one of the most interesting picks in this pool. It's going to be Justify My Love coming out for Chile.
Alright, Justify My Love. Well, I'm expecting Niflox to come in. Like, Niflox overall is just really, really good at stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. This is I call this pick very interesting because it takes so little for everything to just go absolutely wrong on core jack picks like this. It takes one little slip up and you start finding yourself dropping a lot of bad judgments, and the accuracy just goes out the window. And with how good all these players are, all it takes is for a singular 200 to come out at the wrong time, and things just flip over in an instant.
Well, we'll see. It looks like the third player for Chile is not showing up. Okay, there we go, Niflox. But I was kind of expecting Rizciel to play for Chile, unless there's some like emergency that caused them not to play. And I think that's the reason why Riz hasn't been playing this whole time.
Yeah, for sure. I think they missed their last match as well, so hopefully everything's well with them. But it looks like we are going to see some substitutions. Zan and Niflox coming in for Chile, and Adhiza coming in for Indonesia. Gonna see one last substitution. Raze and Ray gonna be rounding out the composition.
That is really interesting to me. I was kind of expecting Albert, because Albert is also really good at accuracy. But Raze is no joke as well. I've seen them play overall, and like they're certainly a Rice player to fear. And so are Adiza, and of course Ray. Ray is just in general the forefront of Indonesia's Rice accuracy. But the two backup players are no slouch. And same for Chile, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be all eyes on Miyuka for Chile to put up those scores that they're known so well for, and see if Zan and Niflox can back them up here. They're loaded into the second map of this best of 11. It's going to be Chile's chance to capitalize on that break point. Indonesia going to want to take that point back as soon as possible to tie things up here.
And right now, speaking of which, it looks like Raze is going to have a minor act disparity. But look at Miyuka right now, holding 100%. Wait a minute. Can this stop?
No, we're 200 notes in. Miyuka's still holding on to that 100%. We have seen some incredible ratios on this map before. I think immediately to Brazil, all three of their players getting sub 4,300 counts on this map. This is one where players that are really comfortable with core jacks can really flex their muscles here, and we are seeing it here. Ray's recovering very well from that earlier accuracy drop back up into that 99.9 range. This is going to be teetering on a knife's edge. Any 200 counts throughout this map are going to be huge.
Yeah, well, it looks like Miyuka has unfortunately dropped that accuracy down to just 99.99.
Oh my goodness, such a huge accuracy drop, 100th of a percent.
Exactly. I mean, there's a 100 in there, so that's big. But right now, the difference between Zan and Raze, I think, is kind of determining it. But I don't think this is too much either, because Niflox has an advantage against Adiza and Ray. Of course, Miyuka has an advantage as well. But Raze and Zan, those two players, you gotta keep an eye on them. Oh, but Raze drops, I think, out 200, so that could potentially give the lead
but
back
Niflox
to
drops!
Chile! Ah, that's unfortunate. Niflox with the drop. You would have to hope for Indonesia to drop once. At least once on the flams, but this team is just very consistent overall.
for sure. They still have 2 players in at 99.9% range, and as I was saying, as this map started, it just takes one little slip up for everything to go all wrong, and despite that, I would imagine 150 coming out from Niflox. They're back up into that 99.9% range, but that combo break is absolutely devastating going into the last sliver of the map. It is Indonesia's 0.2 lose right now, despite this incredible run from Miyuka, still holding on to that 99.9%, and it is going to be insane to see what number he puts up in that 300 count. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, that was like
12!
Wait a minute, 65? Wait, so if Niflox did not miss, this would have been the Chilean team's point. Because 12-65. And look, Ray and Niflox had the same ratio, but Miyuka beats Adiza by a lot, and Zan wasn't too far behind Ray's, so I think this would have been Chile's point.
Oh, this is the ultimate, it's a team sport moment. You have a player that gets 12 300s and your team still loses. That is just how a map like this goes. Everybody's able to perform so incredibly well on it that it just takes one slip up, just like we saw in Daisy Cutter. It just takes one hiccup throughout the map to really swing things, and we are now tied 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 indeed. And that means Indonesia is now going to be picking. Well, there's no disadvantage anymore. 1-1. I think this essentially just... I'm not sure. Does it reset anything? But all I know is that that's -1 Rice pick. And I am expecting Indonesia to just take advantage of the Rice.
Yeah, but they're still not going to go into that upper half of the map pool. They're going to stick with the hybrids here. It's going to be Summer coming out. So still not wanting to fully commit, but this is not a bad pick at all. They were winning Daisy Cutter up until the very end of the map, so they might feel confident of being able to take some of these lower half of the map pool picks.
Oh, looks like Ray is gonna go, or Ray picking Summer for the Indonesian team. Wow, I'm really surprised Indonesia is not picking any of the Rice picks so far. Like, if there was a team that I expected to pick Justify My Love, it would have been Indonesia, but looks like that's not gonna be the case for now.
I mean, to be fair, you see the scores from Chile on Justify, and you see that 12, and that just strikes fear into the heart. That is just... No, that's an illegal score. You shouldn't be able to do that.
I understand that, but remember, this is a team effort. It's not It's not like, okay, I know that they have the best player in the world, essentially unstoppable, but remember, this is a team effort. It's not just one person, and Indonesia, I think, has to take note of that if that's what their mindset is right now.
Absolutely, but with that being said, they have made their pick. It is going to be Summer coming out. Things all square here. Essentially a best of 9 now as we make our way into the third map of this match. We see a couple of accuracy drops from the side of Chile here, handing a lead to Indonesia for the time being. A couple of 200s coming out in that initial burst from Faz, Miyuka, and Rin probably, or just an excessive amount of 300s. You'd imagine it's going to start to balance out as we make our way deeper into the map. But for right now, looking good for Indonesia.
Fortunately, Faz has been dropping accuracy, but Albert missed. And that is going to be big for the Chilean team.
Gonna hand him over the lead for right now. Albert dropping a couple of 200s also out of that burst, and Ray gonna find a drop on the transition as well as we make our way into the first break, going into the second third of the map. And right now it is smooth sailing right now for Chile. 3 full combos still up on the board for them. They just need to hold on to the accuracies here now.
Very surprised that Anta Bekasi is the highest accuracy in Indonesia, because this map is pretty physical, and I was expecting Ray or Albert to take it higher, but Anta Bekasi has been dropping some 200s. That's unfortunate. Fat CL has to hold on to that full combo. Yes, it's 99.4. Yes, it's the lowest in the lobby, but ultimately, if you full combo, that's huge.
Yeah, for sure. You get to secure those extra amount of points. A drop here would be devastating as we make our way into the last quarter of the map. And Albert finds another drop here, and that's going to really solidify this lead for Chile now. Probably having a couple of misses now banked if they were to drop, but as it stands, they have been very consistent on this pick so far and on that lower half of the pool. And it is all to play for right now as Chile look to try and take another breakpoint in succession.
Chile has been really insane, keeping that triple full combo. Unfortunately, Indonesia has, yes, they reached the combo cap, but it's not going to be enough. Accuracy goes to, I think, Indonesia slightly, but Chile with the three-way FC gives him the point. It's now 2-1, another break point.
Oh my goodness, somebody keep a counter on the breakpoints. We are now at 3. These teams basically picking each other's strong suits. And I mean, you were alluding to it. Indonesia should be picking the Rice, Chile should be picking the LNs. Maybe they should really flip the strategies here.
Wait, give me a moment. Muka missed at the start? I did not notice that. So that's what happened.
Okay,
But
that explains the
regardless-
accuracy drop. Wow.
But regardless, it was at the very start, so it didn't really matter too much. Muka going for Desperado Waltz. Considering that you won the LN and the hybrid, I like this pick.
Yeah, for sure. As I was saying, it might be time to flip the script a little bit. Might want to pick what your opponent might want to, and it's going to be Desperado Waltz. They did incredibly well this pick against Australia, so could expect to see some very high scores from them. I would not be surprised if we didn't see any substitutions here. These are two very strong LN rosters for both these countries.
That's true, and there we go. So it looks like it's gonna be on to Picasso, Albert, and Ray. And on the other hand, Chile, I think, is gonna be having Yuka, Faz, and Jean Rin. Honestly, I'm not surprised to see the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. Very formidable on both sides. And just like Daisy Cutter, this map is filled with areas that can just cause you to chain miss when you try and recover from either a slider break or just spiking one of the holds found throughout this map. So it'll be interesting to see who blinks first. And now we have this dichotomy switch where Chile is now the one picking the LN hybrid stuff. Maybe they can secure their first organic point and not give over a break point to make it 2-2.
Is said, I like how you call that point an organic point, but like at the end of the day, considering that it's just been breakpoint after breakpoint, I don't really know how to feel, because it probably means that Chile is just toe-to-toe with Indonesia. And despite like the seed difference, yes, Indonesia seed 9, Chile as a seed 17 team is no team to slouch on. They're definitely a team that you should have to be careful for.
Yeah, for sure. There are no weak countries remaining this deep into the tournament. And as we make our way into this 4th map, it's going to be interesting to see who blinks first. Is the streak of breakpoints going to continue? Or will the team that picks their own map going to win their own map for once?
And right now, it does look like Indonesia has the advantage. Faz and Jandarin at a solid 99.6. Yuka is matching Ray, but the backup players for Indonesia are what's giving Indonesia the lead. But oh look, wait a minute. Onto Picasso is dropping that accuracy slightly, and so is Albert. But Ray is also dropped while Yuka staying consistent at the 99.87. Can Chile take this? We'll have to find out.
Going into the break, it is the tiniest sliver. They are virtually tied going into the second third of the map. And as you were saying, out of the transition of that last section, we saw Albert and Anta starting to drop a bit of accuracy, recovered just a little bit here now to keep themselves above Faz and Jean de Rin. And it's going to be up to Faz and Jean to not drop any more accuracy. We saw 200 there before we make it into this last burst. Last half of the map still to go.
Wow, the Chilean team is just doing a lot better than they did in like the Australian match, I believe. Indonesia is on the driver's seat, but as they say the driver's seat, now it goes to Chile. Unfortunate. Can this be a turning point? And like what you said, could this be a chance for them to take a quote-unquote organic point? But it's not over yet. This burst is really difficult, and all players hit it.
Yeah, absolutely. Albert doing very well to get back up over that 400 combo cap immediately after that slider break. Not a lot of accuracy lost, but it is still a couple thousand points of a buffer for Chile to work with. And if they can all hold on as they have been so far this match, it's looking very well for them here. Last couple
Wait a minute. The ending is really difficult. That Jack is no joke. We've seen some players miss here and there, and even accuracy drops. But is it enough? Will anyone drop? It's not gonna happen. Chile's gonna take it. It's gonna be 3-1 for the Chilean team. Oh my god, that was barely a lead even.
That's 1,400 points of a difference. It is coming down to the slimmest of margins throughout this match. We saw it on Daisy Cutter, a 50 decided it. We saw it on Justify, a miss determined it. And it's just whoever blinks first throughout this match is determining the outcome. And Chile takes advantage and makes it 3-1 now.
Man, that's a bad position for Indonesia. Like, remember, in Hong Kong versus Indonesia was in a disadvantage at the start. But they somehow clawed their way back. Can Chile stop that from happening? Well, we'll have to find out. There's still peta for Chile to take, and right now Ram is the call. I think that's the right move.
Yeah, full flip of the script here. The teams have made their adjustments. Indonesia's probably going to opt to focus more on the upper half of the map, while Chile is going to be the one to pick those lower maps, the hybrid and LN. And we're going to start to see the substitutions come back in here. Zan and Niflox coming in for Chile. And now we see Retro EX coming in for Indonesia to back up Ray. And it'll be interesting to see who the third is. It's going to be Adhiza here.
I'm not surprised to see Adhiza, but Retrox is one I'm also surprised about. I was expecting Albert, but Retrox is no joke and stuff like this as well. So we'll have to see how Miyuka, Zan, and Niflux will perform.
For sure, maybe they're a bit more comfortable in this higher BPM jump stream style of maps. But it's always interesting coming in mid-match without having played a map. Coming in cold, you might have those nerves, you might have a little bit of doubt creeping in. It's going to be up to Retro to not succumb to the nerves here and put up a performance for Indonesia to keep them in this match, lest they give Chile a 4-1 advantage. And as we wait for the players to load in, it's only a minute and 30 seconds to decide who takes this next point.
Wait a minute. Right now, it does seem like... Wait, what happened? Niflux had the pretty bad start, I think, is what happened.
Yeah, Niflux and Dan both dropping some bad judgments there in that opening burst. You know how sometimes the audio likes to hiccup a little bit, might have caught them off guard there, but it's going to give Indonesia a bit of an advantage here to work with. We see a very consistent 99.8 across the board from Indonesia. Miyuka, of course, going to be standing tall above everybody else, and at 99.98% range, it's going to be up to Zan and Niflux to pick up the pace here to try and lend some support to try and get this lead back going into the back half of the map.
Yeah, right now, I know that Chile is in a pretty big disadvantage, but again, remember, that miss by Niflux was just at the start, and 99.4 is still very commendable. So it's not over yet for Chile. They can still take this, but they'll need to hope for Indonesia to drop.
Yeah, and it's going to have to come relatively soon. Last third of the map. This is not a long map by any stretch of the imagination, so the window of opportunity is closing, and we take a bit of a break here before we get into the last jump stream section.
Here we go.
We still have 6 full combos on the board. Nobody has blinked, and Zan is going to be the first one to drop. Niflux follows soon after.
That was so unfortunate for Chile. Unfortunately, you cannot do anything against a team score like Indonesia's. 2990, that is a team score. I mean, even if Chile had a triple full combo, that would have not been a win. But 24 by Miyuka, are you kidding me?
That is a triple V1SS from Indonesia in response to that incredible run from Miyuka. That is how you respond to losing some of your own picks, and they make it 3-2 now.
Oh man, that
my
is
goodness.
really good. Adhiza saying like they improved their score by 3 perfects. Well, 3 perfects is still a lot considering this kind of map. And also, just don't forget, that was a triple V1SS by Indonesia as well. So again, no chance, regardless.
Yeah, and as it stands, Chile up to pick next. They're discussing what what the route forward is going to be. They've had some success here on the LN. I mean, Peta is there. You also have something like Materan Trucks and Azure Vixen to go into. And it's amazing how this match has evolved as the picks have come out.
Well, we'll have to see for now. I like that they're taking their time, by the way. You absolutely must do that.
Yeah, they need to remember they do have the timeout if they absolutely need it to get themselves an extra 2 minutes. Don't want to get clocked for taking too long making these pick decisions. If you really need that time, it is there for you to use. So our referee pushing for a pick from Chile here. Oh, it's going to be Materan Trucks coming out. Hybrid 1 is going to be the decision from Chile to try and push the pace of this match even further.
Man, I gotta say though, I understand choosing Materan Trucks. Remember, they were the ones who won LN and Hybrid, so of course, go for the anti-meta stuff is what I would say. But like, there's something that I'm afraid of. It's called double tapping. This map, at least to me, I was like super prone to just double tapping some of the LNs here, and I don't want that to happen to any of these players. That would be so heartbreaking.
For sure, especially with how fast this map can get. It's unsurprising that the urge to double tap in some instances can lead to some unfortunate drops, and it looks like we're going to see the more LN focused lineups of these countries start to come in. Miyuka, Jandarin, and Faz, and then onto Pikasi, Ray, and Adiz is going to be staying in for this one unless there's a last second substitution.
Alright. Oh, by the way, I gotta say, as a side note, looks like China and Peru is already starting, and well, they bagged both SVs, alright?
No love for the SV.
That's something.
That has been the order of business this quarterfinals round. The SVs are really starting to pick up difficulty. And, I mean, there's still one here in this match. It's going to be interesting to see if either of these countries decide to go for it. But that being said, we got to deal with this hybrid first. It's going to be Materan Trucks, an opportunity for Chile to go for 2-up, and an opportunity for Indonesia to tie this back up.
Here we go. I'm really excited to see how this one turns out. But also Pikasi dropped it to 100. The Faz and John Durin has the worst act overall, but look at Miyuka's act right now. 99.9. That is really what they have to do as of this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Miyuka is the one player that cannot afford to drop any accuracy from the side of Chile, and it's up to Jean and Faz to meet them in that higher accuracy range. Both of them in that 99.5 range. But that being said, Anta and Ray, actually Anta themselves dropping into that 99.5 range as well, are going to be shrinking this lead ever so slightly as we make our way into the second quarter of the map.
It's still not over yet, but as I say that, John Durin unfortunately misses. But again, there's still a lot of the map left. Accuracy-wise, I think Indonesia has a lead, of course. But still, any breaks from Indonesia is going to give it back to Chile, though it's not happening right now. This consistency is what they absolutely must do. But again, like what I said, a map like this is easy to trip on.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially once you see the hand streaks come out, and Anta Pikasi is going to be the first one to fall from Indonesia. That is their lowest accuracy on their side, so not going to do too much damage as if Ray or Adhiza had dropped. So it's going to be not that much, but Adhiza drops now, and now we start to get a little bit worried. The lead is starting to go over to the side of Chile. Is there enough time? There's a third of the map left to go, and it's starting to swing over.
Yes, there is enough time, but Chile has to hold on to those full combos. Ray is the only full combo remaining left in Indonesia. Will we see any more misses? There is another miss from Anta Pikasi, which is gonna give the lead more to Chile. Oh my goodness.
Last sliver of map left to go, and it's really been those Rice transitions out of the LN structures that have been giving Anta a bit of trouble here. A couple of 200s coming out on the releases as the LN start to make their reappearance. But right now, it is Chile solution. John Durin is going to be the one to drop. That being said, they have dropped already, so the damage isn't that bad, but it's starting to trend over to Indonesia. Is there enough time?
I think there is enough time. Indonesia has the lead. But can there be any more misses? No more, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness, this was a very dicey pick.
Wow, wait, it's 3-3 now. Oh my god, that was so close. Literally, that was Chile's pick to win.
Yeah, they had it in their hands. It looked a little bit dicey there, but that last draw from Jandarin, unable to get back up with that 400 combo cap because there wasn't enough time, and we are now tied 3-3. Oh, and it was a bit of a lag spike from Jandarin that caused those drops. That is very unfortunate. But with that being said, there's still plenty of match still to come. This is essentially a best of 5 now.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, of course, I understand that Chile lost. But remember, it's 3-3, and you still have one hybrid, one LN. And yes, this basically means Chile only lost because of lag spike, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be Ego the pick from Indonesia. And you can imagine we're gonna start to see the substitutions start to come out. We see Albert coming in for Antibikasi. Zan coming in for Chile, and you would imagine Niflox might be coming in to round out that Chilean roster. And right on cue, it'll be interesting to see who comes in for Indonesia to round out theirs. Dev Rays might be coming in here. That being said, you also have Albert in reserve as well. So it just really comes down to who's more comfortable on a pick like this. Not as techy as breaking rules, but definitely lends itself to some tricky sections overall.
Oh man, here we go. I really want to see how this one is gonna go through. Like, I think Indonesia should be the favorites to win a Rice map in general, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's that easy for Indonesia to take it.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen throughout all these Rice picks, it comes down to singular judgment, swinging things wildly in favor of the other team. So it's going to come down to who can maintain that composure, especially now that we're in the mid-match scenario. You start to get some of the nerves to creep in because you see the situation, you see the scoreline, and you want to try and hyper-focus to ensure that you're not the one causing the drops for the team, and that's really where the mistakes start to come out.
You'll see how this one goes. I can't wait. Alright. Looks like it's gonna be Indonesia versus Chile on Ego. I don't know how this one's gonna go actually. Oh, but Zan gonna miss. But Adiza as well. What is happening?
Okay, very interesting start from both teams. So basically canceling out those misses. Zan's was a little bit earlier, so they're going to hit that 400 combo cap just ever so slightly earlier to try and stem some of this lead growing from Indonesia. With that being said, the accuracy out of those misses favoring Adhesia. You were going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, if you were Zan or Adiza, you'd be like, oh no, I missed, but unfortunately, looks like Niflox did as well. I was about to say, like, that would have been a relief for both of these players, but unfortunately, Adiza is the one who's going to be more relieved, given that Niflox had like 3 misses in that one spot alone.
Yeah, it was Grace Notes giving them a little bit of trouble as we transition into the back half of the map, and that is the largest lead that Indonesia has had so far throughout this map. It's going to take a couple of drops here to try and hand this back, and now they take a break and they can see the score for just a moment. They see those 2 drops.
Here we go now. There's still some time, but like I highly doubt, as Zan, unfortunately, 1 more miss. So that's going to give it a 4 miss buffer, or I think it's a 3 miss buffer regardless for Indonesia. Well, make it 4 now.
Yeah, just overall uncomfortable with the pick overall as the bursts start to come out. It's starting to trip up both Zan and Niflox here. Niflox doing very well to recover from their earlier Grace Note hiccups, but it has done all the damage here as Indonesia, as this map winds down, takes the lead now and makes it 4-3.
In all honesty, so go ahead.
That is 3,300s from Miyuka. This is why they were probably. This is why they were scared to pick Rice at the beginning, because this man can just do things like this.
What is going on here? Like how?
That
How is this happening? By the way, can I just say
Go.
this is a random match in a way, because like this was either gonna be 5-1 or 4-3, and I guess it became 5-1. Like it was almost 5-1, but like 2 misses from Chile unfortunately gave it away. So right now, I think the mindset should be, we almost won the picks, but we have to absolutely try and reduce the amount of times we choke or something. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with how close things have been, you cannot afford to have those little drops here and there, because they are doing a lot of damage in that regard. And it looks like it's gonna be Peta Peta coming out, so rounding out the LN picks in this pool.
So it's gonna be Albert and Ray. I think it's gonna be Jean Durin. Okay, yeah, Jean Durin just started OS. But for the Indonesian side, I would be expecting Anta Bekasi again.
Yeah, for sure. Anta Bekasi being one of the better LN players for Indonesia, at least in this regard, and right on cue. And then, of course, we have Faz coming in as well for Chile. Miyuka, the ever-present anchor for Chile. Ray as well, putting in the work, playing all these maps so far for Indonesia.
It looks like we'll be having I think the same lineups we've seen for LNs in general. We have Ray, Albert, and Anta Bekasi for the Indonesian side. Well, for the Chilean side, we're gonna be having Miyuka, Faz, CL, and Jean Durin. I'm really not surprised with either team.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one being a bit of a coordination and release test. It's very easy to find yourself dropping 200s all over the place, trying to keep yourself coordinated and trying to regain a grasp where you're supposed to be holding. It does prove to be a bit of a tricky task if you're not too comfortable on the LNs, but these 6 players have been dominating on the bottom half of this map pool. So remains to see how they do here. An opportunity for Chile to tie things up. Indonesia can make it match point here if they can break this point.
Right now, we've seen some 200 drops here, and as they say that, Jean Durin and Anta Bekasi had a little bit of a rough start, and actually so did Ray and Miyuka, but surprisingly Faz CL just towers over everyone at the start.
Yeah, nope. 5 out of 6 of these players did not fare too well out of that introduction. We saw some 98s out of the introduction. Gonna recover now as things start to standardize just a little bit. That freeform release section has been a nightmare for some players to handle, and we see the 200 count start to come out across the board. And it's going to be Indonesia's lead for right now going into the second quarter of the map. All their players trending in at 99.6% range. Albert a little bit behind, but going to be able to recover just a little bit as the map progresses, you would imagine.
Oh, but we see Faz CL with the break. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, an unfortunate break there, as you said, going to hurt the accuracy just a little bit, but Miyuka has done very well to recover. Going to be highest in the lobby right now, 99.8, but they're the ones who find a slider break here. Oh, and that's not who you want to break here.
That is true, but man, Indonesia has just been really consistent. They have the triple full combo, an amazing recovery from the start. Unfortunately for Chile, only Jean Durin has been holding that FC. Faz CL almost at the 98 range, but still, it's a pretty long map, so any more breaks from Indonesia could still swing it over to Chile.
Yeah, absolutely. A minute and a half of this map still left to go, and you start to wonder about the mental stamina, having to hold and concentrate on these releases for a map as long as this one is, really starts to wear on you a little bit, and you start to maybe lose the coordination a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how the players fare as we take a bit of a break now before we dive right back on into it.
Man, it's just really unfortunate to see those breaks because now Miyuka is at top of the accuracy department along with Ray, but I think Miyuka is slightly higher. But unfortunately, none of the backup players are beating the backup players of the Indonesian side in terms of accuracy. And that's essentially what's making this lead huge.
Yeah, absolutely. The discrepancy between that second and third player for both these countries is really what's helping Indonesia here as we make our way into the last quarter of the map. And it is basically about a 20,000 point lead and growing as the 200 start to come out from all the players, damaging the accuracies just a little bit more. 99.2s for Jandarin and Faz. Not going to be enough here to contest Ray and Ontabekasi. I mean, this is a very consistent performance from Indonesia. All three of them holding on to the full combos this late on into the map. It is going to take a complete collapse, and I don't think there's enough time, even if that does happen.
True, and like, man, Indonesia's team score is really insane. They should be like 295, 296? 296 indeed. That's really, really good. 2929 is no slouch as well, but overall, in terms of the ratio game, Indonesia is just far ahead. But Miyuka's 339 is certainly just absolutely insane for a map like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Just catching a couple slider breaks in that earlier section. And it looks like Faz did find one as well. And I mean, that's been the margin so far. And now it is match point for Indonesia, making it 5-3. So now if you are Indonesia, what do you decide to go with here? You have had the better fortune on those rice picks. MP Addiction and Fiona are left on the board, but I mean, speedy streams or stamina, what do you decide to go with here? It looks like it is now their turn to discuss how they should proceed with this match. I mean, SV is still there if you want to throw a bit of a wild card out there, but it is such a risky pick.
If I were the captain of Indonesia, I would go for Fiona. Looking at Ram and Ego, seems like Zan and Niflox are sort of struggling in the physicality department, and I would say that Fiona is the most physically daunting map, so definitely go for something like Fiona. I think NP Addiction could work as well, but still, you would want to go for something that I think is a little bit safer, and Fiona is certainly the one to choose.
Oh, but it's going to be MP Addiction here. They're going to opt for the stamina. They're going to try and out-physical and outlast this Chilean roster. I mean, it's a tall task trying to outlast Miyuka, but I mean, the other two players might have a bit more of a chance here.
Indeed, like, considering that this is also your tournament life on the line, I bet the Chilean team in general is just like, we really gotta do our best. Really have to keep it up. Try to lessen the bleeding. No more mistakes can be afforded here.
Absolutely, backs against the wall. Gonna have to break this and win your next pick to try and take this to tiebreaker. Indonesia doing just enough to at least secure that scenario. So it is theirs to lose now as we see Faz and Niflox come in. Gonna be interesting to see who comes in to round out this Indonesian roster. They have pick of the litter basically. They have Albert, they have Ray Z to choose from. And they also have Retro EX, an outside pick as well, but it just comes down to who's the most comfortable handling a song this long.
We're just gonna be waiting. Looks like Fazio is gonna play for Zan. Honestly, I was expecting Faz to swap in for Niflox and then put in Zan. But alright. I think I see what Miyuka's going.
Yeah, for sure. We see Retro EX come in for Indonesia. Probably the freshest player left on that Indonesian roster, so an opportunity for them to approach this match with fresher fingers and hopefully a little bit more stamina than those that have been playing more maps than they have.
We just have to see. Well, Retro X has really been consistent in maps like this. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see another insane team score from Indonesia, but Chile, I think, could have a chance as well.
Yeah, so it's just really going to come down to keeping those misses at an all-time low. If you can FC this map, even better, but definitely cannot afford to slip up here with a team as consistent as Indonesia has been.
But right now, I would really be curious as to see how these two will fare. It's just gonna be really unfortunate whoever team is gonna be eliminated.
Yeah, for sure. Two very strong teams. It's unfortunate one of them has to say goodbye at the end of this match. It has been quite the run for both these teams, but they're going to try and give it their all as we begin to make our way towards the drop here. And right now it is tiny advantage Indonesia.
I mean, it's the difference really between Faz, CL, Niflox, and the two Adiza and RetroX. But Muka's taking advantage of Ray, and I think while that is really impressive, at the end of the day, it has to be a team effort.
For sure, and overall the team performances from Indonesia have been just enough to keep Chile at bay, and right now we're seeing that consistency coming out. 99.9s apiece, Retro falling down into that 99.8 range, but I mean they're still above 2 of 3 of the Chilean players here going into the second third of the map.
The fact that Chile is now holding 3 full combos is really, really important. Because really, one of the big reasons why Chile has been losing maps is because they're not able to secure that combo lead. And I've seen Indonesia choke here and there. So if at any moment, if Indonesia drops a miss or two, or has a rush of 200s, the lead will definitely shift back to the Chilean side.
For sure, but right now, as things stand, 6 full combos on the board. It's really going to come down to overall team accuracy, and that is being held by Indonesia here, keeping Chile at bay despite Miyuka's best efforts. It is Faz and Niflock that really need to put in the work here to build their accuracy to try and contest these dominating scorers from Adhiza and Retro EX. Ray has been the stalwart consistency, and Niflox is going to be the first one to find the break here going into the back half of the map, and that is not what Chile needed here going into this last third.
Exactly. You would have to hope Indonesia would have like 2 to 3 misses, and overall,
there goes Retro.
There's one of the miss. There's a miss from Retro X, and if one more miss from Indonesia happens, this could go back to the Chilean side. But I don't think any misses are gonna happen though. This team is just really consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. These jump screens start to feel unending this late on into the map. It really tests your focus, and only a sliver of map left to go. And in that trade, RetroEX fared a lot better than Niflox from the drops, both in the backup of that 400 combo cap. And as it stands, it is Indonesia's point to lose now. The door is quickly closing on Chile here. It is going to take a miracle for them to try and pull this out despite their best efforts. And as the map begins to wind down, there aren't any tricks left up this map's sleeve. And it looks like Indonesia has done just enough to secure a 6 point and take it over Chile, knocking them out of the tournament.
Oh man, that was so unfortunate. Like, looking at Niflock's score, I think it would have been slightly enough just to beat the Chilean side. And I mean, enough to beat the Indonesian side. I'm sorry, I'm getting these two teams mixed up. But man, that was just really close in general, and unfortunate to see Chile out of the tournament, but they put their best efforts and certainly performed so much better than their placement in the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely put up quite a bit of a fight here. Unfortunately, not going to be enough as Indonesia punches their ticket into the semifinals, keeping themselves alive for another weekend. This will be the end of the line for Chile. Commiserations to them, but definitely a performance they can be proud of here. And that being said, we do have another match on our hands, the last match of the weekend. And I'll be saying goodbye for right now. We'll be introducing Toph Daddy to round out this quarterfinals weekend.
Hello, how's it going? What a match we just saw, but we still got some more action coming in for this China versus Peru match as our final match. But there's so many incredible matches have happened this weekend, and I'm really excited to get into this final one.
You know what? You know what's kind of sad for me. Speaking of this weekend, we've seen a lot of 6-4s, but no 6-5s. I really want to see a tiebreaker.
How many 6-4s was that? 3 or 4 of them this weekend, and then we just had that 6-3 between Chile and Indonesia there, but maybe this is the one. Maybe we'll finally see a tiebreaker.
I think Peru really has the potential to beat the Chinese team. Peru has just really been good this time around. So I think we're just waiting it to be switched, right?
I believe so, and currently the score, I believe, is 3-1 in favor of China, and China had the pick coming off of that scoreline. And looks like we're getting into the next pick, which is going to be NP Addiction. China starting off with a bit of a lead, but we're coming into a break from China right away from Reimu, but very strong accuracy advantage for China for the time being. That miss. Oh, traded back by Dendro right away, though.
But that was very unfortunate, because overall I was expecting China to have better act regardless of who misses here. But Peru could potentially take it to consistency, but as I say that word, that Zero is gonna miss right before the break, and I think that's the worst place to miss in general.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate place to miss, especially once you know, getting that free combo and accuracy in the easier section. And losing that because you missed just before it is really unfortunate, and you know, that's 2 misses to 1 now. It gives China quite a favorable position as we're about to start transitioning into the second half of this jump stream, or the longer jump stream sections. And China having a pretty solid lead, especially for how long this map is, with the 2 full combos to just 1. And Dazro is going to find a break right away coming into this.
That is really unfortunate, because China only has 1 break, and I think Peru has 4. I was about to say 3, but that was 1 break. 1 more break rather, and China is just keeping that consistency. No misses at this part as well. And considering that stamina is a big factor in maps like this, the fact that they're holding 3-way FC is really insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good scores coming out of China as we get into this final section of jump stream, and it would take some pretty significant drops coming out of China for them to drop this point, and that's going to be the last full combo on Peru's side dropping. Traded a little bit by Rebellion, but 1 full combo to 0 is going to mean China's going to take this 4th point in the match.
That accuracy advantage on the Chinese side is just way too big as well. Alright, looks like China is gonna be taking it.
Yeah, and even with 2 players missing on that, is 2.974 is a pretty impressive scoreline from China. But, you know, 2-1 misses from Peru, and Dazro not having the best time keeping up with their combo on that one is going to definitely help China take that point. But Peru does have the pick going in now, so they have an opportunity to, you know, push that, potentially push a little bit of momentum back in their favor, get that 2nd point on the board.
Well, regardless, as you say, they need to get the 2nd point of the board fast. I think the pick to make is Desperado Waltz or something. I know the Zero is really good at LMs, but so is the Chinese team. They've also been decent at it. I think Sunny is one of their best LM players, of course.
Well, it looks like we're getting Desperado Waltz coming out. We did see Peru taking their only point so far on Peta Peta, so it makes sense for them to dig back into the long no pool to hopefully look for another point.
Well, yeah, Desperado Waltz. I think it's a pretty risky pick in general, but at this point, you need to take risks if you want to win a match. As the rounds go further and further, teams are just gonna get better and better, like the teams you're gonna face, and I think this risk makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, being backed into a bit of a corner, and you know, like I said, the only point that they've gotten so far is on that LN release pick. So going for a density LN pick is definitely something that favors. I think favors Peru in this scenario, but they're definitely going to have to start putting up that the kind of performance to make sure that they take this point, because they really do not want to lose this and give China a match point with their own pick.
See, well, unfortunately, it looks like China is not happy with this pick. Actually, if you were to look at the chat right now, I think Peru is. I just think Peru made a right choice in general. Alright, wait, what's going on? Alright, looks like client's just not doing well. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if this pick would really pay off for Peru.
Yeah, and here we go into Desperado Waltz, looking to maintain their life in this match, or at least maintain their life outside of match point for China, and that opening section giving Peru a slight accuracy lead. You see that blue bar growing a little bit as Mafufu drops below the 99.5 range. Lowest on Peru right now is that 99.6, but we also see a Sunny miss, and that's going to be a 3 full combo to 2 right out of the gate, and that's right at the 400 combo mark, so that's going to be a very detrimental miss just after getting to that 400 combo mark too.
Oh man, it's actually pretty close right now, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure who has the accuracy lead, because Dendro is behind Sunny, Lalito is tied with Mies, but Tazero is ahead of Mafufu, so I think it's Peru by a slight amount.
Yeah, we're getting into that course, the second half. Peru maintaining that lead off the back of the triple full combo on their side. Accuracies are pretty close overall, so this could definitely switch on the turn of a dime, but Mafufu actually finds a drop and extends that lead for Peru here. And this is looking like a very strong pick going into the final third, but there are still a few patterns left in this map that are pretty awkward. Some big trills and streams that can definitely catch people off guard, and we've seen so many misses coming out from these players on those patterns in specific.
Oh man, it would just be very fail if Peru missed at the end, because that ending is no joke. Oh well, there's one miss.
There is
Peru.
one. That's one trill that I was talking about. This lead is shrinking just a little bit, but not enough to give the lead back to China. That's going to take at least 1 or 2 more misses in this ending section, and maybe not even, because they're very close to the end, but Jack's coming in.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
well, there
China
it is.
is the one to miss, and that's going to be a second point for Peru.
I was just about to say, I'm very surprised to see like barely any drops from that ending, the ending Jacks. I mean, because that part is really, really difficult, even personally, to hit.
Unfortunate. It looks like Sunny actually had a couple of lag points in that, but it doesn't. I don't know if they would have actually mattered. It would have been very close if Sunny had full comboed that, but regardless, there's going to be a second point for Peru. They're dodging the match point for now, but it is China's pick now, and they'll have the opportunity to pick whatever they want to push them closer to that match point position that, I would assume they would want to be in. Guaranteeing themselves at the very least tiebreaker looks very strong for them here.
Just see what they're gonna pick. I think China should pick Fiona. I've been saying that even in the previous match, because it does seem like China just has the advantage physically. It could be Fiona or Breaking Rules, maybe?
I can see honestly any of the Rice picks coming out. I think even Justify My Love could be a potential pick if they think that the physicality of Peru would be a little bit weaker, or at least weak enough that they would find a few misses on something like Justify My Love. But I'm not totally sure that that's something I would be confident in, especially with how good the Peruvian players are.
Yeah, but while it looks like China's just taking a lot of time just to select the map.
And there goes Breaking Rules coming out as the pick from China. And we're going to be seeing... I'm not sure I enjoy this as a pick specifically, or at least like right now. I think you were right that Fiona was probably the ideal pick for China just because it's a little more straightforward and you can pretty much bank on getting an average score. Breaking Rules is very, very easy to drop a lot of accuracy and a lot of combo and just lose a lot of score as a result on any given run. It's very risky.
You know, I've been seeing Gazero, Lolito, and Dendro, but I have yet to see like the other players like Kamiko and Henry and Alex.
Alright, just waiting for the 6 players to ready up and for us to get into map number 7 out of potential 11. And we see a roll of 1 again here from Reimu.
Just realized, you know, speaking of which, the Zero roll of 68 and we saw 1, so that's nice, I guess.
That is pretty nice. I have to agree with you on that one.
Exactly, but like right now, China versus Peru, breaking rules 1.1. I mean, this is pretty risky, but again, gotta take the risk if you want to win. You can't really just be like, okay, you gotta pick the safe picks, because at the end of the day, there is no safe picks.
Yeah, there really are not any safe picks left in this pool. They already kind of exhausted those. Dendro with a very early miss, though, traded back by Reimu, twice by Reimu, and that's going to help Peru hold on to a lead, but again, double traded back by Peru.
Oh man, I was like, okay, Peru could take this, but never mind. China is now at the forefront of this map.
They absolutely are, and this is a pretty solid lead, especially 2 full combos, 2-1. Reimu back up to the 400, Endro and Dazero looking to get back to those 400 combo marks. So now it's just an accuracy game, and I believe Peru is actually a little bit behind China right now, but that's a double miss from China. It's 1 full combo to 1, and that's going to help Peru get back into this map.
Yeah, they absolutely must keep those full combos, because if they don't, this lead would go back to China immediately. Mies versus Lolito is what's happening right now. And I really think Peru could take this, because overall, the accuracy lead is going to be in the Peru side.
Yeah, it should be.
At the end of the day, though, will we actually see a tiebreaker? But man,
I mean, Peru's only down 1 breakpoint right now, and it's looking like this could be a solid place for Peru to come back in this match and bring this back to even, assuming they make a solid pick to bring it 4-4, but they do have to hold on to this score lead right now, and this ending's a little bit easier than the rest. But that blue bar is shrinking a lot. It's so close coming up to this ending. And Desro misses, no! Oh, but they keep it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Peru takes a break point just barely.
Oh man, in my mind I was like, imagine if someone in Peru misses. And oh well, there it is. Now it's 4-3. Honestly, Peru can still win this. Now they're in a really good position to do so.
They are absolutely in a good position. Look at Dendro, too. V1SS, except for the 3 misses that they had. Really unfortunate misses, but solid scores all around on that. And Peru will get an opportunity to bring this to a tie game here if they make a solid pick. And they do still have a long no map left. They have Daisy Cutter open, so they could definitely attack through that angle and potentially bring this to an even game. So I think I do kind of expect Daisy Cutter to come out. I could also somewhat expect Azure Vixen to be the choice from Peru, but both are opportunities to come out. I really don't know what they'd rather go with. I mean, this is their second to last pick in this match, assuming that this goes the distance. So they have a couple of choices to go with. But I just don't know what it's just about what they're comfortable with, I think, at this point.
Either of the hybrids work for Peru, and And Daisy Cutter, I think, absolutely does as well.
Daisy Cutter is pretty easy to mind block though, so I could definitely see a world where the players on Peru's side had some mind blocks on a couple of the sections and just are having problems staying consistent with the full combos, and that could definitely hurt your mental game when you're trying to make a decision like this.
Yeah, this is certainly a mind game. I think they should be really careful. And there
comes out. We're going back into the hybrid pool, more rice-heavy hybrid. But we'll have to see how Peru goes. They did just win breaking rules, and this has a few tricky spots, so I could definitely see that risk paying off to them again.
in VC Summer, Peru won that. I don't know, Peru lost, but only by 2,000 points. So I can see why they go for Meteor and Trip.
I mean, the whole hybrid pool and long no pool kind of has that the opportunity for Peru to really attack China. It's just about the keeping their performances consistent. That summer loss was a little bit unfortunate from the Peruvian side, but as long as they're able to stay solid on their accuracy and combo, they should be able to take this. But it's up to China whether they're going to match it.
Well, we'll just have to see how this one goes. Looks like, yeah, as the person said, or the referee said, you gotta use those timeouts when you can. Don't forget that, because those timeouts are absolutely needed at times.
Yeah, absolutely, and just waiting for the Peru players to ready up. Looks like we may have everyone ready soon. So just waiting for the empty settings and the start command to come out from our ref once everyone is readied up. Chinese players yelling go. It looks like everyone's back, and we should be getting into map number 8 very soon.
Yeah, well, there we go. I guess everyone's ready now. I can't wait to see how this one goes. And here we go. Meteor and Trux. I'm still not sure how to pronounce that, by the way. But regardless,
who really does know how to pronounce that?
All right, well, that's true actually. But regardless, I've gotta say, I think Peru. This is like Peru's best chance to take a point. Oh, but as I say that, the Zero with a pretty rough start, but Sunny had a little bit of a rough start as well. So I guess it kind of cancels out. But Peru should be in a more of a disadvantage as compared to the Chinese team.
Yeah, that was a combo break, it looks like, from Dazero in that first section, so it's going to be already one of the full combos for Peru gone, and none of the 3 Chinese players having missed, but that is probably the best place that Dazero could have asked to miss on, just because it was so early on and the actual score bonus is not going to be affected quite as much as if they were to miss now that everyone's at the 400 combo mark.
Chinese team with those 3 full combos is really impressive. No one missing on the mini jacks for either team in general. It's just jaw breaking to say the least. But what's giving China the lead is those accuracies from Reimu and Mias at 99, 84, and 85. These mini jacks are very chokeable, but I don't think both of these teams would miss, considering how skilled they really are at LNs and overall just hybrids.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing an extremely solid performance through the first half of this map from China. 3 full combos, all above 99.75. And Peru not too far behind with the 1 miss from Dazero right of a start, but the accuracy just a little bit lower overall. And they're going to have to hope for China to start making some mistakes in this final third if they want to start taking this lead back.
I'll be really surprised to see China just triple full comboing this. Peru is essentially also triple full comboing, but the accuracy does go to China by a fair margin. So I guess you should never ever underestimate the consistency of the Chinese squad that's just killing it right now.
Ooh, and that's going to be a miss from Dendro as well, and that's only going to help solidify the lead that China has as we get into the final quarter, which has some pretty tough long no patterns. So I could definitely see China having a little bit of some struggles in this ending. But they're going to have to miss a few times and have a pretty major accuracy drop to give this back to Peru. But it's looking like that might not be the case as we're getting through this ending section. China's still holding on to those 3 full combos.
And here we go. Are we really gonna be seeing a triple full combo for China here? That balance of scores, that battery of scores is really impressive. 2977. That is a top seed level
That
score.
is a wild score. 3 full combos from the side of China. They take that break point right back, and now it is match point for them, and they have an opportunity to close this match out if they make the good pick.
Oh man, I think this is a really good opportunity for China to just take it away, but I still think Peru's in this.
Peru's absolutely in this. We did see them take that break-in rules point. I do think Fiona is the ideal pick for China, but after the win on Materin, and they did win the first hybrid as well, I could definitely see them pushing into Azure Vixen for their last pick, but they really have to make sure they make a good pick here, because it is, no matter what, their final pick of this match. So it has to be a good one.
I mean, what should China pick right now? I don't know. I think Justify My Love is okay. Never mind. They're gonna pick Fiona. Yeah, I think this is the right pick. But looking at break-in rules, this can still be a Peru victory. I think at least.
Sensible pick, a little bit more straightforward than breaking rules, and a lot less likely to find those constant misses that you might in breaking rules because of the triple jacks and mini jack based structure. This one primarily a stream map, and if China has the patterns down, they should be able to stay a little bit more consistent on this.
We're gonna see first. I mean, again, Peru should not be underestimated, regardless of what kind of map it is.
And looks like everyone's ready, and we got the start command coming out. China looking to solidify their victory in this match. Peru looking to stay alive. It's their only opportunity here is to take this breakpoint here and then bring it to tiebreaker. But they have quite the wall in front of them in China on Fiona here to try and make that happen.
Well, right now, here we go. I think this... Wait, what's happening to Dendro? What? Shouldn't that be an abort or something?
I don't think so. They didn't disconnect. That's just so unfortunate. I think what it looks like is they had their fingers on the wrong keys or got surprised by how quickly the map started. But that is just so unfortunate.
What in the... That was just an unfortunate way to start a match.
Certainly was, and gives China quite the lead already going in.
I mean, I believe this happened in some tournaments in the past, but I'm just really sad to see this here. But regardless, China's holding 99.8 overall, so I still think Peru is going to be behind, and that miss by Dendro essentially just proves my point.
Yeah, I mean, China is absolutely demolishing this up to this point. We see a little bit of an accuracy drop there. Dazura, though, finds a combo break, and that would be two full combos gone from the side of Peru, especially with those misses at the beginning from Dendro. It's 1-3. Mias does find a drop here, but the overall accuracy is still well in favor of China at the moment.
Well, here we go. Can a miracle happen for Peru? I don't think that's gonna happen though, but amazing recovery by Dendro to still climb to the S rank.
Yeah, putting up a show right now is Dendro despite that early mishap. But the accuracies of China are absolutely ridiculous. 2 full combos above 99.7, and Mina's even with that miss at 99.6. Even without those drops at the beginning, I think this still would have gone to China. So that is going to be a well-deserved victory for China in this match, 6-3.
It's kind of sad because if you were to look at the ratios, it seems like Dendro was just matching China's. But man, 6-3, China, Peru. Peru put up an absolutely amazing fight against a team that's really been impressive so far this MWC, which means China's advancing to the semifinals while Peru unfortunately is going to be eliminated.
That is true. Commiserations for the Peruvian team putting up an absolute fight. And like you said, this Chinese team has been putting up some incredible scores, even just in this match, performing so well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Honestly, so well is probably like not enough to just describe how they've been doing.
Definitely an understatement. Let me double check who they're actually going to be facing. China moves on in the losers bracket to face Thailand in the first round of semifinals next week. So a tough opponent coming up for them.
Oh man, Thailand versus China. I don't know who's winning that. Like on paper, like if you were to look at seeds, you could be thinking, okay, China might be in a seed disadvantage, but that does not exist on a stage like this. And I believe this is going to be the bracket that we're going to be seeing for the winner's side.
It is. We have 4 teams left in the winner's bracket. We are going to see Brazil versus Malaysia coming up for one of our winner's bracket side matches. The other being the Philippines versus South Korea. We've got our first, second, third, and fourth seeds still maintaining their life in the winner's bracket. And we move down to the loser's bracket where we have our 8 teams that will be surviving into the semifinals in the loser's bracket. All the stakes alive. Singapore versus Japan, Thailand versus China, United States versus Vietnam, and the United Kingdom versus Indonesia.
Man, that's a lot of close matches, really. I can't wait to see each and every one of those.
Yeah, I am really excited to see those matches, but we can't see those matches without a map pool. And that is the only thing we have left to showcase for this weekend. But we will be taking a small break here, about 10 minutes. We'll be back at about 15:30 UTC to show off the map pool that these players will be playing for the semifinals weekend. So don't go away. We're not going to be closing the stream. We'll just be taking a short break while we set everything up for that. We hope to see you guys there for the showcase.
Well, yeah, I mean, stay tuned for that. Thank you so much again for having me. We hope that you've enjoyed all the matches in this weekend so far. So, see you then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for some more 4-key Osumania World Cup action of 2022. We've got only one thing left to do for this weekend, and that is going to be our semifinals map pool showcase. And boy, is this one a doozy. If you thought the jump between round of 16 and quarterfinals was a bit rough, you've got something else coming for you, because these maps are hard. I will be one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined by Sparky. How's it going?
It is going absolutely fantastic. We've had quite an explosive quarterfinals, and all these teams are going to be in for quite a bit of a ride here. This is really going to be the round that separates those good teams from those excellent teams, and we're really going to see some incredible performance, I would imagine, even despite the fact that we're saying that this is going to be a bit of a hard map pool.
Yeah, and I mean, if we don't have anything else to say before we get into this, we can just start with map number 1, and we're already starting a bit rough for these players. This is going to be Cthulhu by Usao, USAO. This is our speed jump stream map on 1.25x, and that BPM is 266. That's a 20 BPM jump from Ram. But we've been seeing such good scores on Ram this weekend that we kind of needed to start giving them a reason to actually start, pushing for scores on this.
Yeah, absolutely. It still feels like, despite the fact that we were in quarterfinals and with Ram being that pick, some players are still probably on autopilot making their way through that pick, but this is going to be quite a bit of a test, and I feel like the recurring theme throughout this map pool is going to be, yeah, you might have one player that can perform on these picks, but trying to find the second and third to complement those players is going to be quite a bit of a tall task, because, oh my goodness, we're going to start pushing the physical limits of some of these players moving into the semifinals.
Yeah, but also important to note is that I don't think that a majority of this map's patterns are not quite as bad, or not bad, but difficult and draining as the patterns that we were seeing in Ram. This is a lot less one-hand trill based, a lot less anchory than we were seeing from Ram in the previous round, but it is also a little bit longer at that 2 minutes and 3 seconds as opposed to the minute and a half mark that we had for Ram. So definitely starting to test these players.
For sure, you do see a couple of short hand stream sections interspersed throughout the jump streams littered throughout this map. But you were saying, it's the patterns are a little bit friendlier to deal with. You don't have to deal with one-hand drills like you were saying, or the presence of little mini jack patterns here and there. So might still be a bit of a comfort pick for a lot of teams still remaining.
Oh yeah, I expect this to be extremely comfortable. Even despite jumping so high in BPM, this is going to be super comfortable for so many players. We were expecting Ram to be a little bit tough for some players, but almost every team was absolutely demolishing it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what players are able to do on this.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, that'll do it for our first pick here. We can move on to our second one. It's going to be Ultima Thule coming out here.
Sure is. This is going to be our first hybrid map, and this, I believe, just having looked at it, I think is going to be the more long note heavy hybrid in this pool. But it also, I think in this pool, it's important to note, it's not necessarily divided by LN, hybrid, Rice hybrid, and 50-50. I think this one's a lot closer to just 50-50 difficulty in a lot of situations, though the LN difficulty does get pretty hard as we start approaching the second half.
Yeah.
But yeah, 241 BPM jump stream and hybrid in semifinals. So we're already starting to see some pretty dense patterns with broken structure, but we're also seeing those 241 LN inverse streams, and we'll start seeing some kind of back and forth waning and increasing density patterns that are really going to be interesting to see how players get how players are able to get good accuracy on them.
Yeah, definitely needs to be well-rounded in both Rice and LN skill sets to contest a pick like this. Like you saw right out of the gate, just getting walloped in the face by just some really complex LN structures, and you see them make their reappearance here going into the back half of the map. So definitely need to be sound in your LN fundamentals lest you find yourself dropping in the transitions, and the Rice found in between is definitely not easy as well.
Yeah, and we're already starting to see that LN difficulty start to pick up just a little bit as we see those 1/3 inverse patterns, and it just starts to continue as you're, switching back and forth between these really difficult LN patterns, and then going into the 1/3 and 1/4 Rice jump stream patterns. So you really are going to have to focus on keeping that accuracy high throughout a lot of this, and it's going to be hard if you're not good at transitioning between your LN playstyle and your Rice playstyle.
Yeah, for sure. Can definitely see some players spiking 200s or even 100s in some of those releases, trying to maintain when those dense LN bursts start to come out when the transitions do hit. But if they can manage it, I can definitely see some players pulling off some incredible scores on this. It's just really going to come down to whether or not you have the second and third player to back up the best score on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see that solo with some faster streams coming in. So again, you really got to make sure that you're separated, like Rice and long note skills are both very solid. And I think that's something that can be pretty hard to find in players. So I'm really excited to watch how people approach this map when it comes to either picking, avoiding, or potentially even banning it if they don't have the right players to potentially have like both that peak Rice ability and the long note ability.
For sure, and that'll do it for our first hybrid pick. We'll continue moving on if you want to introduce this next pick.
Absolutely, and I love this pick so much. We've got our first tag pick of the pool. It's Owa Raged in Vegas FBs. A nice FFR pick coming back in for semifinals. This is on 1.05x. This is going to be our lighter of the tech picks. Primarily focused on that broken jump stream pattern, but you do have like some intermittent mini jacks throughout to keep you on your toes just a little bit. But this is just brutal. It's so brutal in a lot of spots, and especially the ending, I think, is going to throw a lot of people off.
Yeah, absolutely. This introduction seems pretty innocuous, very straightforward. A lot of build up before we get into the real meat of the map, and as you said, the jump stream starts to come out here relatively broken up. Gotta make sure you take care there unless you find yourself dropping some finger control. Gonna be needed to contest this pick.
Definitely do need that finger control. This beginning doesn't look too assuming overall, but like I said, there are those intermittent mini jacks, and as the map continues, it is going to start getting denser and a lot less friendly. We're seeing already some pretty difficult to accuracy jump stream bursts throughout this. You could potentially compare this a little bit to Goblin that was used in semifinals last year. Potentially a little bit easier, I think, in terms of like the overall like broken jump stream patterns, but you're already starting to see some of those mini jacks really causing issues, and that burst is real nice there.
Yeah, absolutely. This one just seems to throw the kitchen sink at you. And like you were saying, this is the lighter form of the tech picks in this pool. So if you're already starting to have a little bit of worry creeping in as you watch this map progress, oh boy, there is a surprise in store for anybody watching here.
Absolutely, and those mini jacks are starting to become a little bit more frequent. We're going to get into a little bit of a quote-unquote break. I mean, it's 120 BPM long jacks. Actually, I think they're longer. They're faster than that. I think they're about 140, 145 long jacks just for this section. Looks real light, but I could definitely see some players messing that up a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. You start one of those sections off on the wrong foot, you can just say goodbye to that entire section. That is going to be a rush of bad judgments if you do not hit those as precisely as needed. And it continues here, some more little anchors littered throughout this section going into the last quarter of the map, and a bit of speed elements as well transitioning into the last quarter.
And I mentioned earlier that the ending is going to throw some people off, and we're about to approach that ending section as the patterns get a lot heavier and a lot denser. This part is going to mess people up, and I think it's going to be the one part of this map that's going to make it hard for some teams to pick, just because of how easy it is to drop combo in this ending, especially with some of these really rough patterns.
Yeah, I feel like that first half of the map really tests your consistency, and then the back half really tests your mastery of being able to transition between some of these more wacky patterns. Those mini jacks get so intrusive here at the very end, and as the map begins to wind down, oh boy, it's going to be very interesting to see which teams brave that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's pick number 3. We'll move on for some nice long notes. We haven't seen any long notes, and this is going to be our density pick.
Right out of the gate, you see, oh man, they're not pulling any punches here. You have basically all 4 columns inundated with something to do, some 3-note trills littered throughout this introduction, and oh man, if you cannot find your footing right out of the gate, you are in for a world of hurt as you play your way through this map.
Yeah, this map is really hard. This is another one of those maps that I was mentioning before Showcase that we're not messing around. This is a hard semifinals map pool. This is 200 BPM density. That's a huge jump from Desperado Walton quarterfinals. And I should make sure to mention what this map is. It is 2 Lives for You, a map by East, a Chinese mapper, a little bit new to the scene, but been up and coming, but getting their MWC debut with an extremely difficult density map, and we really just wanted to make sure that people weren't like flexing too hard on the LN density, and we wanted to make sure that it was just as hard to score on these density picks as it is on the release and wild card long no picks.
Yeah, absolutely no free picks allowed this round. It's going to be a true test of all 3 players' LN capabilities. That being said, the streams, if you are able to read your way through them, it's going to be interesting to see how players handle the release elements, because it's going to be very easy to find yourself spiking 200s left and right as you try and maintain the combo throughout this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also important to mention that this map is 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It's a bit longer than you might expect from just a pure density-based long note map, and there really aren't that many breaks. You get a couple, but this could definitely cause some stamina issues as far as density type long note maps go because of that length and just how unrelenting it is.
Yeah, you have those patterns where you have those outer column longer held nodes, and then you have the 3 columns on the inside doing a bit of work and trying to maintain your mental focus of not letting go, where you're having to hold for a really long time and then transition into those quick LNs. It's going to be a tall ask of even some of the best LN players left in this tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I am very excited to watch the players perform this weekend, because it's been a long time since we've seen a semifinals pool with maps like this difficult. And I should also mention that this is not the same structure as most years. We have a grand finals pool as well. There are 2 pools after this that we still have to get to.
Yeah, the ramp up is going to be crazy, and we're going to move on to our next Rice pick. It's going to be Genova, another Joel map, and oh boy, if you see that mapper name, you are pretty much know what to expect here.
Yeah, you sure do, and I mean, another really, really difficult map, something I wasn't expecting for semifinals this early. 350 BPM streams in semifinals of MWC. We still have 2 pools left, by the way.
Yeah, 350. Yeah, that's a normal number. That's a human number to expect players to be able to play through. And here it goes. The streams are just unrelenting. That introduction is just a primer. You do get a couple of breaks in between the streams, but it is not a lot to hang your hat on before you're having to go full throttle once again.
Yeah, very important to note that these patterns are a lot easier than most of the stream picks that we've had.
Yeah, a little bit more role-oriented patterning, so it can definitely find yourself getting into a bit of a groove reading through it. But that being said, with it being as fast as it is, if you flinch for even just a second, that is a recipe for dropping so much accuracy and probably chaining misses as well.
Yeah, we get this little section here that has a couple of jumps, but it's a little bit slower overall in terms of overall note speed, like notes per second, say, and you get a little bit of a break halfway through here. But once we get into that next section, I believe it's going to be another, mirror of that intro section, just with a little bit maybe not even different. It's just going to be the same kind of stuff, more 350 BPM streams, and it'll have those little breaks between them so that you can catch a breather. It's not completely straight through, which is good because otherwise this would be extremely stamina draining, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The poolers are mean. They're not that mean. Definitely do warrant a couple of breaks that we're asking the players to pull off stuff like this for as long as they need to. 2.5 minutes of just pure speed streams would be a tall task for even the best of players. But as we make our way into the last level of map, I mean, there aren't too many punches that this map can pull. If you can read your way through these sections, you might have a bit of an easy time reading your way through the entire map. It's just whether or not you can stay consistent on them.
Yeah, and we're approaching the very end of this. Despite it being the very, very fast streams, we're still only seeing about 2,600 combos, so there is an opportunity for combo breaks to be extremely detrimental to your score, but even then, that's so difficult for this pool. But that's going to be our stream pick. We're going to move back into another hybrid, and this is going to be Revelations on 1.2 difficulty. I think out of every single one of the hybrids, this is going to be our most primarily Rice-focused hybrid in this pool. And those mini jacks, 202 BPM mini jacks in so many spots, and those bursts and polyrhythms are just going to be real rough for many players.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a lot to coordinate very early on in this pick. Like you said, it is going to be a little bit more trending on that Rice difficulty, but that being said, you still got to make your way through these LN instructions, and they are not simple by any stretch of the imagination. Those release timings are very awkward.
Indeed, you get that little bit of a slow release section, and then we're going into some very dense burst sections with some really dense jump stream to go along with it, and that is going to be probably the first point of contention in this map as far as we're going to be seeing in these matches.
Yeah, for sure. Probably going to be a little bit safer, I dare say, than the earlier hybrid that we saw, but still going to be quite a bit of a test because I feel like a lot of the players can handle the Rice difficulty in this map, but it's going to be whether or not they can handle the LN side of it as well. You got to have both elements to be able to contest a pick like this.
Yeah, and you still have those long note patterns that are not necessarily a cakewalk, so you're going to have to be able to focus despite the fact that these Rice patterns, I think, are unequivocally the main difficulty of this hybrid.
Yeah, for sure. The bursts in between can definitely be a cause for concern. A couple of mini jacks thrown in those burst patterns as well. Can definitely see some players maybe finger locking as they try and play their way through it, maybe inadvertently dropping combo. But as this map begins to wind down, it's a bit of a calm section. Don't want to find a drop, especially on that trill. Oh, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Trill could definitely be a point of contention for some 200 drops, but it's the easier part of the map, right? No one's gonna mess that up. I hope. Please don't.
Please don't. But we'll be moving on. It is going to be XB10R coming out here.
Yes, this is going to be our next long no pick. This is going to be one of our more wild card centric maps for this pool. Very technical long no patterns overall. There are some like streamy and jump streamy kind of patterns, but there are like also bursts that kind of can trip you up a lot, and that technical nature of the long notes is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult to maintain combo, but also the coordination aspect should not be underestimated.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of very tricky timing on those releases, and it just depends on which column you have to hold longer while you do things around it. That's really going to be where the contention is, because trying to do anchors or jacks on outer columns where you're holding the inner columns is always so tricky to do and manage consistently.
Yeah, and really important to note is that the long note structure of this is a lot more broken than what we saw from 2Ys for you earlier in the density category. So there is going to be a little bit of difficulty in coordination just off of that broken rhythm comparatively, especially with the intermittent bursts that come in to kind of just mess up the momentum of the patterns.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes for a bit of a tricky time. You're not just full-on streaming these short LNs. You have to coordinate so much around them. And as this map begins to make its way towards the end, it just does not relent in terms of what it is asking you to do. And being able to get consistent scores on this as a team is going to be very hard.
Yeah, there's so many choke points throughout this. I'd be surprised to see too many triple full combos on this in match.
For sure. But with that being said, that'll do it for our second LN pick, and we're gonna move on over. Maybe Shower Beer here.
This is going to be our first SV pick. You can already see that slow jam coming in. And this is, as you know, SV1 might imply, this is going to be our more reading-oriented SV map, starting off with a really slow jam with these long notes. And most of the patterns in this, like we have seen for most of the SV1s, are pretty readable. And this is a very sight-readable map. But some of these like gaps between the notes are so huge. The difference between the slowest bit of the map and the slowest like scroll speed in the map and the highest is so different that you really have to be comfortable with both slow jams and fast jams in order to be able to score well on this.
Yeah, and I feel like the word of the day for this map is going to be anticipation. Seeing those hanging notes right over your hit positioning is going to demand that you ghost tap your way through it if you want to try and keep yourself on time. And these teleporting anchors, being able to time these sections is going to be of the utmost important. You cannot afford to second guess yourself as you read your way through this.
Yeah, and really important to note is that what's very nice from the mapper here, T-Deck, giving you those anchors to kind of very literally give you an anchor point for those streams when the spacing increases. So you can still keep your rhythm going on those sections when it's necessary, but it still gives you that kind of jump in the reading requirement for those sections.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just to add that extra little layer of difficulty, those LNs, like just trying to keep your timing through them as well. I mean, on Score V2, overholding those LNs is going to be a combo drop. And with how light some of these SV picks have been, trying to get back up over that 400 combo cap to get the full credit for your judgments is going to be a tall ask. Definitely cannot afford to find yourself getting those slider breaks at any point throughout this map.
Yeah, and this ending with those increasing gaps every third note is definitely going to throw some people's reading for a loop. It's a pretty rough for a reading map, I will say that.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, we have to increase the difficulty because we have seen some incredible scores nonetheless on these SV picks whenever they are allowed to be left on the table. And any team that can get proficient enough to master these picks is going to find themselves with a bit of a pocket pick, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And that's going to end our first SV pick, and we'll move back into the regular pool with some more rice. And this is going to be our Quarterjack pick for the pool.
Yep, Zenithalize coming out. And oh boy, if Justify My Love was a good primer for Quarterjacks, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we bump the BPM 10 notches higher.
Indeed, 150 BPM. We have a little bit of a slow opening, as you might expect from a song like Zenithalize, but once these jacks start coming up, actually, even the first bit of jacks is a little bit more straightforward. It's more like a mini jacky section outside of the transition, but it kind of gives you a primer for what we're getting prepared for once these jacks start getting denser, because we have this consistent, 1, 2, and 3, 4 kind of motion, but then it starts getting denser. Not quite yet, but it will start getting denser, and then the patterns will start adding, those triple jacks more commonly into the mix, and then it just gets really rough.
Yeah, it's just a steady transition as you make your way deeper into the map, and like with Justify and like with Quarterjack picks in general, it just takes one little slip up for everything to just start going wrong. You start finding bad judgments left and right, and even misses in worst case scenarios. And with how closely contested Justify was in the last round, all it takes is for one of those 3 players on your team to have just the tiniest of slip-ups to swing things wildly in favor of the other team. So definitely tread with caution if you are tempted to pick this.
Yeah, definitely something you have to be cautious for. You get a little bit of a break here coming into the second half, but the jacks will start up again a little bit lighter, but the ending bit of core jacks in this map get really dense, kind of akin to what we saw from Justify My Love from the last round, where the last chorus gets really rough in terms of the density of the jacks. We'll have a little bit of a streaming section here, but they're slow enough that if you're able to do the 150 jacks, you should have no problems with this transition section. As we get into another core jack section, starts off a little bit lighter, but we'll start getting even denser than what we saw in the first bit of jacks, and this is going to be real contentious, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You do start to see those little transitions in between the core jacks. Definitely don't want to get too comfortable with what you're doing in terms of the core jacks, lest you find yourself missing the transitions in between, because I mean, it's all fun and games until you miss those streams, and trying to get yourself reoriented back into the jacks is going to be a tall order. You can see it happening all over the place throughout this ending. And that'll do it for our core jack pick of the pool. We're going to move right along. It's going to be Encryption coming out now.
Yeah, we got another wild card. This one gonna be digging more into that consistency kind of area of lineups that we haven't really been able to see throughout many of the pools so far. We did get an extension in the map pool going from 15 to 17 maps, so we are having a fourth long note map in this case, and this will be our fourth LN map, or well, I guess the third one that we've seen so far, but definitely more of that wild card and consistency pick that we've been missing from the long note pools thus far.
Yeah, dare I say, this is quite a bit more of a technical LN pick. A lot of short LNs littered throughout this opening section. Going to be testing your release capabilities and, I mean, the overall release structures in these LN patterns. Not the most straightforward, definitely very staggered as you make your way through this introduction of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only 191 BPM, and a lot of these patterns seem like somewhat inversey maps, somewhat inversely patterns, but you're seeing some extended gaps between some of the notes, and those are not the easiest to coordinate in the world. Like you said, that release difficulty of this is definitely going to be tested more than we saw in XB1, XB10R. Not quite as much as what we'll see in the actual release pick for this pool, but this is definitely something that the players are going to have to throw a little bit of worry towards, because especially once we get towards the ending, it is really hard to keep combo on this.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you are very comfortable with these more awkward LN structures, might find yourself standing head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby that you're competing in, and maybe going to be able to give that extra boost to your team's score as you make your way into the back half of the map. And oh boy, recovering from drops is going to be relatively simple, I would imagine. Halfway through 2600 notes, going to be able to find your way back up to that 400 relatively quickly, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're starting to see that density start to come back in this as we transition into the last third, but get another bit of a break as we start to transition towards this ending section. And in my opinion, the ending section is the hardest to coordinate. Some of those patterns are just brutal.
Yeah, so you can already see it here. Some, I would say, broken LN streams here to contest with. The snappings overall aren't the worst to contend with, but when it really starts to build up, then it really tests your ability to maintain the consistency throughout. And oh boy, last quarter of the map.
Yeah, and you're already starting to see that coordination come to a head here, with even larger gaps between some of the notes, and those extended releases being very difficult to keep yourself straight on.
For sure, do get a bit of a break here. The density does lighten up just a bit, but the density is replaced by release coordination before it builds right back up into that ending. And oh boy, if you're on a really good run, you can imagine the nerves are going to start coming to a head here, trying to keep it all together.
And then the rhythms get a little bit more complicated as the inverse starts coming in, and still having a little bit of those differences in the gap lengths between the notes, and that's going to only make it harder to keep that consistency on this map, especially with how late this pattern spike is in the map.
for sure. Going to be a real test of mental fortitude for anybody involved in this pick. But that'll do it for our third LN pick. Probably going to dive back into a bit of Rice. It's going to be Delirium here.
Yes, it is. Delirium on 1.1, right? This is going to be our second tech pick in the pool, second of 3. We're back up to 3 tech picks for the map pool. And if Oba Region Vegas was the lighter of them, this is kind of our mid-range tech pick. We've got some pretty heavy mini jack structure, but you'll start seeing very quickly on that there's some bursts and then a lot of extremely difficult stream patterns. These are so hard.
Cannot be understated in the slightest. Just making your way, reading through these at the speed that they're at, and having to deal with the mini jacks littered throughout. A couple of jumps as well. Some broken hand stream as well. It's a lot to manage this early on in the map, but that being said, it is a little bit of a shorter length, just clocking in under 2 minutes, so it's going to make keeping that consistency even more important. Do not want to find yourself missing on a map this short.
Yeah, you definitely don't. We're already halfway through it. It's only 1 minute and 58 seconds, so just under that 2 minute mark, and this ending gets even harder with the patterns. I think they get a little bit denser, but also they start to transition more frequently into those mini jack patterns that we were seeing at the beginning of the chart, and that's going to make that coordination aspect of, you know, these streams and anchors a lot more taxing on your stamina.
Yeah, absolutely. You start to see like the jumps transition into a one-hand trill on the same hand, trying to keep that in check. Maybe not as much in terms of finger control as the earlier tech pick, but definitely going to warrant a bit of consistency with regards to being able to double and even triple press the same key in quick succession to make your way through this.
Absolutely, but just got those 2 stream sections out of the way, and that'll be it for our second of 3 tech picks, and we'll move back into some more hybrid action, our final hybrid of the pool, a more 50-50 based hybrid, and this is going to be Party Starter Cup version, mapped by Lemon Guy, and it's Lemon Guy. You know what to expect out of this, right? You should already know. We've seen enough by them that, you know, we've got those kind of mini Jackie type patterns, some bursts, and then the shields. We got those epic Lemon Guy shield patterns.
Yeah, just seeing the name alone, kind of like how we saw a Joel speed pick. A Lemon Guy hybrid is not to be trifled with. You know you're in for a bit of a ride if you do not pay the utmost care to a pick like this. And we can already see some very awkward polyrhythmic structures and just anchors littered throughout as you transition into the build-up. Some LN, some jacks as well, to the burst, into the drop.
Yeah, and we're already starting to see those very difficult mini jack and technical patterns in general show up in this map. We'll have this kind of going on for a while until the long notes start showing up. And those long notes, I think, are actually extremely difficult with the shields. They're very dense, and the shields, I think, are while you're still holding down other long notes. And that can make them extremely difficult.
Yeah, I feel like intrusive is the word to use for this map. Like, just, there's so many different elements being tested at the same time that you're being asked to coordinate that even like a simple short long note entered into a pattern is enough to cause just that little bit of extra discomfort to where you might start picking up those bad judgments or even those combo breaks as you make your way through, and there's still 2/3 of the map left to contest here.
There are still 2 minutes. This has a pretty similar structure throughout it, though, as well. We'll be getting into more of a technical section as we transition out of this first break here. But a lot more burst focused in this one, rather than having those kind of like transitions that we were seeing in the early portions of this map.
Yeah, absolutely, but you still got to take care of watching those LN releases when you transition back into those quick Rice bursts. You can see the 200 starting to get picked up on the replay. You can definitely see players spiking 200s as they read their way through it because they're trying to anticipate the sections coming up. So definitely do take care that you are watching those releases. The OD just a tiny bit lower, 7.5, going to give you a tiny bit more leeway to work with on a map like this.
Yeah, and something I do want to make note of is that the full version of this was mapped by Lemon Guy as well. It was initially slated to be the tiebreaker for quarterfinals, but we ended up deciding that that wasn't necessarily the best idea given the pattern structure of this map as a whole. So instead, it's being cut and put into semifinals. And even the cut does not do a whole lot for its length. It is still almost 4 minutes long.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely some more longer form maps, and definitely going to be something to consider when you are planning out the strategy against the teams you're going up against, because it does start to wear on even the best of players having to play maps like this at a peak performance level for as long as they have. There are definitely some countries that have those anchor players that stay in for everything. Definitely want to keep that in consideration when you see the map length in this pool.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a little bit of a rehash of the opening Rice section, and other than that one break in the middle, you kind of don't get any kind of leeway in this map. It just keeps going. And for a hybrid map that's almost 4 minutes long, that is going to be brutal for some players.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to contest with. And we'll be moving on to our third tech pick. It is going to be counterclockwise chant pattern. And oh boy, this map, I was watching it through before the showcase. This is brutal in all aspects of the word.
Absolutely, and you know, if you're following trends of tech, we had one lighter tech pick, one medium tech pick, so we're just following that line of thought. This should be the heavier tech pick, and we're already starting to see some long jacks on that outer column, or on the outer columns, and even though this isn't quite that dense yet, it will get really, really dense with some really difficult burst patterns that transition into long jack based tech patterns, and this is brutal.
Yeah, if it wasn't enough having to deal with those anchored jacks, just the bursts, interspurts, you have so many quick trills, so many quick snapped transitions in between. There's some jumps, there's some hands in throughout, some single note bursts as well. It basically throws the kitchen sink at you in the most inopportune times, and for a map this long, clocking at just over 3 minutes, trying to read your way through this and keep the consistency up is going to be the true test of this map. And oh boy, you better buckle in, because this is a ride that does not stop.
It really doesn't. We're only a third of the way through the map, and we're already seeing some extremely dense patterns as we get into more of a break-esque section in the second third. But it'll start back up in what will feel like no time to the players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this map has a bit of a fake out. It feels like it starts to die off, and the map feels like it's coming to an end, and then you look over to the top right corner and you see you're only 2/3 of the way through. Like, this feels like an ending, but there's still half the map still to go, and it only gets more dense from here.
It certainly does, and we're starting to see some more common use of those mini jacks as we get out of that kind of like guitar-ish section and get into the final third of the map. Kind of adopts a bit more of a chord jacky style to some of the patterns, as opposed to the long jacks and bursts that we were seeing in the first half. But the bursts don't fully go away, as you are probably starting to see as we get into the last quarter, which I think might be the hardest part of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an unrelenting gauntlet towards the last quarter, and it's so hard to time because the notes follow the skeleton of the drum fills, and then it starts to transition into you're playing the full burst, and transitioning in and out of that is really going to be what separates those that can play this proficiently and those that can play this at a masterful level, because trying to maintain the ratio throughout all of these really awkward bursts is going to be the true test. Finding the 3 players that can do something like that is going to be the order for a map like this.
Absolutely, but we're getting into the final couple of bursts in this map, and we'll be finishing that off with our our tech section of the map. We have one Rice, one long note, and then our final SV pick left in the pool before tiebreaker. And we've got our stamina pick left as our final Rice map in the pool.
Yep, and Oh boy, the introduction to Lemon and Guy Stamina. This is 3 minutes and 40 seconds of just pure streams.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is 246 BPM, very, very angry, and kind of one-hand trill heavy jump stream. But this also kind of has a few surprises throughout it. Towards the end, we'll start seeing some even 1/6 streams. So this kind of has the same, similar qualities to, like, say, Jen's Arm, but just at a slower BPM.
Yeah, absolutely. I could definitely see some teams wanting to trend towards a pick like this just because of that consistent nature and wanting to trend away from the tech picks, because this is something that they can probably settle more into a groove and get those really high scores on.
Yeah, but we are seeing quite a BPM jump for this map as well. We saw MP Addiction in quarterfinals at 225. This is another 20 BPM jump in the 20 BPM jump from quarters to semifinals in this jump stream category. So we are really not messing around with stuff like this, and especially with the patterning throughout this map. Very angry, very easy to just lose stamina and lose focus throughout pretty much any point of this map.
Yeah, absolutely, especially now that you start to see the introduction of more hand stream elements, trying to juggle those 3-note chords in between all of the jumps, and finding yourself having to maybe do a little bit of mini jack action to keep yourself in place. And then these LNs, not the most intrusive, but definitely want to take care as you don't find yourself spiking any unnecessarily bad judgments as you transition your way through this map.
Indeed, and we're only halfway through of the 3 minutes and 40-second drain time for this, and we really haven't gotten much of a semblance of a break throughout this. I believe there is one, but before we even see that, we have another bit of this verse into the chorus action.
Yeah, so we see again those LNs making their introduction. You can probably consider those LNs a bit of a break from having to maintain the consistency, but it's really going to be interesting to see who blinks first on those transitions and overthinks it just a tiny bit, just enough to cause a break to happen.
Yeah, but you kind of did see those 1/6 streams coming out in that section before that kind of break up that jump stream structure of it just a little bit. But we're back into the more jump stream focus that we've seen in all of the other courses as well. And we still have almost like 50 seconds left of this map.
Yeah, it just feels like it goes on forever, and especially in a pressure situation, maps this long feel never ending. You just want the map to stop at a certain point, and that's really where that mentality comes into play, to be able to push through and continue reading your way through it, because you cannot afford to take your foot off the gas for even a second, because if you're able to put up a good score on this, the players on the other side of the lobby are also able to put up equally as good performances.
Yeah, definitely something you have to start thinking about when we're so late in the tournaments. All of these teams are maintaining incredibly good scores on all the maps in the pool. We're approaching the end where you get a little bit of a break. No more jump stream after that point, but still 3.5 minutes of absolutely brutal 246 BPM jump stream is going to be quite the stamina drain for many players. But that's our last rice pick. We've got one more long note pick here, and it's going to be our release map, a custom maybe not custom. I know it was edited at the very least, but this is Raviel's Secret Sleuth. A little bit slower than you might expect, but we're kind of dipping into that timing hell zone of LNs that has been kind of traditional for this release category as we get later in the pools.
Yeah, absolutely. If Peta might have gave you a bit of trouble in the quarterfinals, it's going to be a whole nother level in terms of release coordination. You can already see a lot of very awkward snap timings making their way through as this map begins.
Yeah, and we also have a bit of a swing rhythm throughout this, so that the release aspect of this is also going to be somewhat tested on your ability to hold on to the rhythm properly through these long note patterns and swing rhythm as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely find those less accustomed to swing, rounding out those patterns just enough to affect their overall judgments. Definitely want to make sure you give full care to the timing of those swingy rhythms throughout this map, especially when it comes to those short LNs as well.
Yeah, and we're 1/3 of the way through. Again, we're seeing a little bit of a longer map here. 3 minutes and 21 seconds, kind of what we've been expecting out of that release category in the more recent pools. And, you know, I did mention the whole timing hell thing, but those are also traditionally a lot longer and have more of like that consistency aspect to them. So, you know, making sure that you're keeping your accuracy straight for, you know, even just these patterns is already difficult, but doing it for 3 minutes and 21 seconds will just add another layer of difficulty to it.
Yeah, so it is really going to test the overall team structures of the teams remaining, because with picks as long as these, you definitely want to start to consider using your full allotment of players, even if they might not have the highest scores or being able to put up the round out the compositions as well as you might like. Being able to conserve the stamina of the team as a whole in these longer form matches is probably going to start to become a bit of a factor as we make our way deeper into this late game of the tournament.
That is so brutal there. But we're transitioning out of it, get a little bit of a break as we get into the final quarter of this map.
Yeah, just a couple of rolling LN streams just to give you a bit of discomfort before you jump right back into the real meat of the map. And again, that swing element of the releases is going to be so taxing, especially this late on into the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these LNs just having a little bit of that off release, especially in this ending. It's getting pretty dense. Definitely going to be a point of contention for this map in particular as this ending gets even denser towards the end.
Yeah, he starts to transition into the full inverse and full swing inverse, if I do say so myself. A lot of really short starts and stops on the releases. And oh boy, if you can hang on, that's going to be an incredible team score to see.
Yeah, I am really interested to see how players are able to do that. It doesn't look like the hardest to get good combo on, but the accuracy, I think, is going to mess a lot of people up.
For sure. And all that's left now is to show players the last SV pick, and it's going to be Kraken coming out here.
It sure is. It's going to be more of the memorization-esque SV pick. You can already start to see those gaps in the notes, very different from what's actually being played. And I can almost let this map speak for itself. It is rough in so many different spots.
Yeah, this is definitely one you want to put into the editor, maybe make a no SV version, because there's so much going on in the background that isn't being reflected in what you're having to play, that if you're a more audio-oriented player, can definitely throw you for a bit of a loop here.
Absolutely, and we get a little bit of a slow jam with some bumps every now and again. But you already saw those styles of like very, very aggressive like BPM changes with the teleports and stutters, and that kind of structure comes back once we get out of this transition.
Oh, and there comes these teleports are so aggressive, and the fact that it's just pure LN structures is going to give players fits having to read their way through it, maintain the release timing throughout all of those jumps, and then you have these 0 BPM teleports.
So rough. They're so difficult to get down right.
Oh, I can definitely see some players maybe flinching from not realizing what's to come and just dropping combo left and right. This is really going to be a true test of those teams that have those good SV players. Best of luck to them, because this is very hard towards the ending.
Yeah, also, you just noticed those 4 notes that looked like they were a flam, but they were actually a quad, so that is something you're going to have to just completely ignore your visual capabilities for, like just there again.
Oh my goodness, this is... And then the fact that you have those LNs as well thrown in throughout that teleport section is just... It's nightmarish, dare I say, for an ending.
Yeah, that ending is pretty rough. It was mostly on the reading side, but those quads, I think, are definitely going to start catching people off guard.
Yeah, for sure. But with that being said, all that's left is to show players the tiebreaker for these semifinals. And oh boy, it is going to be multi-genre SmackDown coming in here for this semifinals round.
Absolutely. And this map has a pretty interesting structure overall. It's important to note that there is a little bit of downtime, especially in the first half, that's a little bit on the easier side of this map. The second half definitely is really hard, but even the first half, when those difficult parts start to come out, they will hit you with some really hard to accuracy patterns, but also some pretty physical patterns as well that just can destroy your accuracy even before the more physical parts of the second half start to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And already this introductory section can definitely test your overall physical comfort, especially this late on into a map or into a match. It really starts to wear on you just a little bit. The fact that it clocks in at just over 6.5 minutes, trying to keep the consistency through this speed jack section going into the first drop, and we have some very intense LN sections to contend with.
Absolutely, we do. And something else to actually note about this is that, like, the song Multi-Genre SmackDown kind of implies that there's a lot of different genres. So the structure of the song actually pushes this to a point where there's a lot of different styles of patterns. Like, we're already seeing so many different varying pattern structures with those LN trills and the dense LN kind of coordination-ish patterns, and then those mini jacks following up immediately in a more hybrid-y section. And we're a quarter of the way through, and we've already seen that, and there's so much more left to go.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like this is a really good way of testing players' consistency throughout multiple styles of mapping, because I mean we really want those teams that are very proficient and more well-rounded progressing through, and I feel like the song lends itself to what we're trying to test in terms of well-roundedness. We're seeing it here going into the second third of the map. A couple more genre switches here.
Absolutely, we get another small break. Like I said, there is a bit of downtime, especially in this first half, but it transitions pretty quickly between the different styles and the different sections of the map, as we're starting to see that transition with the mini jacks and the long notes coming in as we go into this next bit of the map, which I believe is a little bit more technical oriented, or maybe with some releases, but it has those technical elements. That LN burst.
Yeah, technical, and then you just get jump scared by a wall of LN inverse. It definitely keeps you on your toes, cannot relax for even a second. So to be fair, you see the Rice transitions into the LN, and it's basically like a smattering of different snaps being asked to be played at the same time as you transition your way into the back half of the map.
Yeah, and here we see a little bit more of a chord jacky structure to some of the patterns. I don't actually know what BPM this is at, but it sounds like about 160, so those are going to be pretty tough, especially with the density introduced with them, and now that we're introducing some of the long notes into the mix, that's going to make it even more rough to handle.
For sure, and then you have those little bit of speed elements thrown in before you get into a bit of a break, a chance to recompose yourself. You're halfway through the map, and if you're holding onto a full combo this late into the map, you can imagine the nerve starts to spike up just a little bit. You start thinking about the overall team performance, how everybody else is doing in comparison to your own scoring. You just want to hang on for dear life.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into a transition section here. One final break, I believe, for this map as we get into the last third. And like I said, the true difficulty really does start in this second half once we get out of this transition. And when I tested this for the first time, I got jump scared by the long note section that's coming up.
Oh boy, and that coming from a long note player is something that should strike fear into the players as to what is to come.
Not to mention that these patterns in this transition are really hard. Like, you got those kind of like camel jacky patterns, some mini jacks as well, the bursts, and then the density of the LNs just throws you out the window.
Yeah, this LN section is defenestration at its finest. If you are not prepared for that transition, you can just say goodbye to your run and probably goodbye to the entire round, because that is quite a bit of a spike going into the last quarter of the map, and it does not stop. The density remains in those LN structures.
Yeah, and we still have about 45 seconds to a minute left as we get into a little bit more of a break. Still one more section left to go before we finish off this map, and we already saw that LN difficulty spike. You can definitely expect something real interesting to start showing up as we get into the finale of the chart. Definitely the most physically demanding part coming up.
Yeah, it's as though that LN density section wasn't enough. You start to see the BPM start to ramp up.
Thank you, Son, for that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go, Speed Core. We got some mini janks at a pretty high BPM, along with some burst. Kind of reminds me of the structure of Necrophagia Toast, if anyone remembers that map. But you kind of have that same like mini jack tech into like bursts all the time, and making sure that you can transition between it.
Yeah, and then maintaining all those rice bursts in between, and then those speed jack sections to transition out of is brutal nonetheless.
Definitely brutal, and that's going to finish off Multi-Genre SmackDown, our tiebreaker for the semifinals pool, and that will finish off the entire map pool. That I really hope that our players are actually challenged this time around, because we saw some incredible scores, and I want to see our players not get like double S's on everything. I don't want to see that this time.
What do you mean? I thought we enjoyed seeing 5 V1 double S's marred only by one singular 200 on a quarterfinals level map.
Totally, but semifinals definitely a huge step up, and I'm excited to see all of these players, all 12 teams that have survived up to this point, playing on these maps next weekend for that semifinals weekend of matches. Map pool should be up in the server, should be up in the wiki soon. Schedules should be out very soon. Keep an eye on the wiki and the Discord to make sure that you have your right schedule, as pointed out. But Sparky, is there anything I'm missing right now?
Oh, I can think of a couple of things. If you want to support the players, the teams, the prize pool in any way whatsoever, you do have a couple of ways of doing that, and one of those ways is by buying a banner. You can buy a banner for the 12 remaining teams. You can buy a banner for the teams that have been eliminated. If you still want to show your support, let them know that they did a good job and that you are proud of them for performing as well as they did in this World Cup. It's only $250 in the O store, and oh boy, they look fantastic on your profiles, if I do say so myself. And Toph, is there any other way that the people watching at home can support the players here?
Yeah, absolutely. Those banners look absolutely incredible, but $250 might just not be enough for you to feel good about the way that you're supporting our players in this tournament. So we have opened up the Open Collective, a way for you to donate as much money as you want to the prize pool for the Oceania 4K World Cup 2022. There's a link in chat right now, and there's also one on the announcement page for the World Cup. If you want to support the players of this tournament, even more than just that $250 from the banner. But other than that, I think we are all good. What an incredible weekend of matches this has been, and I'm so excited to see what happens next weekend with all 12 of these incredible teams left.
Yep, absolutely. So that'll probably do it for us here. As always, good luck to the players. Have fun. Please practice the SVs, and we will see you guys next weekend.
Absolutely. See you guys then.
Just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for, but if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud.